Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Encountered a Psychic God? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Listen very closely. You and I are different. We were born with special and unique powers that other people don't have. But even so, we mustn't let it get to our heads that we're special or above them. Almost half a decade ago, these were the words that a deceitful yet wise man said to a young Esper who lived in constant fear of his powers and had no one to guide him. While it was rather ironic that these words came from someone with no psychic powers at all, the message they carried was still powerful. He had no way of knowing that thanks to his words, this Esper would never use this amazing psychic power for himself. Thanks to the words of Arataka Reigen, Mob managed to prevent himself from falling under the delusion of superiority with his psychic powers. But it wasn't just Reigen who made Shigeo realize the limits of his psychic powers in several areas. As a child, Shigeo Kageyama once thought his powers made him cool. Why he thought this? Simple. It was his powers that made his crush, Tsubomi Takan, laugh and smile. I can make the bar wiggle like a snake. The young girl's eyes sparkled with fascination, and her heart reached out for the amazing things Mob could do. That's amazing! You're so cool, Mob! But for Tsubomi, Shigeo's psychic powers soon came to be old news. Look, the young child exclaimed while lifting a cat in the air, you're the only person I've shown these things to. The young Tsubomi did not look at these feats with the same awe she did before, and pursed her lips in a small line. It's kinda boring now. Shigeo's sparkling eyes dimmed, and his proud posture now sunk as he looked to the ground with disappointment. His psychic powers weren't enough to make Tsubomi smile anymore. Later that day, Shigeo participated in track and field events, and was carrying the baton for his team as he tried to pass it on to the next person. But his endurance was failing him. Several boys passed him with confident smiles and strong bodies, while Shigeo was barely able to keep a running pace and had sweat pouring from all parts of his body. Once the race finished, Mob lay defeated on his hands and knees, trying to catch his breath and feeling his shirt drenched in sweat. Standing a few feet away from him though, Tsubomi was admiring the winner of the race with the same sparkle in her eyes she had once given him before. I can't believe how fast you are, Akira, exclaimed Tsubomi. As Mob heard Tsubomi's words of amazement towards Akira, Shigeo came to a strong realization. His psychic powers weren't enough to gain her affection or true interest. To some, they would view this as something trivial. Sure, the girl Mob liked may have gotten bored after seeing him using psychic powers all the time, but there were still probably plenty of other girls that would fall for Mob and his psychic powers, right? But that wasn't what Shigeo Kageyama wanted. He didn't want just any girl. He wanted to be with Tsubomi, his first crush. And to win her over, he realized he would need more than psychic powers. Tsubomi never had any idea what kind of impact she had on Mob, nor would she ever have any real understanding of how much she meant to him or just how significant her very existence was in making Mob the person he was. But that didn't matter. Once Mob came to this realization, and once he came across his master, Reigen, that was the last piece he needed to make Mob understand that his psychic powers didn't make him better than other people. For such a powerful being who could have the world in the palm of his hand if he so desired, it was exactly the thing he needed and the thing that would make him the pure-hearted soul he was today. Ha! Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived because I am here. In another world, another young boy was watching a video of his ultimate hero. He was watching the video he had watched since he was a child hundreds and hundreds of times. He was watching the symbol of peace of his world, All Might, debuting himself to the world on a video captured several years ago. In this world, most of the citizens were gifted with supernatural abilities called quirks. These abilities gave people unbelievable powers, allowed them to do things that seemed impossible, but with these powers came individuals who wanted to use them for evil. So to fight these villains and to fight the rising crime that came as a result of the spread of quirks, people rose up with their own quirks and their own training to stand against this evil. It was the rise of supervillains and the rise of superheroes. But standing on the top of every supervillain and every superhero in the world was the symbol of peace, the man who could defeat any opponent he came across with a smile on his face, the one and only All Might. Ever since he made himself known to the public, the people came to adore him. They came to view him as everything a hero embodied, the guardian angel that watched over society and would never let any villain enter their lives. It was this man that gave inspiration to millions of children to improve their quirks and become heroes just like All Might. But not everyone had the luxury of quirks to rely on. In this world, about 20% of the population was not born with a quirk. These people were just the regular citizens of society, the ones who lived normal lives and served to maintain peace and the function of society on a lower level. Alas, not every quirkless human was pleased with the lives that were destined without quirks. Some of them wanted to reach for more. Some of them so desperately wanted a quirk, because a quirk was the thing that made people special. It was the thing that defined All Might and basically all heroes. One such person was the young boy watching All Might on his computer, Izuku Midoria. When he was a young boy, he'd been sadly informed by a doctor that he was quirkless. Once he heard this, it seemed like his dreams were shattered. Without a quirk, could Izuku follow the path of a hero? Ever since he learned he was quirkless, he desperately wanted to look past this, to believe that there was still a future for him as a hero even without a quirk. But everyone around him was telling him it was impossible, that it was just a stupid pipe dream that would never come true. Even his mom didn't seem to believe in his dream. The night after learning he was quirkless, he asked his mom whether or not he could become a hero. He wanted her to say yes, that his dream wasn't outlandish or impossible, that there was still hope. But that night what she said to her son was, "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different." With tears rolling down both of their faces, the young child was stunned silent by what he was told. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. What she said made it sound like she didn't believe in him. But even that never wavered his resolve. At age 14, Izuku Midoriya was still desperately clinging onto the hope that his future as a hero was possible. It was why he studied everything he could about every hero, analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, fighting styles, quirks, anything that he could use to become a hero. But oh, how desperately he wanted a quirk. How deep the hole in his heart felt, knowing he was born powerless. In the end, unlike Shigeo Kageyama, Izuku Midoriya would have given anything to have the powers the young Esper had. To him, psychic powers or powers of any kind would be the answer to his dream and to living life to its fullest. Ever since that day when the young boy and self-proclaimed Esper met, Shigeo had worked under Arataka Reigen, acting as his disciple for Reigen's line of work as a psychic, eliminating evil spirits that haunted innocent people's homes. To the young Esper, this was simply a job, and it was never something that he took pride in because he knew that in almost every other aspect of life, he was severely lacking. Thanks to his master's advice, he understood that without his powers, he was just a regular person. However, during his youth, he came across several Espers that had unfortunately allowed themselves to become enamored by their power and convinced themselves of their superiority to others. The first Esper who had this god complex was a teenager named Teruki Hanazawa. His whole life, he'd believed he was on the center stage of the world thanks to the amazing psychic powers he was given with no one else to contest against him, and when another Esper came that dared challenge that title, his whole world came crashing down around him. This time, it was Shigeo who would give his wisdom to this young Esper and make him realize that his psychic powers didn't make him better than others. But there were more Espers like Teruki Hanazawa out there, more self-righteous and power-hungry psychics who wanted to use their psychic powers to take over the world. In fact, there was actually an organization composed of Espers like these, an organization named Claw. Shigeo fought this organization alongside his master, his brother, and Hanazawa, and actually managed to turn most of these Espers to the side of good. He thought he'd seen the last of them, but it turns out he was wrong. Hiding in the shadows and waiting until the right moment to strike, the leader of Claw had decided to begin his plans for world domination. This man, Toichiro Suzuki, was unlike anything Shigeo had ever encountered before. Not only in terms of raw power, but in terms of ruthlessness and depravity. When Shigeo heard about how he had beat his own son into SBMsen without hesitation, The young Esper was appalled. Who could do something like that to their child? Despite this, Shigeo was trying his best to reason with Toichiro, but it was not enough to get through to the Esper, and Shigeo was quickly overwhelmed with the Claw leader's formidable power. But then, when he was put in a corner, his master had come to his rescue, to do his best and try to aid his disciple against this terrible foe. Thanks to his level head and intelligence, he was able to feign support for Suzuki and managed to land a powerful punch to the Esper's face. Or so he thought. Turned out Suzuki managed to create an ethereal clone with his psychic powers, avoiding the hit and preparing to eliminate this bothersome man. Hold on, let's cool down for a minute. Reigen said while nervously walking backward. I'll back down, I'll do whatever it is you want me to do. The psychic was not feeling merciful. You have managed to put me in a very rotten mood, and for that, I will make this building your official deathbed. Suzuki raised his hand, which began to glow with red energy, and Reigen could do nothing but watch in horror as his life flashed before his eyes. No! Shigeo felt his blood run cold when he saw Toichiro create a massive explosion which enveloped his master, spewing up large fire and dark clouds in the process. That's better, Toichiro said with a smile on his face, but that smile quickly disappeared when he saw what was hidden behind the smoke, an umbrella protecting Reigen. That umbrella belonged to one of Toichiro's top commanders, Katsuya Serizawa. Sent to take care of Shigeo, he was one of the Espers fortunate enough to be affected by Shigeo's words and feelings, and thanks to that young boy, he was finally taking a stand against his former boss. Thank God I managed to get here in time, exclaimed Serizawa. Sweat beads rolled down the Esper's face as he gathered the strength to speak his next words. For the first time in my life, I'm trying to actually do the right thing and be brave. That means standing up to you and stopping you from hurting others. Despite his heart pounding, his veins throbbing, and his hands shaking, Serizawa still found the courage to stand up and fight against evil. This was the action of a good man. No, this was the action of a hero. So you've betrayed me, said Toichiro, looking irritated but not saddened or shocked by this defiance of his most powerful soldier. Then that means your punishment is in order. Enough. 100% rage. The leader of Claw widened his eyes when he felt a strong pressure envelop him. I think the time for talking is over. Huh. Suzuki was not startled or afraid of this increase in power, for he knew it was still leagues below his own, but it was still a substantial increase nonetheless. Before we continue this, let me give you one last piece of my wisdom, said Shigeo, his aura now rainbow-colored and pixelated. Those who can't understand the feelings of others dash. The Esper tried to continue, but stopped himself when he realized the futility of his words. Forget it. A guy like you isn't gonna listen to any advice. No, the only way for me to get that advice through your head is if I jam it in there the hard way. Reigen and Serizawa were observing this sudden burst of anger from Shigeo with cautious eyes and sweat falling down both of their faces. Mob's really going all out. What should I do to help you guys? Asked Serizawa. Leave with my master and everyone else waiting on the ground and get a safe distance. This was something Toichiro would not allow. Not before enacting his punishment. His red aura formed around him, and he lunged toward Serizawa. You will not escape the wrath of Toichiro Suzuki. The evil Esper formed a large ball of psychic energy in his hand and attempted to eradicate Reigen and Serizawa, but Mob rushed to their defense and put up a psychic barrier. The friction between Suzuki's energy blast and Kageyama's shield intensified and quickly created an explosion that propelled Reigen, Serizawa, and Suzuki's son out of the building. Shigeo's little brother, Ritsu Kageyama, was looking up and seeing the bodies falling, some motionless and some desperately attempting to break their fall. But then he noticed something odd forming from the ground. Plants. Indeed, these plants were being formed by Minegishi, one of Claw's Ultimate 5, comprised of the 5 most powerful Espers of Claw, to save Serizawa and the others from falling. This member of the Ultimate 5 knew what their actions would lead to. This was an act of betrayal against the boss, and it would have dire consequences. But that didn't matter to the Esper. So, the boss really did cast Serizawa aside. Even though I knew from the start what relationship we were in, I still owe Serizawa one, and I don't want the boss to end his life. Stop it, Minegishi. Another one of Claw's ultimate 5, Hattori, ran up to Minegishi to try and stop them from doing this. If you do this, you'll majorly PSS the boss off, and then you'll definitely be killed. Glad to see you're alive, Hattori, Minegishi said. Toichiro Suzuki walked to the edge of the building and noticed the plants formed to save Sarazawa. Only one person he knew could do that. So Minegishi has turned against me as well. It seems that now, I have been forced into a situation where any of my Claw members can betray me. But this leader's heart was not filled with true compassion for any of his Claw members, and with all of the psychic power he had stockpiled for the last 20 years, it was more than enough to compensate for the betrayal of his ultimate back to the drawing board. Then, Suzuki formed a ball of red energy at the tip of his finger. Disappear. With his psychic energy, he created concentrated laser beams that he fired down at the ultimate 5 and paired the giant plants. The powerful Esper gleefully smiled as he laid destruction to the traitors and enemies. Disappear. 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 His fun was quickly interrupted when Mob tackled him at amazing speeds, yelling as he allowed his anger and willpower to fuel his powers and force him back. Ya-yo-wa. Even though Shigeo was feeling the intensity of the battle while shoving Suzuki through concrete, the adult Esper was still not nearing the physical and emotional turmoil his opponent was in now. My, I didn't take you to be an enthusiastic type, said Suzuki with a neutral tone, preparing to use a mere 10% of his power to strike. He raised his fist, and with a single downward smash, sent Shigeo through 3 floors. With such low power, you're still not even close to my league. That strike was only using 10% of my power, so if what you're showing me now is your 100%, further fighting will lead to one inevitable path. Out of nowhere, the entire building began to shake. The people on the ground were baffled to see what was happening here, not sure what Mob and Suzuki were doing up there. But for Suzuki, things were beginning to come together. Oh, so that's it, said Suzuki, a newly formed smile on his face and a creeping sense of anticipation and pleasure building up inside of him. You've been provoking an internal reaction to further increase your power. The young Esper knew it was time for him to unleash the fullest extent of his psychic powers, and with the rage building inside of him, he hoped it would be enough. Now I'm ready to fight you with everything, all my power and all my rage. The showdown between the 2 most powerful Espers on the planet was about to truly commence. While the intensity and the stakes were never higher for Shigeo Kageyama in this monumental battle, Izuku Midoriya was having another regular day at his school, Aldra Junior High. The young Midoriya was diligently writing notes down while his teacher lectured to the class, taking in all the information he could. At the moment, this teacher was attempting to impart some wisdom on their futures and their careers. Now I've got a list of possible careers, the professor said with a sly smile on his face, noting some of the students growing excited and preparing their quirks. His smile increased, and in a dramatic fashion, he threw the papers into the air. But it's pretty obvious you all want to become pro-heroes. The students leaped with joy, unleashing their quirks into the air and yelling in excitement. Well, everyone except Midoriya, who was awkwardly looking to the side while he had his hand raised, and another silent student with blonde, messy hair who had his feet reclined on his desk and his eyes staring down at his lap. The teacher attempted to regain control of the classroom and quell their excitements. Now, I know you all have some very unique quirks, but keep them to yourselves. No using quirks in school. The silent student interjected with a harsh tone. Come on, teacher. Stop trying to give these guys false hope. I'm the only one here who's got a real shot at becoming a pro-hero. This young man, Katsuki Bakugo, had known praise and greatness all his life. Born with a very powerful quirk that allowed him to create explosions, everyone knew he was a prodigy among quirk users in their town. Ever since he acquired his quirk, he'd been led to believe that he was better than everyone else, that his power made him amazing. But that didn't make his words annoy his peers any less. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't think you're all high and mighty. Oh yeah. Bakugo cockily stared at his peers, more than willing to take on any sort of challenge. If you want to fight, I'll take on all of you at once. Just say the word. The teacher looked at his notes and knew that Bakugo was indeed exceptional. Your test results are indeed impressive. With scores like these, a spot at UA High is indeed within your reach. Gasps of shock befell all of the students in the classroom, and murmurs spread as well. UA High? That place has a 0.2% acceptance rate. Going there's impossible. Bakugo relished the shocked expressions on his classmates' faces, and his cocky smile only widened. Which is exactly why only someone like me is worthy of getting into there. The hot-headed boy jumped off of his seat and stood on top of his desk, preparing to boastfully gloat his excellence. After acing all the mock tests, there's no way UA could reject me now. And once I get in, I'll train to become a better and more powerful hero than even All Might. Bakugo clenched his fist in excitement. I'll become the richest hero of all time, and everyone around the world will remember my name for generations. While Bakugo monologued, the teacher looked at his notes and realized something else interesting. I forgot, Midoria. You also want to attend UA High, right? Bakugo instantly froze up when he heard this, and Midoria felt his cheeks become as hot as magma, hiding his face in his arm with utter embarrassment. Everyone in the room looked at Midoria in silence for a second, leaving the boy confused by what they were thinking. But Midoria had that made clear when everyone in the room, barring the teacher and Bakugo, burst out in complete and hysterical laughter. Every student in the class knew Midoria as the only one without a quirk. To everyone in the class and quite frankly the world, it was quirks that made people special. It made them recognized, it made them popular, and most importantly, it made them heroes. To them, the idea that a quirkless kid with nothing special and an idiotically optimistic attitude was just the pinnacle of humor. That can't be right. Does Midoria have a screw loose or something? My God, he can't even apply to UA High without a quirk. Midoria tried his best to defend himself. No, they got rid of that rule. If I tried out for the exam, I could become the first quirkless student to pass. This statement caused the blood in Bakugo's body to boil, and in an anger-driven moment, he slammed his hand down on Midoriya's desk. The boy landed on his butt and looked up with utter fear while Bakugo stared him down with enraged eyes. Now let me try and put this through your head, Deku. That was the derogatory name Bakugo had given Midoriya ever since they were kids. Even among these weaklings, you're in an entirely different and more pathetic level. Do you really delude yourself into thinking you would accept a quirkless nobody like you when they have a powerful hero like me ready to join them? Midoriya backed up to the wall in a hurried panic and held a hand up to try and defuse the situation. Wait, you're getting things mixed up, Bakugo. I don't want to try and compete with you or take away your spot at UA. All I want is to become a pro hero. It's what I've wanted ever since I was a kid. Oh, come on. Bakugo began to form smoke from his hands, and his eyes began daggers. When it comes down to it, you'd never be able to keep up with pro heroes. Hell, I'm positive that even the entrance exam would be a death sentence. This comment elicited a few chuckles from the students in the class. This school doesn't need to have its reputation get any worse with you trying and failing the entrance exams. Izuku Midoriya couldn't help but look down in disappointment and embarrassment as everyone in the class mocked his dream. He knew he didn't have any powers, but it didn't mean that it was impossible to get into UA High. In his heart, Midoriya still felt there was a good chance for him to become a hero, to become the savior of the public and to defend them from the worst of villains with a confident smile. And he would never let anyone trample that dream. Shigeo Kageyama was practically living a pro-hero's best and worst nightmare, fighting the boss of an organization of superpowered humans while everyone cheered him on and the fate of the city rested in his hands. It was the classic telling of good and evil. Shigeo Kageyama, the hero who was blessed with psychic powers and a pure heart, was fighting for his life against the villain Toichiro Suzuki, an evil man who wanted the world in the palm of his hands. To many people, such a despicable monster had to be defeated without mercy because it was the only option. It was a hero's duty. But Shigeo Kageyama didn't see it this way. Quite frankly, he never once viewed himself as a hero or really factored in whether or not what he was doing was in the name of justice. To him, all that mattered was protecting the people he loved, and what made him even more pure was that he actually wanted to try and change the villains he was fighting. In his heart, he felt that all these espers and enemies he fought were simply misguided souls, and all Shigeo wanted to do was guide them on the right path. This was why he cried actual tears for his opponent. In the intensity of battle, as the immense psychic powers were used to lift dozens of buildings into the sky, his emotions toiled and churned, and the grief of fighting to mortally hurt this man was too much. He still tried to get through to him, to make him see the error of his ways and why his path of world domination was wrong. This was who Shigeo was, and it was why he cried when he tried to crush Suzuki with more than 100 buildings all crammed into a giant sphere. But the terrible truth was that it still wasn't enough. The darkness covering Suzuki's heart and the lack of true understanding of the emotions of others prevented Shigeo's actions from having the impact they would usually have. So as Suzuki rushed mob, the darker impulses beginning to run him as the battle extended, the young Esper was at a loss for what to do. Now using 80% of his power, Toichiro's veins bulged, the crimson aura around him growing larger and more malevolent, and with this rage now fueling him, he grabbed Shigeo's ankle and tossed him to the ground at amazing speeds, sending him crashing through the sphere of buildings. As Mob laid on the ground, a feeling of hopelessness creeping into his heart, he did nothing as the giant sphere of buildings came crashing down onto him, creating a huge cloud of dust. In the sky, Suzuki was trying to get a handle on the amount of power he was exuding. Never before had he unleashed even 40% of his power, and now he was releasing twice that amount. This power was coursing through, emanating from his eyes as streams of red energy and acting like a monstrous river that was unleashing his darkest side. These were the emotions of a true villain. I've never felt like this before. It's my first time ever using 80%. Suzuki had been pushing his psychic powers more than ever before. The overwhelming energy, the rush of the battle, the basic instinct to survive and overpower his enemy, it was distorting his brain, making it more twisted, battle-hungry, and barbaric than even he thought possible. It was why even as the child laid motionless on the ground, he could not simply wait for him to recover. His primal urge for combat and blood were too great. What's the matter? Weren't you just giving me some big moral lecture? The psychic lifted his opponent into the air. Then, from the palm of his hand, he released an explosion. Even a single explosion had deadly power, creating a blast more than a dozen meters in diameter. However, Suzuki wasn't going for something so small. The malicious Esper proceeded to release dozens upon dozens of blasts, maintaining a continuous barrage of immense explosions that enveloped the entire area they were fighting, expanding more than 2,000 meters in diameter and several hundred meters in height. All of the nearby buildings were obliterated, bits of stone and glass flying in all directions. Aren't you going to give another sermon? What else do you have to say? What can you possibly teach me now? The psychic decided to follow up with some more basic but still devastating psychic powers. He reached both of his palms outwards, and a miniaturized blizzard blew out, sweeping through more than a third of the city and freezing everything in its path. Then, a small orange ball of fire flickered to life in between his hands. At first, it looked gentle and harmless, like the flame of a candle on a dark and lonely night. But the ball of fire began to churn. The psychic energy being channeled into it caused it to bulge, spewing out flares and scorching the nearby concrete. Even more frightening was how the soft, gentle orange changed into a deep blue. Miyagawa, a scar and an experienced wielder of pyrokinesis, couldn't hope to increase the heat of his flames to such high temperatures. Suzuki cackled with glee and unleashed the firestorm onto his enemy. The ice melted away in an instant, along with the concrete and other debris, leaving nothing but smoldering lava and the smell of burnt rock. To finish the combo attack off, Suzuki raised both of his hands up and moved them down, unleashing massive gusts of wind that blew throughout the city, putting the fires out and sending the young Esper flying through the air like a rag doll. Watching from afar, the spectators were at a loss for what they were seeing. The raw power Toichiro Suzuki was displaying was unlike anything they had ever seen before. So many powers, such devastation they could bring, it only showed them how wide the gap was between them and him. With this kind of strength, they weren't sure who would emerge the victor. For Arataka Reigen, his thoughts were only on ensuring Shigeo's safety. Come on. If you feel you can't win, then it's okay for you to run away. Defeating this guy isn't your responsibility. The unbelievable display of psychic powers could not persuade the teenage Esper to retaliate or even get up to his feet, so he continued to lay on the ground. Get up! The leader of Claw used his telekinesis to lift the motionless mob up to the sky again. This battle is not over, not even close. Simply surrendering and acting like a punching bag isn't going to cut it. Letting his rage and lust for battle consume him, Toichiro grabbed Shigeo's jacket and screamed, "Stand up and fight." "No, I'm done." Suzuki let out a faint gasp. What did he say? Was Mob actually surrendering? It appeared he was. Unlike the traditional hero, Shigeo Kageyama simply didn't have the drive to keep on fighting, to stand up against true villainy. It just wasn't in his nature. It pains me to say it, but I'm just not strong enough. I don't have what it takes to show you a better path to follow in life. Sorry. Alas, the dark impulses running Suzuki would not allow this to stand. He yelled and formed a whip of psychic energy, lashing the young boy multiple times, drawing blood and destroying his outfit. You're the one who's awakened these dark and destructive impulses. It's your responsibility to deal with what you've brought. Shigeo tried to form a barrier to block the attacks, yet it proved to be futile. I won't allow you to run off and hide in your shell now. Suzuki formed a red stream of energy which effortlessly tore through Shigeo's barrier and sent him flying to the ground. The leader of Claw followed up by extending his palm downward, using his telekinesis to create a giant imprint of his hand in the ground. Then, a very unexpected thing happened. Suzuki's hand twisted. The adult Esper convulsed when he felt this new, malevolent energy. Turned out, something inside Mob had snapped. After witnessing the destructiveness and hatred Toichiro Suzuki was displaying, how little his words were having on him, and what more he could do if left unchecked, the young Esper realized that he was fighting someone that couldn't be changed by him. However, Suzuki was someone that could be stopped by him. It wasn't so he could be the hero, it wasn't so he could claim victory, it was simply to stop all this destruction. And another thing was certain, at that moment, Mob did not feel like a hero. 100% resignation. I give up. The Esper's pupils were now maroon red, and all sense of light or compassion within them was snuffed out. Now, cold-blooded ruthlessness was fueling his powers. I was desperately hoping that I could change you, make you turn over a new leaf to become a better person, but that hope is gone. While he was speaking, Suzuki's entire arm was now twisting like one would twist a wet rag, and quickly followed the rest of his body, which was turning in places the human body was never meant to turn. It appears, said Suzuki while groaning in agony, that we're both influencing each other quite a bit. You're right, but despite my best efforts, I failed at being a positive influence on you. So with this, we both lose. Now Toichiro's body and limb location was barely recognizable as human. No one could possibly continue after being so terribly disfigured like this. Or so Mob thought. As a last resort to survive and reign victorious, Toichiro unleashed the maximum extent of the power he stockpiled for 20 years. 100%. Wait! The red murder in Mob's eyes faded when he saw the bright light beaming from Suzuki's body. That light was psychic energy, which formed into multiple balls of energy that shot out in multiple directions. One of these balls sent Mob flying, and the sheer energy channeled into this attack was more than the young Esper could handle. The force of the attack caused the left side of his shirt to be ripped apart, leaving his left shoulder and arm exposed and vaporizing a small bag of seeds in his shirt pocket. This is the end for me. The looming fate of death was close to consuming him, and the Esper was ready to accept this inevitable fate. Mob, no. Shigeo drew a sharp breath. It was his master calling out to him, yelling out in fear for his life. That's right. They were all waiting for him to win, to come back to them so they could go home, enjoy their time with him. Everyone he cared about, everyone he loved and who'd done their best to support him, made a difference in his life, made him smile. It was thanks to them he was who he was. All of those people were counting on him to keep on living. And he couldn't just leave them behind and accept death like this. So instead of accepting his death and leaving everyone he knew behind, he dug his feet into the ground, clasped his hands around the ball of energy, and prepared to finish this fight. No, I can handle this. It doesn't come close to the fear of losing everything I have. Shigeo gathered the strength to crush the ball in his hands, splitting it into hundreds of tiny pieces of psychic energy. A sensation he had felt only once before was now returning to him. It was during his battle with Keiji Mogami in the mental mindscape to save a girl, when he came to realize what he could with these powers, the good that could be done by saving people. When he entered this state for the first time, he felt all sense of fear and panic leave his soul, and the only thing that was on his mind, even when staring in the face of the most powerful opponent he ever met and his army of malevolent spirits, was fighting to save the life of a young girl. He didn't realize it, but it was in this state that he was at his strongest. That determination to save life, to stand up against the evil threatening innocence, it was the strongest fuel for his powers he ever imagined. When he was in this state, it was only then that he became a hero of justice. Body, mind and soul. So as he fell down into an underground reservoir and began sinking into the water, he dug deep, drew upon the willpower to stand up and fight against evil, and began to power up for the fight of his life. 100% courage. Izuku Midoriya was still having his own conflict. After class ended, he was only further tormented by Bakugo and his lowly accomplices. The blonde-haired bully took the notebook Izuku was writing in, where he kept all his notes about being a hero, and did a truly despicable thing. After burning the outside, he threw it out the window, to the horror of Midoriya. Then, for the creme de la creme, he actually suggested to Midoriya that he commit suicide in hopes of getting a quirk in a new life. Izuku wanted to stop it. He wanted the confidence and the will to stand up against his oppressor and tell him he would not tolerate being treated like scum. But fear and hopelessness still stirred in his heart, knowing the undeniable gap in power between himself and Bakugo, and that any attempt of combat would result in broken bones and damaged organs. With his hands firmly gripping the straps of his backpack, Midoriya walked outside with a scowl on his face. "What kind of BS would tell someone to kill themselves?" mumbled Midoriya, "and what if I actually went through with it? Would he just laugh and say it was for the best?" The student's eyes caught some fish trying to chew on his burnt book. "Would you look at that? My dreams are now fish food." The boy picked up the book and looked at it with a growing sense of frustration. The hopelessness of his dreams coupled with the anger towards Bakugo didn't make a good mix, and all it did was make Midoriya's soul turn bleaker and bleaker. JRK. Standing on all fours like a beast was Toichiro Suzuki, looking for his enemy. The effects of all that psychic energy stored in his body were quite dramatic. His muscles had increased to drastic size, tearing off most of his clothes. His skin was pale gray, but most dramatic was with literal fire engulfing his head and some of his body, making him appear like a monster of death. When Suzuki noticed Mob within the water, he leapt down and prepared a punch, but this time, Shigeo was more ready than ever. The water began to swirl around the young Esper like a vortex, and in the center of that vortex, a newly empowered Shigeo Kageyama stood. In this state, his eyes sparkled red with passion instead of hatred, and his hair stood up with anticipation. This was the ultimate climax of the battle, the moment when the lines between good and evil were decided, and when the hero and the villain became their true selves. The phenomenal Esper released his aura, his bravery and shining spirit giving him renewed passion. Body improvement. Fight on. Shigeo craned his arm back and swung his fist, colliding with Toichiro's fist and creating unbelievable force, though the teenage Esper felt a quick jolt of pain. All of the water in the reservoir was dissipated throughout the chamber, destroying some of the pillars in the process, and the two Espers were sent flying back. But as Shigeo attempted to get his footing, Suzuki appeared from above him and slammed him through a pillar. While the young Esper was flying, he sent a pillar at Suzuki to stop him, but the villain's intense psychic energy and heat allowed him to easily make his way through the pillar. Shigeo noticed his enemy rapidly approaching, and prepared another punch, which clashed yet again with Suzuki's punch and created powerful shockwaves that reverberated throughout the chamber and destroyed even more pillars. This time, however, the Esper could not keep up with his opponent's superior power, and he howled in pain when he felt his arm muscles contract and blood draw from his upper arm. Suzuki slammed him with a right downward punch, causing the teenage Esper to cough up blood and be momentarily disoriented as he crashed into the ground and created a very large crater. The leader of Claw leapt down to land another punch, when suddenly his left arm bulged to massive size, releasing bright white energy. Then all of his muscles began to increase to ridiculous sizes. It was the strain of the overwhelming energy. Suzuki had unleashed too much of his energy at once to sustain this new form, and he could no longer maintain it. Mob noticed this and realized the golden opportunity. I can end it right here. The Esper unleashed a wave of energy which blew away all of the light and fire, revealing an extremely charred, frail body. But what Mob didn't realize was that inside this seemingly broken body lied energy with cataclysmic potential. Several beams of white energy burst out of his body, and the black skin now had lines of white being etched into him. Mob could feel the immeasurable energy slowly being released from Suzuki's body, and knew that this could only mean trouble. If all this energy comes out at once, it'll. The realization caused his stomach to twist in knots and send his brain into panic mode. It's gonna explode. The first thought that crossed his mind was alerting everyone else of what was about to come. Everyone, get out of here now. The Esper sprinted out to the spectators, all of them relieved to see that Shigeo was still alive. However, the first thing that caught Reigen's attention was the blood streaming down his disciple's arm. You all have to leave right now. This entire place is going to be leveled. But Mob, my God, what did he do to you? Exclaimed Reigen. You're bleeding like crazy. Never mind that, replied Mob. Suzuki ended up releasing too much energy at once and lost control. With so much psychic energy left unchecked, it's just gonna keep growing and churning until it explodes. It's a ticking time bomb. Hanazawa realized the gravity of the situation and knew they didn't have any time to waste. If what you're saying is true, then it looks like we don't have any choice but to run. Everyone, come on. All of the spectators took the hint and began running without looking back. They all felt that there was nothing left to do, no way to stop the impending annihilation of the city. But there was one soul who did not want to think like that, one soul who couldn't help but feel sadness, knowing Suzuki would be left alone in his final moments. As Toichiro Suzuki laid with his knees bent in front of him and his hands resting on his thighs, his body glowing white and small cackles of black electricity shooting out of him, he could sense the presence of his foe and knew what was going to come next. You're making the right move. It's the one that has to be made, to end my life, severing the source of the energy before the explosion happens and saving the city. But Suzuki didn't know Shigeo well enough. Instead of making the simplest choice of ending his life, the young Esper put up a barrier around both of them. What is this? What are you doing? Said Suzuki. Containing the explosion, replied Shigeo. Now that the two of them were alone and the battle was over, the adult Esper lamented his failures and the failures of Mob. So despite your best efforts, you haven't only failed at defeating me, but you couldn't save your friends, your family, or even yourself. How tragic. With the unbelievable power you have, this situation should have been handled much better. I may have psychic powers, but they can't solve all of my problems. But you know what? They don't have to. This statement caused Suzuki to let out a hum of confusion, and his confusion was only heightened when he saw the smile on the teenage Esper's face. What purpose would he have to smile like this despite knowing both of them were now very close to their deaths? Because even without my powers, I still have a choice, and I control my own destiny. I get to be the protagonist, it's my life. The adult Esper could tell that the teenage Esper's words were honest. His smile was real, a genuine demonstration of personal affection towards him, though Mob's words were only surprising him even more. After seeing the lengths he went to try and end him before, why would he be attempting to show Suzuki support? That's the reason I came here to be by your side. Because no matter how much I dislike you, how disappointed I may be in what you've done, I can't just leave you here to suffer on your own. That would be too sad. And that's why. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for you. 100% kindness. At long last, the rays of light began to break through the veil of darkness covering Toichiro's heart. With this feeling of empathy and compassion Shigeo was showing him, It reminded him of a feeling someone very close to him once shared. The only person Toichiro Suzuki ever felt true affection for, his wife. Memories of their time together came flooding back to Suzuki. She had tried to show him how love and gentleness were key to treating others. But Suzuki stubbornly refused to listen, convinced of the undeniable truth that power was the way to win the hearts of people, as well as the necessity of ruthlessness and violence. He did not take the words of his wife to heart, and then she walked out of his life. When she left his life, a part of him left with her, though all these years he was too proud to acknowledge that. I thought I could reunite with her once I conquered the world. Suzuki didn't realize he'd said this out loud until he saw Mob's eyebrows furrow upward. Even then, the adult Esper didn't stop, speaking with the same honesty Mob had used all this time. It turns out my way was wrong. Suzuki's eyes were downcast, and he hunched his shoulders in shame. Now, I don't even have the chance to apologize. So these were his emotions, the soft side of him hidden deep away in his heart covered with darkness and selfishness. He felt actual regret. He actually cared about someone and wished to reunite with them. Is that right? Now that Mob could see what his enemy was really thinking, it only heightened his resolve not to let him die. At least let me end it myself. Suzuki wanted to at least go out with some shred of dignity and respect, curling his hand into a fist to stab himself in the chest. Then I'll give you that chance. This can't be your end. The young Esper grasped Suzuki's hand to stop his suicide attempt, and as soon as he did, his entire body felt like it was lit on fire. The young boy was screaming in pain, the white energy that enveloped Suzuki now shifting to Shigeo's body and causing his eyes to turn white as well. If I can absorb this, yelled Shigeo, I can save you. No, it won't work. You'll die if dash. The boy's screams became louder, and the energy only increased. While he was absorbing Toichiro's energy, he managed to get faint glimpses of his memories, and could see it was his wife, someone he loved, who he wanted. You said you wanted to apologize to your wife, right? Then find her. Say it loud and clear. Shigeo didn't know whether or not this would work, or whether or not he would die absorbing this energy, but it didn't matter to him. Right now, the only person on his mind was Tsubomi. You have to. The same goes for me. I need to tell someone how I feel about them too. What Shigeo failed to realize was that his confession would have to wait a while. As the energy stored inside of Suzuki combined with Shigeo's psychic power, which was elevated to 100%, something insane was happening. As the two powerful energy sources clashed and combined within Mob's body, the insurmountable energy created a rift which broke through the very fabric of space and time. Shigeo nor Toichiro could have ever imagined that their psychic powers would be strong enough to tear through reality. The white energy around Shigeo began to change into multiple colors, forming many different textures around him. Then, the young Esper screamed, and with a brilliant final flash of light, Shigeo Kageyama was sent through the time-space rift and into another dimension. And little did this dimension know the kind of power and change that was coming its way. Come back here, you crook. In a city that had just dealt with some bothersome villains, a sludge-like monster was sprinting through the city. This monster was merely a criminal with a quirk that allowed his body to turn into sludge, which gave him several useful features and allowed him to carry the money he stole in the folds of his sludge body. Ha! Too late now, suckers. I've got your cash and there's nothing you can do about it. As this villain continued sprinting through the city, the bystanders watching this were shocked by how no resistance was being mounted to stop this villain. Hey, how come there aren't any heroes stopping this guy? Doesn't make sense. I guess it's because of all the drama that unfolded with that villain from this morning. Guess he's just gonna get away. A group of 3 civilians were conversing among themselves. Behind them, an ordinary man with a very frail figure, a white t-shirt and baggy green pants had just finished purchasing some groceries. But this ordinary man had an absolutely astounding secret. If these 3 men had decided to turn around, they would have discovered the man behind them beginning to bulk up his entire body, managing to gain a few feet in height. No, he will not, the man said, overhearing the conversation the 3 citizens were having. They turned around and gasped. Standing before them, the number 1 hero, All Might, was ready to get into action. Do you know why? The sludge villain turned his head when he heard the sound of someone rapidly approaching him, and he felt he was about to faint. Because I am here. Walking home alone, Izuku Midoriya reminisced on the day when he learned he didn't have a quirk, the day when his mother didn't tell him the words he needed to hear. Why couldn't you understand that? Said Midoriya. Was it so hard? But the quirkless boy would still not let the lack of faith from others and the seemingly large obstacles in his way stop him from achieving his dream. I can't let Bakugo get to me. Whether he cares or not, my dream of becoming a hero is a part of me, and I can't just let that part of me be silent. So to hell with what he says. I'll be a hero, whether he or anyone else thinks I can't. And I'll do it with a smile, just like All Might. Out of the blue, Izuku was rocked by a sudden loud burst. In a field of grass to his right, the young boy saw some sort of sphere of energy appear out of nowhere. Whoa, what is that? This sphere of energy was emanating all sorts of colors and shooting out some sort of lightning. The power of this thing was enough to knock Midoriya off of his feet and create strong gusts of wind. But wait, Midoriya squinted and noticed a humanoid form in the center of this sphere. He clutched his heart and squealed. A villain! Some sort of villain is here. The young boy quickly got up to his feet and prepared to sprint. I have to run and call for help or else I'll be dash. Midoriya stopped his sprint when the sphere of energy began to quickly run out of energy. Once this happened, the young student was able to get a better look at exactly who it was inside that sphere of energy and whether or not it was a villain he recognized. Well, his guesses were proven very wrong. Not only was it not a villain inside of that sphere, it wasn't even an adult. Looked like a kid. That's a kid? He looks like he's my age. Once the light completely faded around this unknown child, he could clearly see the school uniform he wore, as well as the tears on that uniform and the blood running down his arm. For a moment, this unknown person just stood perfectly still with his eyes looking aimlessly into the sky. Then, he fell to his knees and passed out cold on the ground. Izuku Midoriya was unsure what to think of this. He cautiously walked toward the stranger, making sure to be alert and to be prepared for any surprises. When he finally stood over this young man's body, he very slowly reached for his arm and turned him so his face was looking up. Who are you? Who are you? The young student couldn't fit the pieces together. And where did he come from? Midoriya had a general view of the area, and he didn't see any other student nearby. He didn't recognize the student from his school. More importantly, why was he injured? The blood on his arm seemed to be rather new, which meant he must have been in some sort of trouble or fight. But then what caused this? There were so many questions that Midoriya didn't have a single answer to. Midoriya was so focused on trying to figure out where this teenager came from, he was completely oblivious to the giant mass of sludge oozing out of a nearby drain. After being chased by All Might, he immediately knew that trying to fight him was suicide, so he decided to take advantage of his sludge quirk and retreated through the sewer. Thanks to his body mixing well with the sewage and the darkness of the tunnels, he was able to escape All Might's grasp for the time being. But knowing his speed and senses, he knew he'd eventually be caught. On top of that, he'd need some sort of disguise now that his appearance would be publicly known. As he reformed his body, he noticed a young boy standing out in the open, next to another unconscious body. What the hell was this? He took note of the unconscious boy's torn clothes and bleeding on his arm. Was he beaten up by that kid? The sludge monster gave a wicked smile. If that was the case, then the kid who knocked him unconscious must have a pretty strong quirk. And if it turned out he was a weakling, then he would just take over the body of the unconscious kid to see if he was stronger or not. You're mine now, brat. Izuku Midoriya lifted his head up and could only cower in fear as this mass of sludge attacked him and threw him to the ground. Midoriya gagged when he felt the disgusting sludge enter into his mouth and try to cram itself down his throat. Once I fully enter your body, I'll be able to control you and use whatever quirk you used to beat that kid down. Don't worry. Only 45 more seconds and it'll be over. Izuku Midoriya felt an overwhelming sense of terror and sadness overtaking him, tears welling in his eyes both from his emotions and from the pain of the sludge entering his body. He began to act on survival instincts and flailed his limbs around, grasping the sludge with his hands, but it was pointless. It was like trying to grab water. As the seconds passed by, his strength was being sapped, his consciousness slipping away from him. If only Shigeo was awake, if Izuku had managed to shake him and get his attention, the Esper might have been able to muster up enough strength to contain or dissipate this sludge villain, but now, it looked as though young Midoriya was nearing his end. His journey to become a hero was already over before it began. "Come on, please," thought Midoriya, looking to the unconscious teenager for assistance. "Wake up. I need you. Someone please." The tears now streamed down the young student's face, and his soul was in torment as he tried to resist his approaching death. Death was farther than he thought. Rising up from the sewer, the #1 hero, All Might, had finally found the sludge monster. The villain turned around and widened his eyes with total fear. Despite chasing this monster, the bag of groceries were still in the hero's hand, but that didn't make All Might any less of a threat. "Do not worry, citizen. I am here." The sludge villain whipped his tendril, but All Might easily dodged the blow and quickly advanced toward the monster. He desperately attacked All Might with another tendril, but it was too late. Bending his knees down and craning his arm back, the symbol of peace prepared one of his special moves to take care of this villain. Texas Smash. All Might's amazing power allowed his punch to create giant gusts of wind that split the sludge villain into several pieces, freeing Izuku from his grip. "Impossible," said the villain. "His punch can create wind pressure this powerful?" Unfortunately for him, he didn't have the strength to regroup his body despite it being homogeneous, rendering him weakened and unconscious. Even though he had split the foe into several pieces, he knew this wasn't the time to celebrate. "I have to act quickly." All Might knew that he had to gather up this villain's remains and trap him before he could muster up enough strength to fight again. But what would he use to contain them? "I know." The hero grabbed a bottle of soda out of his bag. He grunted in mild annoyance and unscrewed the cap so he could dump all the liquid out onto the grass. Then, using his immense speed and strength, All Might briskly ran up to all the pieces of sludge and scooped all the sludge into the bottle. Although he was forced to cram the last pieces of sludge into the bottle, he nevertheless managed to get the foe contained in about 3 minutes. Now that he had the villain contained, his attention was now on helping the young boy that the sludge villain had trapped. But wait. Lying unconscious a few feet beside him, another young boy had his shirt torn and his arm bleeding profusely. The hero felt a feeling of dread fill him, and he slapped his hand onto his eye. "Look at what that sludge villain did to this child," murmured All Might. "How could I have been so careless? To think that this villain could have dealt so much damage within such a short period of time. It couldn't have been less than a minute since he lost the homogeneous foe." The symbol of peace grimaced, a rarity to see for the hero whose trademark smile was recognized by everyone. He had to check if they were alive. The first one he went to was the child with more grievous injuries. He rushed up to him and began to tap him on the cheek multiple times. It took about 20 slaps before the young teenager's eyes began to flutter open. The Esper's vision cleared, and who would have imagined that the first person he would see in this world full of new heroes would be the #1 hero himself. "Thank goodness," exclaimed All Might. "I'm so sorry that you got injured like that. Usually I'm more cautious in my work, but I got sloppy." "Huh. Hold on just a moment while I wake up your friend." Friend? Shigeo turned to his right and saw an unconscious teenager lying in the grass next to him. The Esper rubbed his eyes and tried to come back to his senses while All Might went to Midoriya's side and tried to bring him back to consciousness. Once Izuku woke up, his reaction to seeing All Might was expectedly more dramatic. He felt his heart come to a stop, and he immediately slid back across the grass in shock. "Hey. What is this?" said Shigeo. "Who are you?" Izuku's shock of amazement was redirected when he heard this absolutely ludicrous question, and the young student was momentarily gasping for air. Even All Might couldn't help but be surprised at the idea that someone didn't know who he was. "You're joking, right?" said Midoriya. "You can't be serious. This is All Might." The student dramatically shot his hands out towards All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, the most amazing hero of all time. You would have to live under a rock to not know who he is. Now hold on, said All Might. While I appreciate your praise, try to curb your enthusiasm. The number one hero grabbed both bottles with the sludge villain trapped inside. After all, this young child was obviously beaten badly by the sludge villain. Sludge villain? No. Midoriya calmed himself down and set aside his overwhelming geeky attitude to get some of the facts straight and have some important questions answered. Actually, the sludge villain didn't do that to him. He appeared out of nowhere in some sort of bright light, and when I saw him, he was already injured. What? Exclaimed All Might. Appeared out of nowhere? Already injured? If the sludge monster didn't injure him, then exactly what did? Mob didn't understand what they were talking about. What is anyone doing here? Said Mob. The city was evacuated. All Might and Midoriya looked at each other. And back at Mob with confused stares, only creating more confusion and frustration within Mob. 30%. Because of the Esper attack. I was just in the middle of this huge fight that destroyed the dash. The young Esper looked around him and saw that everything around him was perfectly fine and undamaged. No trace of the destruction that had occurred during his fight with Toichiro. More perplexing was the fact that it was daytime, but last Mob recalled, it was evening when he confronted the boss of Claw, and several storm clouds covered the sky. What did this mean? 58%. Mob's voice rose, and his face began to twist with frustration. This is Seasoning City, right? All Might and Midoriya's faces became more sullen and serious, and both of them slowly shook their heads. I've never heard of Seasoning City before, said Midoriya, and I haven't seen anything on the news about any kind of attack or evacuation. Shigeo felt a sudden coldness hit his core. The young Esper couldn't process this. What was happening? How could he have been transported to this new place, and how come it was the middle of the day? How could no one have heard about the evacuation of Seasoning City or what was happening to the city on the news? This should have been a big deal. But something else was off. When he absorbed Suzuki's explosive amount of energy, he felt something change inside of him. It was as if the psychic energy overflowing within him caused some sort of reaction within him. He couldn't explain it, but something happened when he absorbed that energy. But what could have happened that brought him to this seemingly new place? Overwrought with confusion and a growing sense of fear, he grabbed both of his hands to his face and bent his back forward while silently mumbling to himself. No, 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 no. The hero did not like what he was seeing. This child seemed to be in great distress. Try to calm down. All Might approached Mob slowly and bent his knees down to try and get on his level and appear as non-threatening as possible. Let's work our way through this. I'm sure your family and friends are around here somewhere. Master, Ritsu, Hanaza, Dimple, everyone else, said Shigeo. They were all here with me less than a minute ago. What's happening? None of this makes any sense. 92%. Neither All Might nor Midoriya understood what was about to happen. Although his powers were pushed to the limit when he absorbed Toichiro's energy and traveled through the dimensional rift, his emotions were beginning to run wild. The confusion of where he was and how he managed to get transported to this entirely new place, and more importantly, the fear of possibly having lost everything he ever knew, was pushing his psychic powers beyond their limits. Midoriya saw several pieces of rock and earth begin to rise up out of the ground. A chill of fear ran down his spine when he saw a bright aura begin to manifest itself around Shigeo. Likewise, All Might's face began to show signs of uneasiness, and a single sweat drop fell down the side of his face. Young child 100% confusion. Overwhelmed by all of these new revelations and the possibility that he lost his friends and family, the young boy had no control of his psychic powers. Acting on pure impulse and practicing no restraint, the young Esper unleashed his phenomenal psychic powers. Several large pieces of rock now floated up in the air. Nearby, some of smaller buildings began to break off from their foundations and floated several meters into the air. Then, Shigeo's aura burst out like a bomb as he screamed with primal fear, confusion, and frustration. Midoriya gasped, and could do nothing but scream in horror as he was sent flying through the air and into the city. All Might was also pushed back by this sudden burst of psychic energy, although thanks to his superior strength, He was able to dig his feet into the ground and prevent himself from flying off. However, he saw Midoriya soaring helplessly, and he immediately reacted. He jumped up as fast as he could, his resounding speed and reflexes allowing him to reach the young student just before he slammed into a building. All Might grabbed Midoriya in the nick of time and covered his entire body as the hero was slammed through not one, but two entire buildings, creating about a dozen holes as All Might crashed through a dozen walls. Although the speed and force of his collisions were quite potent, the number one hero was practically unfazed. "Young man, are you all right?" said All Might. He looked down, and was relieved to see that the student had taken no damage. Midoriya's eyes met his hero's stern gaze, and in a state of shock, could only lightly nod in confirmation. "Thank goodness." The number one hero held Midoriya in his arms, and to the teenager's surprise, sprinted down the holes that he had just made and jumped down to the ground. Once he made it to the ground, he gently put Midoriya down and took a fighting stance to fight the psychic teenager. Whoever this person was, All Might needed to take care of him right now before he could do any more damage or threaten any more lives. "Get out of here now," shouted All Might. "I'll handle this." All Might. The young student directed All Might's attention to Shigeo, and the hero gasped. Tears were streaming down the boy's face. The Esper's shouts were howls of pain, and it was horrifying enough that even All Might felt his chest constrict. The hero had seen enough helpless victims and people in despair to recognize one. This was not the face of a villain who wanted to wreak destruction. It was of a boy who was lost and horrified by what was happening. Fortunately for All Might and Midoriya, this sudden power-up was only a momentary burst. Due to the strain his body had been put through by absorbing the massive psychic energy, this 100% state could no longer be maintained. After only 10 seconds, Shigeo Kageyama's aura flickered out of existence, and all of the floating buildings and other debris crashed back down onto the ground. The number one hero maintained his fighting stance, and held out his hand to Midoriya while slowly advancing forward. The symbol of peace stood above the once again unconscious body of this unknown child. "What incredible power," murmured All Might. "All Might, what's happening here?" Midoriya's curiosity made him defy All Might's order, and he was standing alongside the hero, looking down at this child with equal confusion of All Might. "I'm not sure." The number one hero was wrapping his brain around this whole situation, trying to figure out what to do about this. It was clear that something had just happened to this child, something very dramatic and dangerous that gave him the injuries he had now. What exactly happened had yet to be explained. But there was something All Might saw very clearly. This child was dangerous. Whether or not what he did just now was intentional, the kind of destruction he could bring with his powers was grievous. If he dropped him off at the police station or at the hospital to treat his minor injuries, he could potentially destroy the station and part of the city along with it. No, that wasn't an option. He would need to be monitored very closely with very high and sophisticated security, and one such place existed for the worst of villains, Tartarus. This prison was reserved for criminals whose crimes merited less mercy than a death sentence, and was also used for criminals who were too powerful to be kept in regular holding facilities. But no, the idea of him throwing a child into Tartarus was nauseating, even if his powers made him dangerous. More importantly, All Might saw the confusion in this boy's eyes, the tears flowing down this child's cheeks and the despondency in his eyes. This child was experiencing immense inner pain and conflict. With such raw emotions, it only further strengthened his opposition towards sending him to Tartarus. But still, some strong security was needed to ensure he didn't cause damage to anyone or anything. Then an idea popped in his head. He would take the young child to an isolated area with no large objects or buildings for him to damage or use as weapons. There, he would try and iron out details about who this young man was and what happened to him. He'd also get a picture of the child and have some friends in the police force scan their database to find out who he was and what he did. If he found a match, he would locate the parents and try to explain to the best of his abilities what had happened after sending the boy to the hospital. That sounded like it would work great. "Fear not, citizen." All Might grabbed Shigeo by the waist and slung him over his shoulder. "I will take this young boy to question him. Do not concern yourself." I see. With the threat subdued, All Might began to walk into the city and prepared to jump high up, but before he could do this, Midoriya raised his hand toward the hero and shouted, "Wait!" The young child couldn't help it. He understood that a teenager was injured and unconscious, and that it was selfish of him to ask him this, but Izuku knew he might never get an opportunity to see All Might ever again in person. He had to speak to him now. "All Might, before you go, there's something I have to know." The quirkless boy momentarily faltered. So much was going through his mind. The memories of everyone telling him being a hero was impossible without a quirk were racing. Is it possible for me to become a hero without a quirk? This question stopped All Might in his tracks. He could feel and hear the gravity of this question in the child's voice and understood that his answer to this question could very well make or break him. Without a quirk, you say? Speaking of breaking, All Might grimaced when he felt his body begin to collapse from the inside. The young child and almost all of the world were unaware of one of the very large secrets behind their symbol of peace. He could only maintain his muscular form for a short amount of time. All Might's time limit was already very close when he was shopping, and being slammed through 2 buildings definitely had an impact on him. Now time was up. The hero's body began to emit smoke, and he bent his back forward, desperately trying to maintain a grip on his form when he needed it the most. While All Might was being covered by smoke, Midoriya's mouth turned into a slight frown, and he looked sadly at the ground as he tried to explain himself. "I'm a quirkless kid, and all my life, people have treated me like I'm useless because I don't have a quirk. But I've never let that stop me." The young teenager managed to turn his frown upside down and reminisced on everything he loved about being a hero. "Ever since I was a kid, I thought that being a hero was the best job ever. Saving lives and protecting the community with a proud smile on my face. Just like you." Izuku Midoriya looked back up, and what he saw was the last thing in the world he was expecting. Standing where All Might was just a second ago stood a thin, frail man with sunken cheeks trying to sling the child around both of his shoulders for more support. The young child's body felt stiff and rigid, and he staggered back in shock. "Who are you?" What the number 1 hero failed to realize was that when he jumped to save Midoriya, he failed to properly secure the bottle that contained the sludge villain, so when he jumped up at such high speeds, coupled with his baggy pants, the bottle went soaring through the air and into a darkened alley. Within the bottle, the sludge villain's eyes fluttered open, and he was surprised to find himself in an alley all alone. How did I get here? The recollection of his defeat at the hands of All Might came back to him, and his brain fumed. That son of a beach. If it weren't for All Might, I would have gotten the money and be out of town by now. Man, those were some serious insults you dished out at Midoriya today. As luck would have it, Bakugo and 2 of his lackeys were walking down the alley. "Weren't you and Midoriya buddies when you were younger?" "Yeah, you usually aren't that harsh with the quirkless loser." Bakugo stared down at the ground and kicked the unassuming bottle of green sludge out to a lamppost, loosening the bottle cap. He had it coming. The blonde-haired student couldn't believe that even after all these years of being quirkless, that worthless little Deku still couldn't understand his place in society. His anger flared up, and he created an explosion in his hand. That little nobody needed to learn his place the hard way. The way he talks hero makes my blood boil. As Bakugo made his impassioned speech about Deku, his lackeys picked up on something repulsive and approaching them. "Whoa, Bakugo, what the hell is that?" "Huh." The explosive teenager turned around, and was greeted with some sort of giant mass of sludge forming. "Just my luck," said the sludge villain. "Your quirk is gonna give me quite the explosive power I need." Izuku Midoriya was trying to come up with some sort of explanation for what he was seeing in front of him. "You can't be All Might. You're a fake, an imposter." This accusation irritated All Might, and he frowned at Midoriya. "I assure you, I am All M-." The hero's voice was cut off by his mouth gargling up blood which dripped off of his lips. Midoriya screamed in disbelief. "Gah!" All Might gave an analogy to try and explain what Izuku was seeing. "You know how guys at the swimming pool flex their muscles and SCK their guts? That's me when I'm doing hero work." The quirkless boy's scream grew louder. "No, this isn't happening. You can't really be All Might. All Might is the ultimate hero, the symbol of peace who saves everyone and protects the world from evil. The number one hero sighed, knowing a proper explanation was in order for why he was like this. What I'm about to show you is something no one in the public can know, so keep it quiet, alright? All Might raised his shirt, eliciting another sharp gasp from Izuku Midoria. On the left side of his chest was a red, disgusting scar that covered almost his entire left pectoral. This bad boy's what made me look like this. I got this in a fight 5 years ago. The attack collapsed my respiratory system and took my entire stomach. I managed to get it fixed as best as I could through a lot of surgeries, but the toll is too great. Thanks to this, I can only perform hero work about 3 hours a day. Unbelievable, muttered Midoriya. But this is the price I paid for becoming a hero. Villains exist out there who are strong, crafty, and unpredictable. Every day, heroes are forced to fight against such villains, and even then, they could get injuries as bad as the one I have. Villains like those are simply too powerful to fight against a quirk. The hero sighed and prepared to get the hardest part out of the way, so my answer to your question is no. Without a quirk, being a hero simply isn't possible. The final straw. This answer was the final straw in Midoriya's mind that eliminated the dream the quirkless boy had spent his whole life fixated around. He felt his core become cold and lifeless, and all the fire inside him had just been snuffed out. I understand, whispered Midoriya. I wish things were different, but that's the hard reality, said All Might. But that doesn't mean you should stop trying to help people. Plenty of other professions exist. Police officers, firemen, investigators all save lives and are all sturdy career paths. The symbol of peace turned back around and resumed walking, but after about 5 steps, he stopped once again and gave him his final words of wisdom. Dreams are good things to have, but just make sure they're attainable. And with that, the frail man walked down the street and made a right turn, disappearing from Midoriya's sight. Once that was out of the way, the hero turned his attention back to this unconscious child. First things first, I gotta clean that blood off your arm. All Might adjusted the Esper's position and wiped the dried blood streams off of his arm. I'll probably have to sneak around back alleys to avoid drawing any attention to myself. After all, carrying an unconscious child with blood and a torn shirt on my back would probably make someone want to call the police. Wait, the police? Oh yeah. I'll have to keep an eye on this guy before Dash. All Might reached for the bottle with the sludge villain inside but felt only an empty pocket. He widened his eyes and checked his other pocket. There was nothing. But how did Dash? The sound of an explosion cut off All Might's sentence. He glanced up and saw a rising cloud of smoke near where he was. Whatever that sound was, it couldn't be good. The hero grunted and clenched his fists with frustration. Damn it. Looks like you're coming along with me, kid. The number one hero decided to run to the sound of danger and risk any possible questioning about the unconscious child. If anyone asked him about it, he could lie and say the kid was his son and he was taking him home. Like All Might, Midoriya heard the sound of the explosion and saw the giant cloud of smoke. His first instinct was to rush towards the area and see what was happening, but All Might's words stopped him. Without a quirk, being a hero simply isn't possible. His spirits sank again, and he closed his eyes in somber acceptance. Things intensified quickly once Bakugo accidentally released the sludge villain from his bottle. After trying to take over his body, the young student unleashed several explosions which attracted the attention of several heroes, such as Death Arms, Backdraft, MT Lady, who couldn't help due to her large size and the narrow alley, and Kamui Woods. Although these heroes had managed to put out some of the fires and rescue Bakugo's 2 lackeys, none had the quirks necessary to take care of this sludge creature. The villain smiled with delight as Bakugo pointlessly struggled, and he tried to take over his body. With your quirk, I bet I'll be able to take All Might down with a single punch. While the other heroes could do nothing but wait for more heroes to show up with the right quirks to defeat this villain, All Might finally made it to the scene of panic and destruction. He gently laid Shigeo with his back against the wall. Thankfully, everyone was too focused with the scene going on right now to notice the unconscious child. He looked to see who was responsible for all of this chaos, and the last person he wanted to see was the sludge villain. Damn it. He must have been sent flying when I jumped to save Midoria. The hero grasped his scar and grimaced. I should have been more careful. I should have secured him in my pocket. And I have the gall to go giving that kid a lesson on how to be a hero. The grip on his scar tightened. I'm a pathetic symbol of peace. With all his hope extinguished within him, Midoria was walking the streets with watery eyes, looking at all the notes he had taken about all the heroes, hoping it would come to use one day. Well, it didn't because I'm an idiot. The student wiped his eyes, refusing to lose his composure and bawl like a baby. Don't act like this is a surprise. Deep down, you always knew this was the truth. You just kept deluding yourself with false hopes and idiotic aspirations with no way to make those aspirations a reality. It's just like All Might said, make sure your dreams are attainable. The quirkless boy picked up on the sound of explosions once again. He peered to his right and noticed several people crowded around an alley. Wait, don't tell me. The fight from earlier is still going on. Izuku folded his eyebrows up and pursed his lips into a deeper frown. Did I really just follow the sound of explosions subconsciously? Acting out of curiosity, he crossed the street and tried to get a glance at what was going on through the crowd of people. But while he was doing this, a part of him was still deriding himself for even trying, for pointlessly getting involved in things he had no business in. The young student drew a sharp breath. The sludge monster had somehow escaped and was holding someone hostage, trying to take his body like he tried to take Midoriya's. But how did he escape? All Might trapped him in that bottle. Was it Dash? The only explanation Izuku could think of was it somehow flew away when All Might jumped to protect him. The villain escaped because All Might had to save me. He slapped his hand to his mouth. If I'd just run away more quickly, if I hadn't been there, then All Might wouldn't have had to rush in and protect me. I could have done something to prevent this. I know I could have. Hey, that freak looks familiar. The people in the crowd were speaking amongst themselves. I thought I saw All Might chasing him. Wait, if All Might was chasing him, where did he go? No way All Might could lose to anyone. Can't somebody call him? What could have happened to All Might that's stopping him from helping the heroes here? All of these statements and inquiries caused the frail man clutching his scar to feel even more guilt and worthlessness. Izuku Midoriya knew all of the answers to these questions, and all of them made his stomach churn. All Might's in no condition to fight now, and none of the other heroes have the necessary powers to stop that sludge creature. I can't believe how useless I am right now. Multiple thoughts were racing through Izuku and Toshinori's minds. Here I am, watching heroes fighting to save an innocent civilian, while I'm here standing like a nobody. I can't believe things have come to this. I'm not a real hero. A real hero will come and save that person. As Izuku Midoriya had his hands clasped over, and he felt like his heart had reached his mouth, he watched in horror as the citizen squirmed. The quirkless student watched as this hostage was fighting to break free, trying desperately to break out of this freak's control. He could see it in their eyes, the sense of fear and helplessness. A spark reignited inside of Izuku Midoriya. The words of everyone in his life, even All Might, that had brought him down and convinced him of what he could not do were now meaningless. In the heat of the moment, with the fire in his heart, he no longer cared about whether he had a quirk or not. All he cared about was doing the right thing, causing his body to spring into action without hesitation. Every single pro-hero could not believe or understand what they were seeing at that moment. A frail kid rushing past them into the battlefield as fast as he could. What are you doing? Get out of there. These words fell on deaf ears. Both the sludge villain and Bakugo immediately recognized the person that was sprinting towards them. Deku? Have you lost it? Honestly, Izuku would agree. Even he wasn't sure what he was doing at that moment. What's going on? What made me leap into battle like a hero? I'm not a hero, so why can't I stop running? The sludge villain decided to finish what he started and end this pathetic child's life. Now you're gonna get roasted, little punk. The foe slashed his tentacle through the air, and for a second, Midoriya wasn't sure what he would do. What would a hero do? Then he remembered. All of the notes and observations that he had made about every hero prepared him for battle tactics, so he knew exactly how to react to this. Take this. The quirkless boy used the opening and threw his backpack at the sludge villain. One of his textbooks hit the monster in the eye and caused him to loosen his grip on Bakugo, allowing the blonde student to breathe. Kaken. Midoriya instinctively claws at the sludge of this villain, trying to make whatever progress he could and create a hole wide enough to grab Bakugo's hand and pull him out of there. Deku. Why the F are you rushing this green blob? I can't say. I guess my legs moved on their own. With all of the frustration, the confusion, and the undying willpower to stand up and fight, the young boy's eyes began to water, and he looked at the boy who had done nothing but ridicule him all his life with a shaky smile. I couldn't stand there and watch you die. The number one hero felt those words and the actions of this quirkless young boy, who had just been told he could never be a hero, go to his heart. Like Midoriya, the hero realized that he could not be a bystander and watch an innocent boy die. To hell with whatever time limit he had on his quirk. I'm not going to stand here and be a bystander. The sludge villain's fury burst out of him. I've had enough of you. Once the other heroes saw the sludge villain prepare to strike, they immediately rushed in to do whatever they could to save the child. But they were too late. Midoriya closed his eyes and held his arms up as he prepared for the blow that would kill him. But it never came. How far I've fallen. The quirkless child opened his eyes and saw All Might in his muscular form, defending him from the tentacle with his trademark style and steam coming off of him. I lectured you before about the merits of being a hero, the need for them to sacrifice regardless of the costs. But thanks to you, I understand now that I wasn't living up to my own ideals. To be a hero, one must always put their lives on the line for the greater good. The number one hero grabbed Bakugo's arm, and with blood spewing from his mouth as his body was pushed beyond its limits, he prepared to unleash another one of his special moves. Detroit Smash. With a strong downward punch, the symbol of peace punched the villain away with such force, such ferocity, that not only was all of the fire immediately extinguished and the citizens were forced to be protected by MT Lady, but the wind currents managed to create a literal tornado that spun high into the sky, parting the clouds. All Might remained motionless as the steam continued to rise from his right arm while he panted heavily from overexerting himself. The heroes and the crowd were stunned silent, all of them in awe of the unbelievable power their idol just displayed. Then, the citizens began to feel a few droplets of water touching down. Those droplets of water soon multiplied, and a steady rain was falling on everyone in the area. It's raining. How could All Might have done this? No way. Almighty. Death Arms was baffled by the power the superior hero had just displayed. He changed the weather with a single punch. All Might moved out of his punching posture and stared at everyone in the crowd with his confident smile. Once everyone saw that their number one hero was still smiling and standing victorious, they all began to follow All Might's lead and started smiling themselves. In an instant, the smiles turned into cheering and applause. Once again, All Might had won the day with his fearless smile and unfathomable power. The number one hero responded to his audience and raised his hand in victory, sending the crowd into a frenzied uproar. The hero looked down at the now unconscious Izuku Midoriya. While the crowd may have been cheering for him, they should have all been cheering for this quirkless boy. In reality, it was him who saved the day. He began his journey to becoming a hero by rushing in to help the innocent without hesitation, regardless of the dangers. All Might knew immediately that this boy would be the next successor. The next successor of One for All. Ha ha ha. The hero heartily laughed and saluted the crowd. I thank you for your support, but unfortunately I don't have time to celebrate. I have other pressing matters to attend to. All Might turned to the spectating heroes. I trust you will take care of things from this point on. Of course, All Might. It's the least we can do. Excellent. The number one hero speeded through the alley and jumped above the crowd of people. Then he quickly picked up the unconscious child with lightning-fast speed and jumped up onto the roof of a building, where he then jumped back down and sprinted down the road. The crowd waved their idol off as he continued his work as the number one hero. Now the next order of business, finding out who you are. With the sludge villain defeated and All Might back in his muscular form, which he felt he could maintain for at least another 30 minutes or so, which should have been more than enough time to try and sort things out with this young child. At last, All Might would get some proper answers. And Chapter 2 is finished. We now see how Mob unintentionally unleashed his psychic powers in a burst of confusion and inner turmoil, and look where that got him. Now, you'll see next chapter how Shigeo is going to explain himself to All Might and get himself out of this major pickle. Until Chapter 3 of 100% Hero. At last, All Might would get some proper answers. After running down the road for about 10 seconds, All Might finally made it to the beach. Once he did, he saw that the less densely populated area was to his left, where there was more vegetation and no visible buildings. The hero looked down at the boy's unconscious body. He was surprised by how knocked out this child was. Even after running at high speeds and jumping, none of this managed to snap him out of unconsciousness. You must be extremely drained. The symbol of peace resumed sprinting down the beach for a few seconds, until civilization was more than a mile away. The water sparkled as the setting sun reflected on the cool blue ocean. All Might stopped his sprint and gently placed the boy down on the brightly colored sand. The number 1 hero bent down and began to shake the boy's chest, increasing the intensity of the shaking. However, after a few seconds of this shaking, the Esper's eyes did not open, and the hero didn't want to shake his brain loose. Maybe splashing some water on his face will help. All Might dragged Shigeo to the edge of the water, cupped his hands together and splashed the Esper's face with the salty water. The teenager's eyes quickly fluttered open, and the hero took a sigh of relief. There we go. All Might backed away and allowed for the young Esper to come back to his senses, coughing up the salty water. Well, it was time to question this teenager. The hero knew that he would have to be patient, calm, and willing to listen to whatever this young child had to say. That way, he could defuse the tension and prevent another complicated situation like before form building. When Shigeo saw All Might looking over him, he recoiled and moved his head back. Please do not be alarmed. All Might held his hands out and tried to calm the child down. I brought you out here to talk with you and try to get some things sorted out. I have no intention of harming you. So please, do not attack like you did before. Shigeo Kageyama looked up at the large and muscular man and remembered talking with this man and a teenager before. Then he recalled something even more shameful. He had allowed his powers to explode, and he had sent both of them flying. Once this memory resurfaced, the grief and guilt over what he did resurfaced along with it, and his eyes shone with regret. I'm sorry, said Shigeo. I didn't mean to harm you or anyone else. I was just... Once again, the young student felt tears forming in his eyes, and All Might couldn't help but feel pity and sorrow for this child. Now, the number 1 hero bent down on his knees and grabbed both of the Esper's shoulders. Do not worry, no one was injured. I understand that you didn't do it on purpose. I won't hold that against you. Now let's take a step back. Shigeo Kageyama could see in this man's eyes that he truly held no malice or disrespect towards him, and only wanted to try and understand what was going on with Shigeo. So he wiped away the tears forming in his eyes and put on a more serious face. Where did you come from? You said something about Seasoning City. Where is that? Japan. Japan. And with that, All Might's brain began entering a meltdown. The city he came from was in Japan? But if that were true, then this student was indeed correct with his previous assertion. There should have been major news coverage if the events Mob was describing had actually happened. Even if Seasoning City did exist in Japan and All Might didn't know about it, he still should have been informed about it and gone to deal with the situation as soon as possible. But to confirm this, some more questions were in order. The next thing he needed to find out was whether or not this child was familiar with the general knowledge of this planet to see if Seasoning City was simply in a secluded area of Japan, cut off from rest of the world. Are you familiar with the concept of quirks? No. But then, what do you call those powers you displayed earlier? Those are just my psychic powers. That answer didn't really help the hero sort through any of this. All right. Clearly, All Might needed to be more specific in his questioning. In Seasoning City, do many people there possess any powers similar to yours? Not really. In Seasoning City, there are barely any people I've met who have psychic powers. About 80% of the population possessed a quirk. Even if this seasoning city was a secluded city in Japan, the idea that there would be so few people with quirks didn't make much sense. And of the people who do possess these psychic powers, are each of their abilities unique? Shigeo tapped his chin while he tried to understand what he was asking, but he gave All Might a blank stare. I don't really get it. The symbol of peace heaved and rested his chin in his hand. He didn't know how to properly explain this. From what he was hearing so far, the place where he came from seemed to possess some similarities to their world, but things still didn't fit. I mean that with all of these people who you met who have psychic powers, how much do their abilities differ? Do they all have the same range of abilities that you possess, or do they have powers that you don't have? Please try to be as detailed as possible. This information is critical in finding out where you came from and whether or not I can get you back to your friends and family. Right. Shigeo tried to remember everything he ever learned about psychic powers and all of the people and evil spirits who possessed psychic powers. A lot of the espers I've met have different abilities, although they stem from the psychic energy that all espers possess. Some espers can use their psychic powers to bulk up their bodies, others can channel their psychic energy to form whips, and a few can imbue their energy into plants to command them and make them grow rapidly. I've even met an esper who was able to control evil spirits. Hold on, All Might's first interest was that term he just used. What do you mean by evil spirit? What is that? Where I come from, there are supernatural ghosts that are called evil spirits. Usually, they're dead humans who are haunting a certain place or person. I'm able to exorcise these evil spirits with my psychic powers. I understand. Go back to what you were saying about the abilities of these espers. Oh. Anyway, there are a lot of abilities that espers have. I've learned that it's possible for me and other espers to learn new psychic abilities. Huh. Did he hear this child correctly? It was possible for these espers of Seasoning City to learn new abilities? Shigeo saw the look of shock and doubt on this man's face. It's true. One ability I picked up was the one I mentioned earlier, being able to control and manipulate plants. I'll show you. Shigeo walked up to the treeline that was about 10 meters away. He looked around and decided to do something small, knowing he couldn't try anything crazy with his psychic powers drained. All Might trailed behind him and watched patiently as the child prepared to demonstrate this power he mentioned. Shigeo decided to use a small shrub as his example. He lifted his hand, and the shrub was then shrouded in a light blue aura. All Might let out a faint gasp when he saw the shrub grow a few inches in height. Coupled with his telekinesis, that made two abilities. Except for one other person, he had never seen any quirk user who possessed more than one ability. All Might supposed it was possible, but the possibility was still very slim. I'm usually able to do more, but my powers are drained so. Shigeo's sentence began to cut off, and a sense of tiredness that had been following him ever since he first woke up in this new place grew stronger. The hero noticed the child's knee bend, and he would have fallen flat on his face if it weren't for All Might catching him. The hero looked at the child with more concern. Are you all right? What's wrong? Are your previous injuries catching up to you? Do you need to be sent to the hospital? No, it's not that, muttered Shigeo, trying to make sure that his eyes didn't shut. I don't have any bruised muscles or broken bones or anything, so a trip to the hospital isn't necessary. It's just that whenever I use my powers too much, I feel really sleepy. If that's the case, then take a minute to right yourself. Although he said this, he didn't want this child to waste too much time. After all, he did have a time limit. I'll be fine. Just let me splash some water on my face. Shigeo grabbed both of his knees and pushed himself back up to walk to the edge of the water. Once he reached the ocean, he cupped the water in his hands and splashed it on his face multiple times until he felt it had woken him up enough. That did it. Having gotten a good enough explanation of the powers people possessed in his city, All Might decided to move on to the next big question that was on his mind. How did you get such grievous injuries? Before I woke up and found you and that other kid, I was fighting the boss of this organization called Claw. Already expecting a follow-up question from the hero, Shigeo continued before he could be interrupted. They're a group of dangerous espers who wanted to take over the world. I fought them once before and thought they would be gone, but it turned out I was wrong. All Might once again rested his chin on his hand, going over what this meant. He had never heard of any sort of villain organization called Claw. Now, it was possible that this organization was recently formed, so no intelligence agency or hero had any information on them, although it still perplexed him that an organization that had the ability to threaten an entire city wasn't known to the public. And did you fight the boss and this organization by yourself? Well, I had a lot of friends and allies who joined the fight against them, though they mostly focused on dealing with the main army and some of their top espers. After taking care of those top espers, I encountered the boss, who I did fight alone. How powerful was he? He was easily the most powerful esper I've ever encountered. It turned out he had the ability to give and take psychic powers from others. All Might felt his heart stop beating. Every blood vessel in his body constricted, and a sense of dread began to hit him at his core. Shigeo's eyes widened slightly when he saw how All Might's gaped open, and his eyes were now flashing with shock and despair. The hero sounded like he was trying to say something, but his words were being caught in his throat. "Are you all right?" asked Shigeo. "What's wrong?" It took a few seconds for All Might to speak, and when he did speak, his voice was a hushed whisper. "And did you?" The hero looked like he was struggling greatly to get these next words out. "Happen to catch his name?" The hero could not believe it. He had eliminated him in their fight 5 years ago, the symbol of evil, all for one. He'd ended his reign of tyranny once and for all that day. It couldn't have been him. But who else could have had the ability to give and take powers? If everything this child was saying was really true, if Seasoning City really did exist in Japan and All Might had truly been so ignorant, so foolish to not hear about what was happening in this city, if All for One had truly returned, then All Might really was unworthy of his title as the symbol of peace. To imagine a mere child was forced to fight one of the most powerful quirk users in all of existence while he stood idly by, it was perhaps the largest disgrace the hero could think of. So he had to know. He had to know the name of this boss. He had to know whether All for One had returned. He said his name was Toichiro Suzuki. Once this name came out of Shigeo's lips, some of the building pressure and fear inside of All Might was relieved, and the young esper could see the dread in the hero's eyes begin to fade. His son also told me he'd been stockpiling 20 years' worth of psychic energy. This statement appeared to almost completely remove the fear in All Might's eyes, and the hero took a sigh of internal relief. All for One never had any children, and furthermore he was alive for more than 100 years. While this other villain was only stockpiling power for 20 years. So whoever this Toichiro Suzuki was, it was now certain to All Might that it wasn't All for One. But despite this, the #1 hero was still amazed at the idea that another villain existed that had similar abilities to All for One. It took everything All Might had to defeat the symbol of evil after years of training and preparation, and even then, he'd been grievously injured. "And you fought this Toichiro Suzuki by yourself?" "Yeah." "Unbelievable." All Might put his hand over his eye, and the hero felt himself lose the energy in his legs, plopping down on his butt and kicking up the sand a few inches high. This newest information was the most impactful for the #1 hero. What kind of formidable power did this child have? And how difficult was the battle for you? Were you victorious? What happened to Suzuki? Shigeo Kageyama looked down at the sand, the memory of the battle and the intensity still fresh in his mind. "I'd say it was the hardest battle I've ever fought. Our fight nearly tore the city apart. I was just barely able to hold my own for most of the fight. To try and beat him, I had to." The young esper closed his eyes, ashamed by what he was about to say but knowing it was what he had to do in that moment. I had to twist his body beyond repair. The hero grimaced. He remembered smashing All for One's head to end his life, and while it was necessary, he remembered looking at the blood on his hands with disgust. Now imagining a child having to perform something much worse to finish his enemy off, that must have been truly traumatizing. "I'm very sorry to hear you were forced to do this." Shigeo was taken aback by this comment and the frown accompanied it. "You must have been backed into a very tight corner if you really thought distorting your enemy's body was the only option left." "Ah." The young Esper's eyes sparkled with a newfound sense of admiration for this hero. He was able to understand how he was feeling and what kind of trauma he underwent during this battle and gave his sympathy. Shigeo couldn't help but form a smile, pleasantly surprised to know this man was able to sympathize with him. Thank you for saying that. So, I assume that was the end of the battle? Actually, no. The hero's eyes opened up and he leaned slightly forward to hear the explanation for this. He managed to unleash all of his energy to correct his body. I was able to fight with him for a moment, but he quickly overpowered me. However, it turned out that he released too much of his energy at once to try and stop me, and he couldn't control it anymore. It was going to keep growing and growing until it exploded and destroyed the entire city. So what did you do? I tried to stop the explosion, so what I did was absorb all of the dash. Wait! All Might interrupted the story and pointed his finger at Shigeo with one of his many shocked expressions. You mean you have the ability to absorb these psychic powers as well? The Esper gave All Might an awkward look, confused by why he was making such a big deal of this. Yeah. And you managed to absorb such a large amount of psychic power? Barely. It felt like my entire body was about to explode. I didn't even know if I'd survive with that much power in my body, but I still managed to take it. After that, I blacked out. That's when you and that other kid found me. I see. This was a lot of information for the #1 hero to take in and process. So many surprises, so many shocking facts. Even now, All Might wasn't sure he could fully believe everything that this child had told him. To imagine a child existed who was strong enough to single-handedly fend off against a villain as formidable as All for One and who had so many abilities was too much for him to believe. If he was as powerful as he claimed to be, he could very well be a match for All Might himself. Who in God's name was this child? So, did my explanations help you? Said Shigeo. Do you think you'll be able to help me find my friends and family based on everything I told you? For a second, All Might and Shigeo stared at each other. The hero's gaze was stoic and lifeless, his regular smile now a neutral line, while the Esper waited for him to give an answer, the answer he was desperately hoping for. After what seemed like an eternity for Shigeo, the hero closed his eyes and sighed. Based on everything I've heard thus far, I believe it is possible that you simply became misplaced when you absorbed all of that energy, and it accidentally teleported you. However, All Might opened his eyes, and the look in his eyes caused Shigeo to tense every fiber in his body. Possibility is slim, said All Might, now prepared to take his turn in explaining to Shigeo what was happening and where he was. I say this because in this society, people possess something called quirks. Quirks are supernatural abilities a person has, and there are many quirks out there that give people vastly different powers, so many that they have to be divided in categories. About 80% of the population has a quirk, and if there are so few people in your city that have powers, that would be a very bizarre place. Also, in this society, there are people who use quirks to defend the population that are known as heroes. All Might pointed his thumb at himself. As the young boy mentioned before, I am a hero. The #1 hero in the world, in fact. Forgive me for my lack of modesty, but to imagine that you do not know who I am is also not a good sign. The Esper's fear and insecurity rose, and water was yet again prepared to form into his eyes. The #1 hero tried to dissuade the child out of making any conclusions yet. That isn't to say it's impossible. Do not give up hope. We can still find a way to locate your city. Shigeo Kageyama's face froze at how serious All Might was looking at him. From the look in his eyes, he could see that he was determined to help him however he could. Furthermore, he also knew crying and letting his emotions go wild once again wasn't going to get him anywhere and would only cause more destruction. So the young psychic took a deep breath and forced himself to suck his tears back in. All right, let's go find my family. Excellent. However, until we do, I believe it's best that you stay with me. The young Esper let out a small yelp. Stay with you? Yes. I believe that for now, while you are in this unknown city with no one to assist you, my apartment will be sufficient enough to accommodate you. More importantly, he wanted to be there to guard this child in case he accidentally lost control of his powers again, but he wouldn't be so rude as to say this out loud. And if this living arrangement was to actually take place, then. Now listen here. What is your name? Shigeo Kageyama. Kageyama. What I'm about to show you is something only a few people in the world are aware of. Although it was a risky move to reveal his secret so soon, he knew that if Shigeo was going to be living with him, he couldn't hide his true form from the teenager forever. Besides, All Might could tell that this wasn't a child motivated by greed or money. If it were revealed, it would deal a great blow to the public. Do you understand? I'm counting on you not to reveal this secret. Oh sure. Shigeo awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. What kind of secret did this man have that was so dramatic? The number one hero took a deep breath in and relaxed all the muscles in the body. Instantaneously, steam rose all around his body, and the hulking man was replaced by a fragile, skinny skeleton who spewed blood from his mouth. The Esper took a frightened step back and gasped. What happened to you? The hero wiped the blood from his mouth and sighed. The form you saw before is what everyone believes I look like 24 in reality. This is what I look like for most of the day. All Might lifted up his shirt, and like Izuku, Mob was horrified by the terrible scar he saw on the left side of his chest. I was gruesomely injured 5 years ago. That injury nearly destroyed my body and now prevents me from using my full power. People depend on me to be the strong, smiling symbol of peace that protects everyone, and if the public found out about this, then their faith in me would be diminished. Shigeo Kageyama was baffled by the size of this scar. More importantly, to imagine he was still doing his job as a hero even with that scar was astounding. I promise I won't tell anyone. But now. All Might grunted in pain and forced himself to enter back into his muscular form. He spewed a small trace of blood and motioned his hand out to Shigeo. Before we look into finding your family, there's someone I need to find myself. Remember that child you met before? The Esper silently nodded. I must speak with him now. There's something important I need to tell him. All right. Even though he wanted to find his family, he also didn't want to be pushy and demand anything. Besides, he nearly got that teenager killed. He owed him an apology. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I'm fine. Do not worry, Kageyama. Now hang on. All Might bent his knees and began a full-on sprint back to the city as Shigeo held on as tightly as he could. Soon, the three would have a proper reunion. Things settled down after All Might defeated the sludge villain. The heroes worked alongside the police to gather up all of the sludge villain's body parts and place them in separate bags so he couldn't reform and regain his strength. The citizens were all talking about how they saw All Might up close. The news crew asked several questions to the heroes who had first arrived on the scene, although the part they played in this villain's defeat was minimal, so there wasn't much they could brag about. Meanwhile, some of the other heroes scorned Izuku for going into the heat of the battle so recklessly. The quirkless child couldn't do anything except apologize and bend his head down in shame. Opposite of this was the praise Katsuki Bakugo was receiving for his amazing quirk and ability to stay conscious despite being taken hostage by the sludge villain for several minutes. He should have been taking in all these compliments with his usual confident smirk, but all this praise was falling on deaf ears. No, the explosive student's mind was somewhere else, and his mouth was pursed into a tight line as he gazed at the ground in silence. With everything settled and the villain taken into custody, Izuku Midoria was now walking back home with a somber expression on his face. In the end, he didn't do anything except nearly get himself killed and forced All Might to step in even when he was already past his limits. When I get home, I should post a message on his website. Hopefully, he'll see it and dash. Hey Deku! Midoriya was surprised to hear the sound of Kaken's voice and rapid approaching him. The blonde student panted heavily before he spoke what he wanted to say, because he had quite a lot on his mind. Bakugo felt that what had just happened to him was one of the greatest insults of his life. To imagine that a quirkless nobody decided to step in and help him, as if he needed it at all, as if his explosive power wouldn't be enough to take care of that DMN sludge BSRD, was the ultimate disgrace. Don't think that I'm all grateful for what you did back there. I was perfectly fine without your help. So don't think that what you did amounted to anything. Because it didn't. A quirkless loser like you will never amount to anything, you got that. Bakugo's eyes were venomous and teeming with rage as he glared at his quirkless classmate. But now that he had gotten his point across, he decided that he'd had enough and marched off in a loud huff. Watching Bakugo vent his anger like that, the quirkless student couldn't help but be confused by what had just happened. He had no understanding of the deep pride and insecurity that defined Katsuki Bakugo. "He's still right," muttered Midoriya. "I didn't do anything in the grand scheme of things, but..." Despite knowing that, he smiled because he didn't stand and watch like a helpless loser. "At least I did something. But now that that's over, I need to get my head straight and get back to the reality of being a quirkless nobody. I am here." From the left alleyway, All Might rushed out with his right arm raised back and his left hand bent in front of him. Izuku squealed in surprise. What was All Might doing here? Not only that, but that kid from earlier had his arms wrapped around his neck. All Might and that teenager. "What are you two doing here?" "We were looking for you." Shigeo let go of his grip around All Might's neck and lightly jumped back on the ground. The Esper rushed up to Izuku, and the quirkless teenager was taken aback by how ashamed and sad the Esper's face was. "I know that you're probably really confused by what I did, but I want you to know that I'm so sorry. Losing control like that was never my intention." Shigeo ran his hand through his hair and gazed at the ground, too filled with shame to look at Izuku in the eyes. Hey, Midoriya didn't have it in him to criticize or attack him. It just wasn't in his nature, and he could see how much inner conflict this teenager was going through. "You don't have to worry about anything. I wasn't harmed." "Yes, that's what I told young Kageyama before." All Might walked up to the Esper's side and drew Midoriya's attention to him. "Now then, regarding Dash," the hero's body collapsed, and he spat out a somewhat copious amount of blood, causing both students to gasp with fear and shock. However, both the students were also frightened by the fact that he had just deflated in front of the other. "Why Dash?" All Might held both his hands up to the students to stop their concerns. "I've already revealed my true form to both of you individually, so don't worry." Shigeo and Izuku calmed themselves down. "Moving on, the reason I was looking for you was so I could thank you for stepping in when you did, as well as to talk about your previous question. If you hadn't intervened when you did, if you hadn't told me about your life as a quirkless child, I would have been nothing but a useless spectator watching as the other heroes tried to stop that villain." While All Might and Shigeo had been sprinting to Izuku's location, the hero told Shigeo about what had happened, although he left out the part about the villain being the sludge creature he'd accidentally released when he unleashed his psychic energy blast. The young Esper was absolutely amazed by what he heard. To imagine that a kid with no powers would decide to go into a battle like that, it was something that Shigeo had never encountered before. For the Esper, running into a battle to save people was something he'd always found extremely easy. With his psychic powers, he could usually handle evil spirits and other Espers without major trouble. But to imagine running into those fights without his powers to back him? He'd never pondered the implications of this before. No, I really didn't do anything. All I did was get in the way and dash. Let me finish." The number one hero wanted to get his point across, for what he wanted to say to this young child was very important. "You told me about how you had no powers, so when I saw you, a meek, quirkless child, rush into action to save a life, it inspired me to join in and take action." Izuku and Shigeo slightly widened their eyes, listening with intent and curiosity. When every story of a hero is born, almost all of them have the same beginning. The hero's body moved before they had a chance to think, acting on instinct to save a life. The quirkless child's eyes sparkled with light, and he looked to the ground to hide his face being filled with an onslaught of new emotions. In the wake of everything that All Might was telling him, the words of Izuku's mother were coming back to him. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different." The young student tightly gripped his chest, bending further down as his emotions came pouring out of him. Shigeo gasped when he saw the tears forming in this teenager's eyes. Did this really mean that much to him? All Might continued. "Today, I saw your story begin." The tears rolled down his cheeks, flowing down his nose and dripping onto the pavement. As the shock and gratitude of All Might's words took their effect, he dropped to his knees. That day, his mother couldn't say the words he needed to hear. His life story was being told, his dream was a fantasy. Now, at long last, the #1 hero of the world, the person he held the highest admiration and deepest respect for, was finally giving him the hope for his dream he had yearned for all his life. Young man, you too can become a hero. With that, Izuku Midoriya could no longer contain himself, and began to bawl like a little baby, the tears beginning to form a puddle on the ground. Shigeo reached his hand to lightly clasp his throat, and his eyes sparkled with newfound fascination. So much raw emotion coming from him. It was something he'd never encountered in anyone besides himself. All Might stood silently as the quirkless child released all of his emotions. He could only imagine how much of an impact his words would have on a quirkless young boy who always wanted to be a hero since childhood. It was quite literally a dream come true. Well, All Might was about to make that dream even more amazing than he ever thought possible. I hereby deem you worthy to inherit my quirk. When these words reached Midoriya's ears, he felt his entire brain was about to explode. What? The quirkless student looked up at All Might with watery eyes and watermarks on his face while drool dribbled down his chin. Said inherit? What do you mean inherit? In the face of all this emotion, All Might couldn't help but find humor in Midoriya's priceless expression, and he let out a hefty roar. The look on your face. My God, you don't have to worry. But listen up. The #1 hero raised his finger in the air and pointed it down at Midoriya. This is your choice. Would you like to accept this quirk or not? Both Shigeo and Izuku were unable to comprehend exactly what All Might was talking about. Inherit a quirk? Asked the Esper. How does that even work? Well, Kageyama, since the teenager already knew about his true form, it really didn't do any harm to tell him about the true nature of his quirk. The true nature of my abilities is slightly similar to yours. Many journalists and news outlets have always tried to guess my quirk is super strength or invulnerability, and whenever I'm asked the question in interviews, I crack a joke and dodge the question. All Might turned his gaze back to Midoriya. I do this because the people need to believe their symbol of peace was naturally born with this quirk. However, this quirk is nothing natural at all. The truth is, the #1 hero raised his hands into the air and looked to the sky. My power was given to me by someone else. And now I can give this power to you. Huh. Shigeo was not very impressed or surprised by this statement, although Midoriya, on the other hand, was absolutely amazed by this new information. Not only by All Might talking about his quirk, but by this teenager's powers as well. Wait, hold on a second. This is too much for me to take in. It's true that no one exactly knows what your quirk is. In fact, it's been one of the most heavily debated topics on the internet. Everybody's made their guesses, but nobody's been able to pinpoint exactly what it is. But to imagine that it's possible to transfer a quirk, that's insane. Midoriya's attention diverted to Shigeo. And what did you mean your quirk was like All Might's quirk? What exactly is your quirk anyway? How does your power connect to All Might's quirk? The quirkless teenager continued to mumble several questions to himself, failing to come to grips with everything that was being explained to him. All Might and Shigeo watched in confusion while Midoriya continued to murmur all these questions. You're putting too much thought into this. Now stop nerding out. Midoriya's sentence was cut off as All Might shot his arms out to his sides. You'll just have to adjust your mindset and accept this truth as reality. All Might motioned his hand to Shigeo. Regarding his abilities, that requires a longer story, a more in-depth explanation, and a physical demonstration for another day. But the bottom line is that my quirk can be passed on to you. Its name, All Might extended his palm out, is one for all. One for all. The #1 hero continued. One person receives this power, improving upon it and increasing its strength, then passes it on to another person, repeating the cycle and increasing its power as it continues to be passed on from hero to hero. It is this power that makes me what I am, allows me to be the man who can save those who need to be saved. Midoriya was beginning to get a general grasp of the quirk, even if he was still coming to terms to its possibility, but one question still perplexed him. But what makes you think I'd be worthy of such an amazing quirk? I mean, what if I'm not able to use this power to its fullest potential? I was on a long and fruitless hunt to find a successor worthy enough to inherit one for all. But today, I saw you jump into action while the rest of us watched as helpless citizens. You may be just a quirkless fanboy, but you have the heart of a true hero. Yeah. Midoriya was surprised when he heard Shigeo jump into the conversation with a small smile on his face and passionate eyes. What you did was really cool. The quirkless student was once again touched by the lofty words All Might was using to describe him, and although Shigeo's words didn't have nearly the same impact, they were nevertheless enough to cause Izuku's heart to stir slightly. Midoriya's eyes watered yet again, and truth be told, All Might had seen enough watery eyes today. Seriously? The number one hero slapped his hand to his head repeatedly. You've got to stop being such a crybaby if you want my quirk, alright? The quirkless student tightened his fingers and tried to come to grips with everything he had just been told. All Might had been so open with him, trusting him with the nature of his quirk and even offering him the chance to inherit his quirk. What greater opportunity would ever approach him? It was everything he ever dreamed of right in front of him. So he quickly wiped away his tears with his sleeve and lifted himself off the ground to stand with confidence. I'll do it. I'll accept this quirk. The symbol of peace took his hand off of his face and smiled. That's what I expected to hear. Very good. All Might turned his body to the left and began a walking pace. Meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park in 2 days. I'll explain more about my quirk once we meet again. For now, I need to take care of some business with young Kageyama here. Oh. Izuku was still curious as to what kind of power this teenager and wanted to say something to him before he left. Well, nice to meet you, Kageyama. Yeah, replied the Esper. Then, to Izuku's surprise, Shigeo made the unlikely action of extending his hand. Congratulations, Shigeo's voice petered out, and he awkwardly stood there with his hand extended since he didn't know the quirkless boy's name. Izuku lightly chuckled with a small smile and returned the handshake. My name's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. The quirkless child eliminated the awkwardness Shigeo was feeling, and the sweat beads growing on the Esper's face quickly disappeared. Well, see you later. The two exchanged small smiles, and with that, Shigeo released his hand and began to walk down the road alongside All Might. Izuku stared at the pair for a moment, watching as they walked together to do whatever it was they needed to do. What a day! The quirkless teenager rotated his body and began to walk back home, now leaving Shigeo and All Might to their affairs. As the Esper and the hero began to walk down the road, Shigeo's eyes were elevated slightly downward, and the teenager crossed his arms. All Might took note of Shigeo's physicality and realized that he must have been in deep thought about something. But what? Was he confused about All Might's quirk? Was he still feeling shocked about the possible loss of his family? Was it something that was said during the conversation with Midoriya? All Might just couldn't tell. Kageyama? What's on your mind? The Esper sighed and decided to unload exactly what was on his mind at the moment, and it wasn't what All Might thought it would be. I'm just thinking about how much being a hero meant to Midoriya. Truth be told, All Might thought that question didn't make any sense. What do you mean by that? I don't know. Shigeo lifted his head up to the sky and slapped his palm to the back of his neck, thinking of the words to articulate what exactly he was trying to express. I just can't really understand why having powers or being a hero would be so meaningful to someone. I mean, what would becoming a hero do for someone? What would gaining your quirk do for Midoriya? Just when All Might thought he'd gotten to get a general grasp of who Shigeo Kageyama was, this statement completely twisted his initial perception of him. For any normal person, they would probably spend every night wishing they had the power Shigeo possessed. If the Esper was as powerful as he claimed to be, then he should have been one of the most popular people in his city. All Might stopped in his tracks, causing Shigeo to look back at All Might with confusion. The answer to that question should be obvious for you. The hero realized the hint of rudeness in that statement, and dialed his shock down. Forgive me, but I just can't imagine that someone who has the powers you have would ever ask that. Aren't you popular at your school? No, not at all. But aren't people aware of the power you possess? Haven't you shown them what you can do with your psychic powers? The young Esper shook his head, ready to tell All Might the same thing he told everyone else whenever they suggested that having psychic powers made him better or that he should use them to impress others. No. Either way, I've learned having psychic powers doesn't make you popular. Huh. More than that, my powers don't make me better than anyone else. If I live a life using only my psychic powers, then I'll completely neglect any other potential I have inside of me. The young Esper flexed his hands out and slapped his palms to his chest. If you took away my psychic powers, there'd be nothing left. It's why I'm trying to improve myself in other ways, because I'm still lacking in so many other areas. Besides, powers aren't needed to survive in the first place. All Might was stunned speechless. Shigeo saw the expression of disbelief on All Might's face and got a general prediction of what the hero would do next. After seeing the way so many other Espers initially react to these beliefs, he knew that someone as powerful and popular as All Might who was revered for his powers would likely view his ideology as ridiculous or stupid. Shigeo's assumptions were proven correct when the first thing All Might did was laugh. The symbol of peace first began to lightly chuckle, but this chuckle grew into a hefty roar. All Might clutched his chest tightly, and he curved his body forward while he continued to laugh to his heart's content. I get why a big hero like you would find it stupid, but it's the truth. No. The number one hero raised his hand up to Shigeo while he tried to control his laughter. I'm not laughing because what you said sounds stupid. I'm laughing because of how ironic your situation is. It was Shigeo's turn to be shocked. How is my situation ironic? All Might stood back up and wiped away tears of laughter forming in his eyes. To me, imagining someone born with the phenomenal power you have but choosing not to use it or rely on it is the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard. The frail man's laughter faded, although his smile did not. In our society, so many people put a person's worth in their quirks. People with powerful quirks become enraptured by the power they possess and think that they're better than everyone else. I've met so many powerful heroes who've been fueled by this belief and completely ignore their faults, so consumed by their own greatness. All Might walked back up to Shigeo and gazed into his eyes with such intensity and passion that the Esper could feel the weight of his mood changing. When I met you today and heard your story, I believed that you were one of these people. Someone gifted with your powers and with very few other people with powers in your city, I thought you would be someone convinced of their own superiority. It turns out I couldn't have been more wrong. All Might placed his hands on Shigeo's shoulders once again, and the young Esper's eyes glowed with amazement like they did before on the beach. During the time All Might had been with him, the hero had come to see something rare inside of Shigeo Kageyama. Unlike many other children with quirks of his age, he wasn't motivated by power or a desire for greatness. He didn't allow himself to be defined by his powers. Instead, he only desired to live a life where he was valued for something other than his powers. We've only interacted for a short period of time, but when I look into your eyes, I see a humble, pure soul who doesn't allow the ego of his powers to define him. I see someone who was willing to protect his city not because he wanted the pride and glory of defeating a large organization, but because he wanted to defend the city and its people. You may view yourself as just a loser, but you couldn't be more wrong. In my eyes, you have the heart of a true hero, just like Midoria. Shigeo Kageyama had never heard anyone talk to him with the respect and admiration All Might was showing him right now. Not even his master had ever spoken of him with such amazement. To be valued and appreciated for his character, it felt pretty amazing for Shigeo. For the third time that day, the young Esper's eyes began to well up. You and him both, All Might remarked, shaking his head and crossing his arms. It became apparent to the hero that this child didn't have much self-confidence, even with his psychic abilities. What an interesting and conflicting character Shigeo Kageyama was. The Esper wiped away the tears, although his eyes were still shining with appreciation. Thank you, All Might. Don't sweat it, kid. The number one hero patted the young Esper on the back, and the two superpowered humans resumed their walk back to All Might's apartment. Chapter 4. A week after Chapter 3, and you will get to see exactly how All Might and Shigeo will find out about the Esper's home and what will happen as a result. So here you go. After walking for about 30 minutes down the relatively barren street, All Might and Shigeo's journey through the city had finally reached its end. Here we are. The heroes stopped before a brick building with multiple balconies guarded by black-painted fences. When they entered the apartment, Shigeo was surprised by the brightly lit lobby area. Multiple plants with unique colors were placed on the lounge desk and near the cushioned chairs and couches spread across the region. In addition, 2 large televisions were hooked up to the walls and surrounded by furniture. At the front desk, the receptionist lazily typed on his phone, ignoring the frail man and the child entering the lobby. They walked silently to the elevator and continued to say nothing as they went up to the 8th floor. All Might and Shigeo continued walking for a few more seconds until they reached All Might's room. The number 1 hero unlocked the door, and Shigeo took in the nicely laid-out apartment space before him. The floor was dark oak, contrasted by the white sofa and chairs surrounding a large television. The Esper noticed the marble countertop for the kitchen area, and the light brown cabinets hung up on the kitchen wall. "Wow," muttered Shigeo, "this is nice." "Thank you." All Might pointed to the door on the left. "Right, there's the guest bedroom. There's an extra bathroom and a small balcony to enjoy the warm breeze. If you're hungry, I've got some snacks in the cabinets here, and you can let me know if there's anything specific you might want for dinner. I'll be fine with whatever you have." "Good. Now then." Both superpowered humans knew that there were still priorities, so All Might went to the sofa, where his laptop was being charged. Shigeo sat next to him, and the hero opened the computer. But before he typed in his password, his fingertips froze on the keys. "All Might." "Before we do this," All Might gazed at Shigeo Kageyama solemnly, and the Esper gulped. "I want you to promise me that whatever happens, you won't allow your powers to get out of control as they did before. Do you believe you can manage that? Because if not, it isn't safe for the residents of this apartment." The teenage Esper closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All Might was right. He couldn't allow his psychic powers to get out of control. He needed to prepare himself for the worst-case scenario and accept whatever happened. After 3 seconds of keeping his eyes closed and the air in his chest, he let out a deep exhale and slowly opened his eyes. "I can manage." All Might remained uncertain for a moment, but with his focused eyes and fists clenched with determination, the number 1 hero chose to trust Shigeo. Besides, Shigeo had already expended most of his psychic energy, so hopefully, he wouldn't be able to cause massive damage like before. "Okay then, let's start." The skinny hero logged into his account and opened up Google Chrome. "Now, let's see if we can locate Seasoning City." All Might typed the city name into the search bar, but all the results revolved around some dish or some sort of review for a restaurant. A sense of hopelessness began to creep inside Shigeo's heart, but All Might wouldn't give up after only one search. "Do you remember your home address?" "Yes, it's 18937 Spring Drive." All Might went to the map section of his search browser and typed in the address. But alas, no results came up. The eyes of the young Esper were beginning to falter and wet as they had done so many times today. Yet All Might wouldn't let it go. "Hold on. There's one final thing we can do." All Might zoomed out of the map, so the entire country of Japan filled the screen. "If you remember the approximate location of your hometown, we can determine if your city is on the map." "Okay." The Esper's voice was a croaky whisper, and he barely had the strength to grab the laptop and zoom in on the location of Seasoning City. All Might's hands were clenching his pants, and he felt sweat beads falling down his face. He hoped this last resort would give him the needed location and hope of reuniting with his family. But in a day full of shocks and surprises, today would be the final shock. When Shigeo zoomed into the location of Seasoning City, all he found was a forest and a large lake. This proved it. The lingering, growing fear that this wasn't the reality he'd grown up in had finally been confirmed. Shigeo wasn't home anymore. He didn't understand how it was possible, but it appeared that he'd been transported to another world, another dimension even by absorbing the psychic energy. His family was gone. Without even realizing it, the Esper's cheeks were stained again by the salty tears flowing down his face and dripping onto the couch cushions. A light aura began to shroud the Esper, his emotions fueling whatever his psychic powers could still muster. Shigeo felt as if his life had been sucked out of him. Everyone he knew was gone, he was all alone. Except, he wasn't. Shigeo Kageyama's heart froze when he felt All Might's arms wrap around the Esper's body. His head was resting on the hero's chest, and the tears were now wetting All Might's shirt. All Might heaved a large sigh, his shoulders drooping down as he embraced the child. The number one hero understood all too well what it was like to lose someone close to him, and although his family and friends weren't exactly dead, there was no guarantee that Shigeo would ever get to see them again. So in a sense, they may as well have been dead. Now in this random world with no one to count on, no one to give support. No one except All Might. "I'm so sorry, Kageyama," whispered All Might. "I know that your whole world has been turned upside down, afraid that you'll never see your family again. I wish I could make it better. I wish I could reunite you with them so they can know you're all right, but I can't. So all I can say to you now is that I am here. I'll be here to help you, no matter what." Even in the darkest shadow, the bleakest future where his family and friends would never reunite with him, a single ray of light shined on Shigeo Kageyama. The man who was here to lend his aid, who could understand his pain and had expressed his admiration for the Esper's morals. In the sea of agony that swamped his soul, Shigeo was happy to know that All Might was there for him. This embrace, the warmth of All Might's body, and the affection in his grasp was such a small gesture, yet at that moment, it was everything the Esper needed from the symbol of peace. Unable to control his emotions anymore, the teenage Esper bawled like a baby. He wrapped his arms around the hero's chest, releasing the full weight of his emotions and having only thoughts of everyone he'd left behind while he leaned on the symbol of peace for support. All Might began to feel something unexpected. The light aura enveloping Shigeo shifted towards the hero. The teenager was inadvertently channeling his psychic energy over to All Might. Suddenly, he felt like a weight had been set in his heart. The hero's body began to tremble, and his eyes grew misty. What was going on? All Might was feeling sad just now, but he wasn't despairing so much that it left him on the verge of tears. So what caused this sudden shift in emotion? The only plausible explanation for this was that, somehow, Kageyama was transferring his feelings along with his energy. What's more, because of the thoughts of everyone close to him running through Shigeo's mind, these thoughts and memories flashed in All Might's mind, further supporting the assumption that Shigeo's energy was responsible for his sudden display of sadness. Although he could only see snippets, he could vividly see the faces of several different people smiling and laughing with him, including this green floating blob with dimples. So these were the people that Shigeo Kageyama left behind. How heartbreaking. All Might didn't even pay attention to the increased power he experienced or anything else and remained silent while he allowed Shigeo to weep. The two remained locked in each other's arms for a few minutes while the young Esper let out all his emotions. All Might was prepared to stay alongside him for the entire night if he had to, but after a few minutes of bawling he began to feel Shigeo's grip on his chest loosen. "Kageyama?" All Might quickly realized that Shigeo had passed out. He must have finally tired himself after all the psychic energy he had spent today. The hero smiled and carried the young Esper's body in his arms. He walked the child to the guest room and gently placed him on the bed. He then moved the blankets from under Shigeo's body and rested them over the Esper. "Sleep, Shigeo Kageyama. You've earned it." Sleep was something that others weren't getting. While things had been heating up in the new dimension Shigeo had been sent to, the action had finally simmered back in the Esper's home dimension. Once the Esper had absorbed Suzuki's psychic energy, the impact created a huge explosion that shook the city. Once the explosion had died down, Reijin immediately returned to the explosion site, along with Ritsu, Teruki, and Dimple. "Come on up." "Where are you, big brother?" The four were surveying the entire area, trying to see if they could get a glimpse of Shigeo anywhere in the rubble. Of course, none of them had any idea what had happened or what Shigeo had gone back to do, and none of them would even consider the possibility that he had been killed in the blast. No, that kind of thinking was impossible. As they continued walking through the rubble and devastation, they soon came across a crater that was about 10 meters deep. In the center of that crater, they saw an unconscious man completely naked and lying face down in the ground. "It's the boss of Claw," exclaimed Hanazawa. "But then where is?" All four exchanged nervous looks, and without a moment to lose, all sprinted down as fast as they could. "Come on. Wake up." Ritsu was the first to shake Toichiro's body vigorously. The violent Esper's eyes fluttered open, and he was greeted with the sight of the same evil spirit that was with the child Esper before, the child's master, and two other teenagers. "Huh! Where the hell is my big brother?" In the absence of clothing, Ritsu grabbed Suzuki's shoulders and stared at him with a desperate and unstable expression. "What did you do?" "Wait." The adult Esper looked around him, surprised to see that the teenager he just battled with was not here. "He was just with me. Come on." Rei-Gen shouted, not in the mood to wait for this guy to process what was happening to him. "Mob rank back here for a reason. What did you do to him?" Toichiro pieced together what had happened before he lost consciousness. "My body was about to explode and destroy the city. Then he came. Tried to absorb my energy to save the city. After that." The adult Esper lost his words, making everyone around him anxious and furious. "And then? I'm not sure. You still haven't answered my question." Ritsu shoved Suzuki back down and hovered over him with a dark and intimidating aura. "What happened to my big brother?" When he absorbed the energy, he was enveloped in some bright, multicolored light. After that, he just disappeared. The air in the atmosphere dropped to freezing temperatures. Every one of them was trying to formulate what Suzuki meant by disappeared, desperately hoping that it wasn't what they thought it was. Dimple was the first of them to speak up. "So then you're saying Shigeo is?" Ritsu, Rei-Gen, Hanazawa, and Dimple were waiting with terrified anticipation. "I don't think so." "What do you mean by that?" "When he was absorbing my energy, I felt some intense struggle of psychic energy. The sheer intensity and quantity of the psychic energy appeared to cause some profound effect, but I don't think it killed him. I can't explain it any better than that." Each of them was taking this news differently than the rest. Dimple and Hanazawa were trying to decipher what Suzuki meant by that or pondering the possibilities of such a large amount of psychic energy being transferred over. Rei-Gen, on the other hand, was disturbed by this news, not finding comfort in Suzuki's claims. But Ritsu was taking it the worst of the four. "That's it? You don't think it killed him?" The young Esper's multicolored aura exploded around him, and everyone, even Rei-Gen, could sense a dark chill surrounding Ritsu. How the hell is that helpful? With the amount of psychic energy he absorbed, who the hell knows what happened to him or where he could be now? Ritsu raised his hand, sending Suzuki crashing into the rocks. "This is all your fault." "Whoa, Ritsu." The younger brother tried to continue to throttle Suzuki, but Hanazawa blocked his path and held out his arms. "You need to calm down." "Calm down? Calm down." The young Esper's aura exploded, causing the terrain to crack, and multiple rocks to float into the air. "My big brother is missing. I have no idea where he could be or if he's even alive, and you want me to think calm down?" Sweat trickled down Hanazawa's spine, and the Esper slightly grimaced. He wasn't sure what to say would make Ritsu snap out of this murderous rampage. But Rei-Gen did. "Ritsu!" The con artist made his move and walked in front of Ritsu. The younger Esper felt some of his rage simmer down when he saw how serious Rei-Gen was looking at him. "I understand why you're feeling so angry. I'm not saying you don't have the right to feel these emotions, especially knowing." Rei-Gen bit back his emotions as he tried to get this next part out of his mouth, knowing that Mob could be anywhere right now. But you can't let that rage consume you. If you allow it to control you, you'll end up doing something you'll regret once you come to your senses, and it might come to haunt you for the rest of your life. I know because you're the same as your brother, a good person. Ritsu's sudden burst of rage was beginning to crumble. The aura around the Esper quickly disappeared, and in place of Ritsu's anger came unbelievable grief and despair. This sadness enveloped him and caused him to lose all feeling in his legs. The Esper fell to his knees and stared into the sky as tears streamed down his face. "Big brother." "I know, kid." Rei-Gen bent down and placed his hand on Ritsu's shoulder. The lying master felt a deep aching in his heart, and his eyes began to water. He never wanted this to happen. He never intended to get Mob into so much trouble. He'd taken on the responsibility of being his master. Whether or not he had psychic powers, it was still his job to make sure Mob was safe, and he'd failed. Now, there was no way of knowing what had happened to Mob or whether he was alive. There was so much more he wanted to tell him. He wanted to apologize, to have the chance to show how proud he was of the person Shigeo had become and, more importantly, the person Shigeo had turned Reigen into. But now, he may never have that chance. It was a genuinely agonizing revelation. I know. The night had passed and morning had come. Sleep was very difficult for All Might because all of the day's events ran through his mind, keeping his brain brimming with electrical activity. Most of his thoughts centered on what he would do with Kageyama and how he would begin training Midoria. In addition, after all Might put Kageyama in bed, his mind came to terms with the slight increase of power his body felt. It didn't take him long to realize that the Esper must have had the ability to give his energy to others, and he accidentally gave All Might his power when they embraced. It took him about 2 hours of lying awake in bed until his brain finally slowed down and allowed him to fall asleep. It was noon, and after a shower and a large breakfast, the #1 hero was sitting outside on the central balcony adjacent to the guest balcony. The kid still asleep, huh? It goes to show how draining his battles were. At that moment, he was still thinking about Shigeo's fate in this world. He'd thought about sending him back to his home world, but he had no idea how that would be feasible. It seemed that Shigeo could only do it by absorbing 20 years' worth of psychic energy that tore open a hole through reality and sent him to this world. That meant Shigeo would have to spend that same amount of time gathering the required energy to make it back home, and even then, it wasn't a guarantee. Another slim possibility was that a quirk could send the user to different dimensions. But that seemed equally impossible. Even the power of warping was an extremely rare quirk, so to imagine someone out there had an immensely enhanced version of that quirk was next to none. So, in that case, that meant Shigeo Kageyama was here to stay. So what would become of him? With no one else to turn to and no actual record of his existence, it would be difficult for Shigeo to assimilate into regular society. All Might would probably have to create some baloney story about him or fake his records as if he knew how to do that. So that left the Esper with few options for future occupations. But in Toshinori's mind, the most obvious path for him was the path of a hero. He possessed the pure heart and the extraordinary powers necessary for becoming a hero. He could become another beacon of hope people could look to, another symbol of peace like All Might. However, something Shigeo needed to improve was the drive. It was apparent to All Might that being a hero was something Shigeo had never considered or cared about. To the Esper, the lives he already saved and his impact on his city were minimal to him. But he couldn't be more wrong. All Might could see this child's tremendous potential and how he could adapt to this new world as a hero. That meant it was up to All Might to convince him to become a hero. What better school was there to go to than UA High School? He was already enlisting himself as a teacher there. If Shigeo went there, that would allow him to develop as a hero and allow All Might to keep a close eye on him and view his progress. All Might knew, though, that he would have to break this to him gently. The pain of losing his family was still fresh, so he'd probably have to give him some space for a few days and weeks until he floated his idea to him. In the meantime, there were still a few things All Might would need to take care of now that Shigeo was here to stay. Firstly, he'd need to buy some clothes for the teenage Esper and some basic toiletries. That was something he could take care of this afternoon while Shigeo finished getting his rest. Don't worry, kid. I'll help you, however I can. Okay. The powerful Esper's eyes opened up, and he stretched his body. For a second, he didn't understand where he was. But when the memories of yesterday came back to him, and the reality of what had happened to him set in, the Esper sank and felt a heavy weight pushing down on him. He was now in an entirely new world. Mom, Dad, Ritsu, Hanaza, Dimple, Reigen, Tsubomi, and everyone else at his school were gone. Sorrow closed up his throat, and pain gripped his chest. The Esper closed his eyes for a few moments, attempting to calm himself down. Now wasn't the time to let his emotions run wild again. He'd promised All Might. Speaking of All Might, where was he? After keeping this grief in check, The Esper got out of bed and walked into the main living room to see if the hero was waiting for him. All Might. The symbol of peace wasn't there. He walked to his bedroom but found only his bed well made and a dark bathroom. It appeared that All Might had left his apartment. Shigeo noticed a piece of paper left on the sofa. He picked it up and read it out loud. Hey Kageyama. Left to buy you some clothes and toiletries. Be back in a few hours. Help yourself to whatever food you want. All Might. All Might. Once again, Shigeo felt a strong sense of gratitude for this hero who gave him praise and support for everything he's been through. In a world of negatives, he was the one positive. He entered the kitchen area, but when he saw the time on the microwave, he yelped. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So he'd been asleep for more than 15 hours? That was crazy. I'll get myself some cereal. Shigeo opened the cabinets and found a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. He grabbed the box, a bowl, and some milk from the fridge and munched away at his meal. His thoughts still revolved around memories of his loved ones and their time together, so he frowned as he ate his cereal. Shigeo continued eating his cereal in silence for about 10 to 15 minutes when suddenly, All Might burst through the door with multiple bags in his hands and looped around his arms. Oh, All Might. Hey, Kageyama. I'm assuming you already saw my note. Yep. I didn't know your fashion type, so I bought some basic shirts and jeans. I also guessed your sizes, but if anything's too big, I have the receipts and can return anything you don't like. Shigeo combed through all the different shirts and clothing items in the bags. Although most were singularly colored, a few had basic patterns on the shoulders or logos on the left pectoral section. He also noticed some essential running shoes, sneakers, and sandals. In the other bags, there were basic toiletries, such as a toothbrush, toothpaste, a comb, soap, shampoo, and many other things he would require. I think that accounts for everything, said Shigeo. Thank you. Not a problem. The number one hero sighed and took a seat on the couch. Once again, I'm sorry for everything that's happened to you. The Esper's eyes fell to the ground, and he sat in a chair adjacent to the sofa. It's crazy to imagine absorbing that energy took me to an entirely different world. Indeed. At the very least, you can take some solace in the fact that your friends and family aren't dead. Although it's unclear how we will get you back, I assure you that I will find whatever clues I can that could lead you back to your world. Shigeo's eyes turned back to All Might, and the Esper was happy to know that All Might was here to help him. In his eyes, All Might had already become his number one hero. All Might, I can't thank you enough for what you did for me. The frail man chuckled and leaned forward. Last night, when you cried in my arms, I could see brief images of several people flashing before my eyes. You did. Shigeo was confused by this at first, but he realized that he must have unintentionally transferred his power when his psychic powers increased, and since his mind was filled with the thoughts of everyone he cared about, some of those thoughts must have been moved over to All Might's mind as well. Shigeo tried to give a brief explanation. Besides absorbing psychic energy, I can also give my energy to others. I've learned that I can also share memories when I transfer my energy to others, so I accidentally sent you images of everyone I left behind. Tell me about them. Who were they? The skinny hero tried to lighten up the mood and ask another question on his mind. And more importantly, what was that green blob? Yeah, that's Dimple. He's an evil spirit I fought once. The young Esper briefly explained how he came across Dimple, his plans to become a god, and the way he had come to accompany him and become a good friend. All Might took this information in with burgeoning interest and slight suspicion towards this Dimple character. It almost sounded as if this evil spirit was trying to use Shigeo to enact his plans for godhood. However, it was too early to tell, and it seemed that Shigeo had a deep trust in this spirit, so he didn't want to say anything too rash. It seems Dimple is quite the loyal companion. Yeah, he is. And the others? I don't know how many people you saw, but I'm guessing you saw my younger brother, Ritsu, the one with the spiked-up black hair, Teruki Hanazawa, the teenager with the blonde hair who happens to be my best friend, and my master, Raijin, the one wearing the suit. Your master? All Might's curiosity was piqued considerably by this statement. The hero could only imagine the unbelievable wisdom and power this Reigen must have possessed if he was the one who guided Shigeo on the path to humility and self-improvement. What is he like? He's amazing. Shigeo's eyes shined with admiration and pride for his master. He helped me to control my powers when I was a kid, and he's the one who taught me that my psychic powers don't make me better than others. I've always been able to rely on him for wisdom and to give me the answers to whatever questions I might have about myself or the world. The symbol of peace smiled and reclined in his seat. As he expected, this Reigen seemed to be a truly righteous man who molded the Esper into the unique character he was now. It's good to hear that. Yeah. Shigeo Kageyama's pain resurfaced when the memories of his master and the last words he exchanged with him came back. Master. What would he say? What would he tell me to do in a situation like this? All Might inched closer to the edge of the couch and sat silently while Shigeo tried to make sense of his emotions. I don't have him, and I don't have anyone else to rely on except for you, All Might. So if I won't be able to make it back home for a while, then what do I do now? It appeared that Shigeo had asked himself this question sooner than he expected. Nevertheless, the symbol of peace knew it was still too early to tell the Esper what he thought his future would be. So All Might decided to remain gentle and give Shigeo his advice. I'm not sure what the future will hold for you, Kageyama, but I'm sure that your master would want you to remain strong. So for now, allow yourself to adjust to this new world, and the answers to your questions will come in time. The phenomenal Esper knew that All Might was right. He was sure his master wouldn't want him to mope around like a nobody. But once he allowed the pain of his losses to pass, the Esper would somehow find a way to make sure that he'd find a new purpose in this world and make sure he became somebody. And there we go. Now that Shigeo has learned he is no longer in his world anymore, his journey into this new world begins, and back at home, Shigeo's absence is beginning to take its toll on everyone he loves. So let's see how this will advance and what will happen to Shigeo Kageyama in Chapter 5 of 100% Hero. After All Might returned with the things for Shigeo, the rest of the way was rather quiet and uneventful. The young Esper spent most of the time sitting outside on the balcony, continuing to think about everyone he'd lost and accepting the pain that it brought him. All Might, being the respectful individual he was, left Shigeo alone to bask in his thoughts. Besides, he still had some work to do. He needed to properly plan out Midoriya's workout schedule for several months, knowing it would take quite some time to whip the quirkless teenager in shape before he could inherit one for all. He needed to plan out the workout schedule, the times for each exercise, the weights he would need, how much rest he would need, what time he would need to get up every day. Practically everything about Midoriya's routine would have to be changed. When they ate dinner, the setting was rather quiet as well. All Might would ask Shigeo a few questions about his friends and the other people he saw in his head, and the Esper gave him brief explanations about them, going into some details about Ritz's intelligence, physical aptitude, and general superiority in basically everything he tried. He also briefly talked about how he'd come to meet Hanazawa, although he didn't go into many details about the conflict that had occurred between them, and All Might didn't press for those details. Immediately after, the Esper decided to organize all his toiletries and clothes in his new room and took a long shower. The night had passed, and both All Might and Shigeo stayed up for at least an hour until the next day had arrived. Unlike the previous day, this day would be slightly more eventful. It was 7:30 in the morning. All Might was making himself breakfast and preparing himself to go out. This was the day the hero had told Midoriya they would meet at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It was the day he would begin training Midoriya to wield the unbelievable power of One for All. The door to Shigeo's room creaked open, and the Esper walked out, detecting the aroma of a salty breakfast in the air. All Might. Good morning, Kageyama. Did you sleep all right? More or less. Would you like me to make you some eggs? Sure, if it's not a problem. Of course not. The number one hero grabbed 2 more eggs from the fridge and began cooking breakfast for the young Esper. While he was doing this, Shigeo decided to get himself a glass of milk and sat at the kitchen counter while he waited for All Might to finish cooking breakfast. After a few minutes, the number one hero grabbed 2 plates and utensils to serve the eggs for himself and the Esper. Thank you very much. The hero nodded, and the two superpowered humans began to eat their breakfast. The Esper grabbed the salt shaker and lightly spread some salt over his eggs. While they were eating, Shigeo recalled something about this day, something he'd told the young teenager 2 days before. "Hey All Might, isn't this the day you said you'd meet Izuku at that park?" "Correct. What are you going to do with him?" "Well, in order to properly wield my quirk, the user's body must be extremely tough and durable, or else the strain of one for all will be too much to bear. I plan on training him to increase his physical strength enough so when the time comes, he'll be able to take my quirk without difficulty." Huh, physical training. The Body Improvement Club was the first thing that came to his mind. Even after training with them for quite some time, his strength was still rather weak in comparison to other people his age. All Might could see the flash of memories and sadness in his eyes, as if something he said triggered an internal emotional reaction. "But what? Would you like to come along, Kageyama?" One of the first assumptions he made was that perhaps he wanted to see Midoria, since he was the only teenager who knew who he was. The young Esper contemplated All Might's offer, and saw no reason to object. Furthermore, now that the hero brought up the subject of physical training, it caused Shigeo to formulate a question of his own. "All Might, do you think you could train me too?" The symbol of peace was not expecting to get such a request from Shigeo, and he held his fork inside his mouth for a few seconds. The hero slowly took the fork out of his mouth and placed it back on the plate. "Train you? Like I told you before, without my powers, I have almost no other skills. One thing I've been trying to do is work out. At my school, I was a member of the Body Improvement Club, where I exercised constantly. Even with that training, I still haven't built up a very strong body, so I need to keep working at it. Besides, I don't want to just sit around and do nothing during my time here." All Might's trademark smile lit up his face. Once again, Shigeo was proving himself to be a noble hero who wanted to focus on becoming a better person in different fields than his powers. The hero gave the Esper a big thumbs up. "It would be my pleasure." The powerful teenager gave a small smile, happy to know he could join the #1 hero with his training regiment. "Let's hurry up though. We should be going in about 20 minutes or so, meaning you should ideally be finished with your breakfast in the next minute, then start taking a shower shortly after." "Got it." Shigeo and All Might began to increase the pace of their eating, and quickly put their plates in the sink, where they speedily paced to their individual showers and prepared themselves for the exercise that was about to come. The sun was beginning to rise. The warm orange rays of light slowly shined on the city. Walking through the streets of the city and ready to meet All Might was Izuku Midoria. He'd been waiting with great earnest for every minute of every hour ever since All Might had chosen him to inherit his quirk. He had continued to geek out about All Might and his quirk, looking up some articles online about quirk inheritance and some conspiracy theories about passing on quirks, but the conspiracy theories were all lauded and run by some very shady websites. Nevertheless, he knew that whatever it was All Might had in store for him, Midoriya would have to be ready for it. After about 30 minutes of walking through the empty city, Izuku finally made it to the entrance of the park All Might had instructed him to go to. Instead of a sign, there was a rock that had the name of the park carved on a placard and with graffiti surrounding it. My God, I didn't realize how much trash there was. The first impression Midoriya got as he walked down the stairs leading to the park was how large the stacks of garbage were. Many different pieces of trash, metal, discarded appliances, poles, and random objects littered the area. The mounds were so high that they blocked the rising sun. "Midoriya!" The quirkless teenager heard the booming voice of All Might coming from his right. He turned, and sure enough, All Might was there in his muscular form, wearing a black t-shirt with dark blue sweatpants. But what was slightly more surprising was that Shigeo was right beside him, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. "All Might!" Midoriya ran up to the pair and greeted them with a warm smile. "I'm glad that I made it here on time." Midoriya's attention then shifted towards Shigeo. "Hey Kageyama. What are you doing here?" The #1 hero gently patted Shigeo on the back. "Young Kageyama here will be joining us for our activities from now on." "Wait, what do you mean? Don't you have a family to go back to? Weren't you lost or something?" Midoriya immediately regretted his wording when he saw his question elicit a look of horror form on Shigeo's face and his lips droop down into a frown. All Might let out a deep sigh and closed his eyes in solace. I'm afraid that Shigeo will not be able to get in touch with his family anytime soon. But what happened to them? All Might closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly downward. It's a long story. Kageyama, do you think you're up for recounting your story and what happened to you? Izuku could see the obvious pain Shigeo was in, and he didn't want to make him say anything he didn't want to. No. You don't need to tell me anything. The quirkless teenager held his hands out and tried to dismiss the idea that clearly seemed uncomfortable for Shigeo. Really, it's fine. No. All Might and Midoriya briefly froze when they heard Shigeo speak. The phenomenal Esper forced his hands into fists and looked up at Izuku with sternness in his face. It's all right. I can handle it. Oh, okay. Izuku was not expecting Shigeo to be so resolute in detailing what had happened to him. It looked as though he was trying to be tough, to overpower the sadness associated with the previous events in order to tell Midoriya what he was curious to know. The three decided to seat themselves in preparation for a long explanation. Shigeo laid his hands on his lap and was ready to recount his story. All right, here goes. The mighty Esper began explaining his story. He started off by explaining the city he was from and his family. He transitioned into how psychic powers generally functioned, the existence of evil spirits, and his job at his master's business exorcising them. Next, he went on to the existence of evil espers and the organization Claw. Briefly discussing when he first confronted them, he moved on to his most recent assault against the organization, talking about his battle with Toichiro Suzuki and explaining his overall plan. At first, Midoriya remained rather silent and didn't find it too hard to believe what he was hearing. But when he moved on to explaining his battles with Claw, he was just as shocked as All Might first was when he'd heard the story. Like him, Midoriya was baffled that Shigeo was forced to fight the leader of a large organization of superpowered humans, something that only pro-heroes would even attempt. Then, the shock reached its height when Shigeo explained that he actually absorbed the phenomenal energy Toichiro was unleashing in an attempt to save the city. When the Esper finished his explanation, Midoriya's mouth was gaping open, and his eyes were as wide as dinner plates. So you're saying you got sent to this dimension when you absorbed that insane amount of psychic energy? That's right. Shigeo's lips were pursed into a tight line, understanding the disbelief that would arise by such a crazy story. So now, it looks like I'm stuck in this world with no way to get back home. My God. If it weren't for Midoriya meeting All Might and learning that quirks could actually be transferred, he might not have believed this story. But after that, his view of the world had been opened widely, so a superpowered human from another dimension suddenly didn't seem so far-fetched. With the explanation finished, the first thing Midoriya did was give his condolences to this teenager separated from his family and his home. I'm so sorry for your loss, Kageyama. Thank you. Shigeo lifted himself onto his feet and looked off into the sky. The pain's still here, and I'll continue to miss them, but I'm going to keep on living and try to make the best of what I have now. It's what they'd want. Midoriya was stunned silent by the resolve this teenager was demonstrating. All Might, however, let out a hearty laugh, having come to learn this side of Kageyama after spending a few days with him. This is the determination that makes him so impressive. Take some notes from him, Midoriya. Now then. All Might stood up and walked over to a large fridge. He lifted the fridge up and placed it on the flat ground. Next, he took out some rope he had in his pocket and tied it around the base of the fridge. Finally, he grabbed the ends of the rope and stretched them out a few meters in front of him. All right, you two. All Might pointed his finger at the rope, and the two teenagers got the message. They grasped the rope, and All Might jumped on top of the fridge. Now both of you move this fridge to that trash pile over there. The hero pointed a few dozen meters in front of him. Try to wrap the rope around your bodies to increase the amount of force you're exerting. Both teenagers exchanged nervous looks. This was certainly some unorthodox training. But this was All Might after all, so he knew what he was doing. Grag. And so their training began. The two teenagers started tugging on the refrigerator with all of their might. They closed their eyes and grit their teeth as they tugged the fridge, yet the weight of the fridge and the lack of muscles either of them had made it a fruitless effort. Hey, dude, y'all doing okay down there? The view's great from up here. Shigeo and Izuku continued this resistance for several more seconds, until neither of them could continue, and both fell simultaneously on the ground. Doing what I'm asking you to do now is something that's done on a regular basis by most people, and they don't have super strength or a second person to assist them. Shigeo and Izuku pushed themselves back up. I mean, you add like an extra 600 pounds we're having to pull. Midoriya commented. No, that's a bit of an overestimation. Nowadays, I'm at around 560 pounds while I'm in this form. By the way, why are we dragging trash across the beach like this? Asked Izuku. Yeah, I'm used to using weight machines or dumbbells, added Shigeo. The number one hero heartily laughed and took out his red cell phone. Look at the two of you. All Might took multiple pictures and made sure to take individual pictures as well. Midoriya, there's no way you're ready to take my quirk now. Upon hearing this, Midoriya looked up with comedic tears in his eyes and his jaw comically opened. Huh. But you told me I was worthy. No. Shigeo spoke up and tried to straighten out exactly what All Might was trying to say. It's not what you think it means. I'm referring to your underdeveloped body, All Might said while moving forward and taking pictures, preparing to explain what he'd told Shigeo less than an hour ago. The power of my quirk is a real handful. The combined strength and abilities of everyone who's ever used it creates an unbelievable power. If you inherited it now, your limbs would shoot off your body, and you'd lose your head. Seriously? Man, what power! The teenagers were baffled by the dire consequences of inheriting one for all without proper training beforehand. But now, Midoriya got the full idea of what All Might was trying to do with him here. I see now. So you brought me here to do a high-intensity workout regimen, and you're my trainer. The symbol of peace gave Midoriya a thumbs up. That's right. Now, going to your question, Kageyama, another reason why I chose this place and the unusual training exercises instead of more regular ones is because of some research I did last night. All Might paced back to the fridge and continued speaking. I learned this beach once had crystal water and sparkling white sand, but over the last few years, All Might lightly banged the fridge, but with his phenomenal strength, even a tiny bang was enough to dent the appliance. It's turned into a real mess. How come? Shigeo asked. Well, the ocean current washes the trash onto the shore, and a lot of people use the mess to illegally dump their own garbage here. It's why nobody ever comes here anymore. The Esper was slightly saddened to know that such a beautiful place was being ruined by people and their trash. All Might shared in that disappointment. In this day and age, all heroes prioritize are catching villains or stopping natural disasters. All Might grabbed the top of the fridge and began to crush it like a giant soda can. Before quirks appeared, people cared more about helping the community and doing basic but important service work. Even if it might not have been the most SMLNG job, All Might crushed the fridge with enough force that a pile of trash behind him flew in the air, creating short air waves and revealing the beautiful sun rising over the gleaming ocean. For your first tasks, both of you will remove all of the trash from this area of the beach and restore it to its former glory. Although the mission seemed noble, the futility of such an undertaking became apparent to Midoriya. You mean you want us to remove all of this? There's no way we can do that. I mean, Shigeo didn't see it as such an impossible task. Quite the opposite. Shigeo could probably remove all the trash from this beach in less than a minute. If you really wanted me to, All Might, I could use my psychic powers to clean the beach. Ha 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 ha. The symbol of peace walked back up to the two teenagers. I appreciate the sentimentality, Shigeo. Perhaps once your training is done, you could take that approach, but for now, let's focus on removing the trash through hard work. Midoriya, All Might's focus veered to the quirkless teenager. Your dream is to attend UA High, is it not? Izuku nodded his head. That's right. It's your alma mater, which goes to show how amazing of a school it is. The teenager clenched his fist and looked down with slightly fearful yet dominantly hopeful eyes. I know the odds are stacked against me, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna reach for the stars and attend UA. The #1 hero was pleased to see this deep determination from the quirkless child. That spirit will get you quite far, fanboy. All Might turned his body around and gazed out into the endless sea. But like I told you before, without a quirk, being a hero becomes extremely difficult. It's a harsh reality, I know, but it is reality nevertheless. And UA has the lowest acceptance rate of any hero course, so dash. Izuku interrupted All Might and finished his thoughts. So that means if I want to make it there, I'll have to put in twice the effort of any other applicants as soon as possible. I mean, the entrance exam is in only 10 months. The symbol of peace dramatically took out several pieces of paper he had tucked on the waist of his pants. Do not fret, young Midoria. I've already planned in preparation for the exam and put together an extensive workout routine for the next 10 months. I call it your Aim to Pass American Dream Plan. In this schedule, I also ironed out all the other details of your life in the process. Midoriya took the pieces of paper and began to read them. For you, Kageyama, I didn't have time to make a workout schedule for you. If you'd like, I could create one for you tonight. Yeah, I'd like that. Oh my god. Midoriya read over the hours of exercise and the amount of time he'd be putting into this routine. You even planned out my sleep schedule? Whoa! Shigeo loomed over Izuku's shoulder and was baffled by the amount of time Midoriya would be putting into this. Hell, even the Body Improvement Club didn't go on for so many hours or make him wake up at such early times. Yeah. All Might rubbed the back of his head. I'm going to just give it to you straight here. This is going to be a really rough ride. Are you up for it? All Might was wondering if this kind of intense training was something Shigeo would be up for as well. Kageyama, would you like to follow Midoriya's schedule as well? It'll be extremely arduous. I can tone down the intensity if you'd prefer. The Esper was surprised by how much time Izuku would have to put into this workout. If this kind of training would give him the physical body he needed in order to obtain such a strong quirk, then Shigeo Kageyama wanted to get a body just like that, no matter what it took. No. I'll stick to the same plan as Midoriya. Really? Izuku wasn't expecting Shigeo to be so willing to go to the lengths he was. Would he really be okay with breaking his back and waking up before the sun rose every day? The Esper gazed at the quirkless teenager and curved up the corners of his lips. You won't be doing this alone. Midoriya was unsure of the path ahead of him, and hoped that his efforts would be enough to inherit one for all, but now, knowing that there would be someone beside him, doing the work with him, it served as another small source of inspiration for the quirkless teenager. Awesome. All Might looked at the scene of support and nodded his head. With these two working hard together, he was positive it would lead to great things. Now let's keep going. And with that, the hellish 10-month training for the two middle schoolers had begun. The next training activity that All Might had them do was pull two large filing cabinets. Both teenagers were heaving with all of their might, although Midoriya was ahead of Kageyama by a few inches. Come on you two. Put your backs into it, yelled All Might. Body improvement. Fight on. Fight on. Shigeo spoke his club's mantra through strained breaths. Midoriya heard Kageyama repeating this phrase and gave the Esper a perplexed look. Why do you keep saying that? That's the mantra, Shigeo said while continuing his exercise, that the Body Improvement Club would say whenever doing exercises. It's a club I was a part of. All Might overheard Shigeo comment on this and regarded the phrase as admirable. Even something as simple as a phrase could give a boost in passion. Whoever was in that club, they must have been extremely committed to increasing their physical strength. Sounds exactly like what you need to do to inherit my quirk, Midoriya. You must fight on. The quirkless teenager quickly realized that All Might was right. Fighting on was the only chance he had of becoming a hero. Fight on. Shigeo was surprised to hear that the mantra came out of Midoriya's lips now. The quirkless teenager decided to follow Shigeo's idea and repeat this mantra as a way to further invigorate himself. It couldn't hurt. The two teenagers exchanged small smiles and began to repeat the mantra in unison. Fight on. Fight on. Fight on. All Might's smile reached all the way up to his ears. That was the way to go. The rest of the day continued on with more exercises involving the garbage around them. Some of the exercises involved running while carrying a tire, more pulling appliances, running in general, and even using a rather worn-out bench press set. Throughout the day, both teenagers were having a difficult time keeping up with the high standards required for this training, but it was made clear that Shigeo was the weaker of the two. Although he was definitely better than before, and the gap between their strength wasn't exceptionally large, in all of the exercises, Shigeo was the first one who would stumble and fall, the one who was always out of breath more quickly, and the one who could lift less weight. All Might realized that Shigeo was unfortunately correct in his assertion of his weak body barring psychic powers. For someone of his age, it was definitely below average. By the time their training was done for the day, the sun was beginning to set, and both teenagers laid on the ground, panting like dogs and with sweat drenching their clothing. "That's enough for the day," said All Might. The hero helped the two boys up off the ground and waited for them to regain their strength. "Both of you showed real heart out there. Continue with that heart, and you'll definitely be ready for the UA entrance exam in 10 months. The quirkless teenager's eyes lit up, and he straightened his body with confidence. "I'll make sure I'm ready. Now, Kageyama, let's go home." The hero and the Esper began their voyage back to the apartment, when Midoria brought up a question he'd never really thought about until now. "You're staying with All Might?" "Aha." Izuku Midoria felt like his mind was about to explode. Someone actually had the opportunity to live beside All Might, the #1 hero in the world, to see what his home life was like and who he was behind closed doors? Wow! Izuku didn't think anyone would have such an up-close view of the symbol of peace. Maybe Shigeo could tell him a few little nuggets of info on his hero. The powerful Esper could see why Izuku would be amazed at his living arrangement, but didn't reciprocate the shock and jealousy his training partner did. Anyway, Shigeo briefly lifted his hand up to bid farewell to his training comrade. "See you tomorrow." "Goodbye, you two." The pair of superpowered humans strolled through the large piles of garbage until they made it back to the road and walked along the sidewalk. The first day of training was over, but there would be many more to come. If Shigeo was honest, he didn't really know what he'd signed up for. Later that night, All Might printed up another copy of the workout schedule he made for Izuku Midoriya, with some slight changes. Once he had the chance to look it over in more detail, he got a better idea of the hours he'd be training and the times he'd have to get up. Compared to the Body Improvement Club training, this was like a journey through hell for the young Esper. Against all of this pressure and suffering, Shigeo Kageyama refused to give in to defeat. His determination and focus towards his goal of improving himself was as strong as ever. However, beyond that, the Esper didn't know what else his life would bring him here. The days passed by, and the three continued coming to the beach and doing several exercises. The training helped Shigeo take his mind off of his friends and family, and the chemicals released from his brain after the physical training also served to lessen his internal sorrow. Shigeo's only focus was to continue his training. It was all he could focus on, or else he'd go mad from depression. During all of the training days, Izuku Midoriya silently but firmly worked alongside Shigeo in their workouts. To keep any conversation away from his past and maintain a more casual relationship, and for the time, it was working to create a regular bond between the two teenagers. However, as they spent more time together and Midoriya got a better chance to know what he was like, he began to develop a sense of curiosity towards his training partner. He couldn't help but wonder what he could do with his psychic powers and whether or not he was capable of everything he claimed in his stories. More importantly, why would Shigeo care about working out with the powers he had? It seemed basically pointless to Izuku. About a week had passed since Shigeo had arrived to this dimension, and the two teenagers were resting together on the beach. They were currently indulging in the 10-minute break allotted for them on their schedules. Shigeo and Izuku looked up at the sky with their arms planted behind them and keeping their upper bodies off the ground. "Man," Izuku said, initiating the conversation between them, "can you feel the huge aching in your muscles?" "Yep," replied Shigeo. "I'm surprised I'm still standing. Hopefully this pain will go away as my muscles get stronger." "Let's hope it does." The two training partners let out a brief chuckle before they went into silence. Shigeo and Izuku remained silent for a few more seconds, until Izuku finally decided to venture into more personal territory and assuage his developing curiosity. "Hey Kageyama. Yeah. How come you're doing this?" The Esper's eyebrows arched up, and he turned his chest to face Izuku. "I mean, I'm doing this so I'll be strong enough to inherit one for all, but what drives you to wake up so early in the morning to work yourself ragged alongside me?" Shigeo was kind of expecting this question from Izuku eventually, knowing how much he wanted to gain power and how amazed he was at the story Shigeo told him. "I'm doing this because I want to improve myself." "But how come?" "With your psychic powers, based on what you told me, it gives you unbelievable strength and abilities." The teenage Esper shook his head. "That might be true, but those powers don't solve everything for me, and they haven't been helpful in making me popular." The quirkless teenager, like All Might, found it very difficult to believe that a psychic human like this wouldn't be revered for the powers he possessed. Shigeo continued, "Besides, you've seen firsthand how weak I am. In all of our exercises, I'm the first one to stop to take a breather or even pass out from exhaustion." Izuku Midoriya remembered those scenes all too well. A few instances during their training, particularly during their long-distance running, Shigeo had become so drained that he passed out from the strain on his body. Although he woke up about half an hour later, it was a rather surprising occurrence for Midoriya and All Might, and from that point on, All Might slightly toned down the intensity of Shigeo's training. "And that's after spending a few months training. Before, I could barely run a mile without fainting. Besides that, there are areas my psychic powers can't fix for me, like reading the surroundings, knowing how to interact socially, and plenty of other things." Izuku Midoriya took all of this information in with shock and analysis. The quirkless teenager had never really considered any deficiencies or flaws in people not associated with their quirks. Ever since he was a kid, he was taught that quirks were what made people who they were. But the fact that someone with amazing powers wasn't self-righteous or overly proud about his abilities was something he never encountered before. "Wow," Izuku said, "I've never really looked at powers in that sense before. It's nothing like at my school." Now it was Shigeo's turn to ask a question. "What do you mean?" Midoriya leaned his body further backward and gazed up into the sky. "At my school, everybody is judged based on their quirk. Almost everybody in my school has a quirk, and I'm the only odd one out. Quirks are the only thing people care about." "Really?" "Yep. There's this one kid in my class. His name's Bakugo. He's got the ability to create explosions, and the sweat he secretes only makes those explosions stronger. It's one of the strongest quirks I've come across, and because of that, he's got a lot of friends." "Is that so?" That logic contradicted everything he had come to believe from the time at his middle school. More importantly, if everyone in his school had quirks, and they all valued others based on quirks, what did that make Midoriya? "So what about you?" Shigeo was almost afraid to ask Izuku this question. "How do you fit into your school without a quirk?" The quirkless teenager remained silent for a few seconds, and his eyes darkened as all of the past trauma and ridicule came back to him. "It's not fun. Almost everyone at my school either ignores me or makes fun of me because I don't have a quirk." A weight settled on the Esper's heart. People at his school made fun of him because he had no powers? What a horrible feeling it must be to be ostracized and ridiculed by his classmates because he didn't have powers. That mockery and ridicule was something Shigeo was all too familiar with, but he never imagined it would come to someone else because they didn't have powers. That's not right. They shouldn't criticize you for not having powers. It's true. In fact, Bakugo probably makes fun of me the most. When my teacher revealed I wanted to attend UA High, he mocked me and called me a worthless nobody. What? His flesh prickled, and his every muscle tensed. The Esper could not imagine his training partner being mercilessly ridiculed and tormented like that. It was unacceptable. Midoriya's gaze went back down to Shigeo, and he saw the growing hostility on the Esper's face. "Whoa, Shigeo. I'm sorry, it's just..." Shigeo forced himself to temper his frustrations, and his fists unclenched themselves. "It just frustrates to imagine he'd go to such lengths to ridicule you. It's plain wrong. Besides, he has no right to make fun of you based on whether or not you have powers. That shouldn't define someone for who they are." Hey you too! Izuku and Shigeo were interrupted by All Might, who had just finished setting up the next training exercises and getting all of the necessary equipment, if trash could be called equipment. Let me join in on this. The symbol of peace sat on the ground next to Midoria. So what have you two been talking about while I was gone? Said All Might. He was telling me about his life. At school, replied Shigeo, how the hierarchy is based on quirks. Ah yes. All Might was painfully aware of the importance quirks had in this society, and had already explained it a bit to Shigeo before. Now Midoriya was giving him a better glimpse into what life was like for those who didn't have quirks. As I told you before, about 20% of the population does not have a quirk, which unfortunately makes them an easy target for others. It's alright though. I'm not physically bullied or anything. Besides, there are still some people who are nice enough to me at my school, so it's not as bad as you might think. Midoriya tried to take the focus off of himself and look past the troubles that plagued his school life. Instead, he tried to shift the topic toward another area of interest the quirkless teenager had been developing ever since he met Shigeo. You know, Kageyama, I've spent a lot of time taking notes and analyzing other people's quirks, but I've never really gotten a good look of your powers besides that first instance when we met. Would you mind giving me a good demonstration of your powers? Oh. Shigeo had rarely been asked to show his powers. It was an unexpected request from Izuku. Regardless, the powerful Esper saw no problem in giving the quirkless teenager a show of his powers. The teenager lifted himself off of the ground, and his aura began to shine around him. All Might and Izuku soon saw the water in the ocean begin to rise. Not only was the water in the ocean rising several meters, but hundreds of thousands of gallons of water were rising. The water flowed in a circular motion, like a snake coiling around its prey. The two spectators were left stunned by this display. After a few seconds of this swirling in the air, the Esper released the hold on the water, and it all crashed back down with a large thud. Was that enough for you? The spectating student was so awestruck by this display, he could only let out a basic reply. Aha! Such. All Might was equally dazzled by the capacity of this child's psychic abilities, such raw power. For Shigeo Kageyama, this feat and the many more feats he could do with his psychic powers were practically irrelevant to him, and he casually walked back to the training area. Let's hurry up. Our break is already over. Izuku was the first one to formulate a statement. Shigeo, your powers, that unbelievable. The Esper merely shrugged his shoulders and continued walking to the training area. That's not really the way I see them. Now come on, Izuku, All Might. Back to training. The two of them took a few seconds to dispel the shock of seeing Shigeo unleash his powers like this, and stood back up. But the amazement the quirkless teenager had with Shigeo's powers did not fade away. Contrary to what the Esper believed, his psychic powers were incredible. Who knew what he could do with them? Working through the pain and sweating like dogs, the two teenagers had completed the painstaking exercises for the day. Both were panting on the ground, the sweat dripping down their chins and moistening their entire faces. Excellent work as always, you two. All Might said, I'll give you boys a minute to regain your strength, then you can go home and get some much-needed rest. The symbol of peace went to get some of the equipment ready for tomorrow, leaving Shigeo and Izuku alone. Ever since Izuku had gotten another demonstration of Shigeo's powers, his thoughts were only focused on what they could do, what Shigeo could do. The potential he had, all the good he could do, all the good he already did based on the stories he'd heard, Izuku saw no end to it. Hey Kageyama. Yeah. Have you ever considered about enrolling at UA High with me? The Esper's lips parted slightly, unprepared for such a dramatic question. Huh. The quirkless child elaborated on what his feelings were on the matter. Haven't you ever wondered all the good your powers can do, the lives they can save? With your abilities, you can become a hero. In fact, I'd say that you're already a hero. Shigeo felt his skin begin to tingle from the sincerity of his training partner's praise. You really think so? Of course. Based on what you've told me, you've already done the work of most heroes and beyond by saving an entire city from destruction and taking down an evil organization. That's incredible. To me, it shows how much potential you have. Think about it. Imagine yourself as a hero. Such passion, such admiration. The Esper could see and hear in Izuku's voice the faith he had in his powers. All Might had spoken to him with this kind of respect before, praised him for his deeds and resolve. In their eyes, the Esper was like an unpolished gemstone that was waiting to be chiseled and polished so that its brilliant luster could shine. Kageyama, All Might had finished preparations for the next day of training and was now motioning for the Esper with his hand. Let's head out. Okay. Shigeo stood up and glanced at his training comrade. I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. At least consider enrolling at UA. Mob nodded, and with a small wave of his hand, he left the quirkless teenager and began walking with All Might back to their apartment. Midoriya's statement made him think quite a bit. His training partner already had a clear goal he was striving towards and a future planned out for him. It wasn't the same for Kageyama. He really had no idea what was going to become of him in this new world or when the chance would arise for him to return home. So what would he choose to become during his time here? Was becoming a hero really the best course of action for Mob? As soon as they started walking home, Shigeo decided to ask All Might for his 2 cents on the issue. All Might, do you think I should enroll at UA? The #1 hero was completely caught off guard by this question. Tashinori was waiting to bring it up himself after a few more days of training. He hadn't counted on Shigeo bringing the matter up himself. Why do you ask? It's just that Midoriya was talking to me just now and telling me I should become a hero. Do you agree with him? It made sense to All Might that Izuku would be the one to bring this up to him, considering how much he enjoyed heroes and his determination to become a hero. The frail man took a few seconds to compose his thoughts and think of the right words to tell him. I've told you this before, and I'll tell you it again, you have the heart of a true hero. With your compassion, selflessness, and humble nature, combined with your psychic powers, I believe the sky is the limit for what you can achieve. Here, All Might began to preach more of his personal beliefs on his view of justice and what its purpose was. The world needs to have something to cling on to, something that will give them hope for a bright future and a sense of security from the forces of evil. I've been that hope, the symbol of peace that everyone looks up to. I plan to have Midoriya take up the mantle when he inherits one for all from me, but with your powers and your heart, you have the potential to be just as great of a symbol. All Might knew, however, that he couldn't simply disregard the chance of reuniting with his family, at least until we find a way to get you back home. I believe that becoming a hero would be the right path for you. His words touched Shigeo Kageyama to his core and made him truly consider All Might and Izuku's suggestion. Even though it was hard for him to find a sense of justice or dig deep to find the passion for becoming a hero like Izuku, Shigeo still liked the idea of working to help people. And if becoming a hero allowed him to do that, if his psychic powers made it easier for him to do this, then the young Esper saw no reason to object. If you think it's what's best for me, then I'll enroll at UA and become a hero. The symbol of peace beamed with joy. With Kageyama now fully on board, things would work out a lot more smoothly, and the Esper would really get the chance to prove himself. Excellent. Don't worry about the enrollment process, I'll handle all of that for you. Just focus on your training and being in tip-top shape. This was it. At last, Izuku Midoriya and Shigeo Kageyama would walk down the path to UA High and towards the light of being a hero. What that path would bring them and the troubles they would encounter along that way, only time could tell. Boom. Shigeo Kageyama is officially planning on becoming a hero. Wait until next chapter to see how things play out. Boom. With this chapter rolling around, all of you readers will get to see the progress of these 2 pure-hearted teenagers and in what ways Shigeo is adjusting to this new world. Feast your eyes on Chapter 6 of 100% Hero. The afternoon sunlight created a bright glare on the multiple windows of UA Academy. The hustle and bustle of school was plentiful here, and many students were getting to their classes, casually conversing with one another, engaging in training exercises, and absorbing the sunlight outside. Going completely unnoticed among the masses of people was a frail man with sunken cheeks wearing a dress shirt and regular khakis. As this man walked by, many of the students there assumed this was either a teacher or staff worker going about their daily job. They had no way of knowing that this man was the #1 hero, All Might. After Shigeo decided to enroll at UA alongside Izuku, Toshinori knew it was solely his responsibility to handle the application process and paperwork needed to register. However, that in and of itself was no easy task. Since Shigeo wasn't from this world, there were absolutely no public records or any indication he technically existed. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a major problem, but since All Might had already been hired as a teacher here, he could easily work things out with the principal. He had already called him yesterday to let him know of his arrival, and he trusted the pair of trainees to continue their routine without him. But this was not the part that gave him the most anxiety. How he would go about explaining Shigeo's situation and get the principal even to believe him, he was not yet sure, and it's what he was thinking about right now. The symbol of peace made it to the principal's office. Sitting at his desk was Principal Nizu, although he was not what one would expect. This principal was not a man at all. He was an animal with the features of several different species. He had the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, large, dog-like paws with pink pads, and a thin tail similar to a feline. Nizu was a sporadic case of an animal obtaining a quirk, and his quirk gave him enhanced intelligence that superseded most humans. It was why he could function in regular society and why he was appointed as the principal of this school. The principal's lips reached upwards, and his charcoal eyes brightened at the arrival of his newest teacher. Ah, All Might. Principal Nizu was one of the few people aware of All Might's true form and knew how vital it was to be kept a secret. Good afternoon. I just made a spectacular pot of tea. Would you care to have some? Gladly. The principal poured him a cup of tea, and upon drinking it, All Might felt a delightful taste that tickled his taste buds. Wow, I didn't know your tea could be so flavorful. Well, it's something I pride myself on. Principal Nizu took a sip of his tea and smiled. Now tell me, All Might, what can I help you with today? The principal rested his tea on the countertop and placed his elbows on his lap. When I got your call, I could detect the urgency in your voice. Indeed. All Might put his cup of tea on the table and straightened his back. I want to talk to you about a boy I met about a week ago. And? Well, I was thinking of having him apply to UA, and I wanted to run it by you to see if you'd approve of his application. The anthropomorphic animal let out a short laugh. Is that all? I hardly view it as anything problematic. Just let him send his application, and if he qualifies, he will be a student, simple as that. All Might sighed and scratched the back of his head. The easy part of this day was done. Now came the hard part. His eyes drifted away to a painting on the wall, and he could feel his chest tighten with anxiety. No, it wasn't as simple as that. See. Principal Nizu's smile disappeared when he saw this sudden change of expression. He inclined his chair forward, resting his elbows on the table and clasping his hands together in front of his mouth. He could tell immediately there was something more All Might had to say to him. What is it? The number one hero faltered for a moment. His eyes left the painting and went to his lap. The hero's fingers curled up as the stress of his decision mounted. Did he dare reveal the truth about Shigeo Kageyama and where he came from? He had yet to learn what repercussions this might bring, how it might impact Shigeo's treatment at UA, or whether Principal Nizu would even believe in it. Was worth it? His fingers clenched into fists, and his eyes returned to the principal. The symbol of peace decided to come out with it. It was better if Nizu had an idea of the situation so he wouldn't be left with an enormous surprise that led to rash action. Perhaps he could even find some clues as to getting Shigeo back home. Principal Nizu, what I'm going to tell you will be hard to believe, but please bear with me. I'm listening. The anthropomorphic animal stilled his breathing from the tense expectation of the news about to come. You see, the teenager I want to enlist here, his name is Shigeo Kageyama, and he's... The hero's green eyes dimmed to a dark verdant solemnness. Not from this world. The principal let out a small yelp. The lines on his face twisted into shock, and his calm disposition had been broken. Nizu had yet to learn what All Might was going on about. Not from this world? What did that mean? The hero's body stiffened, and he clasped his hands together in the space between his legs. This child comes from another world completely different from ours. Quirks don't exist in his world. although some individuals have psychic abilities. Shigeo Kageyama is one of those individuals. He can utilize psychic energy to his will, granting him telekinesis, flight, and many other abilities that wouldn't usually be seen in a quirk user with similar power. You're saying he has more than one power? The first reaction to this revelation was shock, but then this shock morphed into hesitancy. His claims were quite severe and brought about a plethora of confusion and questions. After all, the implication that someone had more than one power was impossible, and the implication that there was a traveler from another dimension was unimaginable to most. I've seen it myself. Not only that, but he has a phenomenal amount of energy. The sheer amount of energy allowed him to tear through reality itself, sending him to our world. Unfortunately, he can't return, and for now, it appears he will be stuck here. All Might, these are quite the dramatic claims. But, are you sure this is what happened to this Shigeo Kageyama? Are you sure he isn't a misplaced child who got lost and has an amazing quirk? I'm positive. You'll find nothing if you try to look him up online or search his public records. Besides, I've seen his powers. I've seen what he can do. There is no way this child can be a regular quirk user. If you want me to give you hard evidence, I can bring Shigeo here and have his foot x-rayed to determine he has 2 joints in his pinky toe. The symbol of peace leaned his body forward, creating a slight air of gravity around him and causing Nizu to shift uneasily in his seat. Principal Nizu, this is not Kageyama's home. The head of the school felt his throat clamp up with the bright green irises burning into his body. All Might was positive in his assertions about this child. Principal Nizu reclined in his chair and held his fingers to his chin while his mind raced with the information disclosed to him. This was the second secret the symbol of peace had revealed. When he'd first learned about All Might and gained his trust, he was pretty shocked to know the truth about All Might's quirk. But this was on a whole new level of crazy. Toshinori slammed his fist down on the desk, although he only did this as a display of his determination, and the punch had no power. I understand your doubts, but Nizu, you have to believe me. I do. The principal's face was stern, and the lofty, relaxed quirk user from less than a minute ago had disappeared. The hero's bright green irises brimming with seriousness, slightly dimmed when Nizu met his gaze with an equally severe look in his eyes. Whether or not he found it possible, Nizu believed the symbol of peace's claims. After all Might had trusted Nizu with the truth about his quirk and one for all, a secret that, if leaked, could ruin the hero's reputation and could very well damage society itself, all in the hopes of finding someone to pass his quirk onto. The least the principal could do in return for this trust was to give him his faith in All Might's claims, no matter how outlandish they seemed. Imagining a traveler from another dimension is quite the dramatic tale. I never pondered the possibility of other worlds or universes beyond ours. The principal's eyes traveled upward to look at the ceiling. His heart stirred slightly, and the anthropomorphic animal's mouth formed a frown when he thought of the disparity and loneliness this child must have been experiencing. I can only imagine what this child must be going through. Toshinori lowered his head, his bright green irises dimmed to a dark jade color. He was all too familiar with the sadness in Shigeo's heart, the torment and misery he displayed before when he clutched onto the hero and unloaded all of his anguish. He's been having a difficult time, but he's still hanging in there. The number 1 hero lifted his head back up and reached out his hand a few inches. Right now, I'm having him stay with me. This is because I wanted to bring him to UA High so he could be close by and because he has fantastic potential to become a hero. The number 1 hero flicked his finger out. I came here today so you would be aware of Shigeo's origins and powers and be prepared to take any measures necessary to conceal this secret. Principal Nizu nodded his head. That makes sense. I also hoped you could assist in finding a way back home for Shigeo, maybe try and find a quirk that could travel through dimensions. I know the chances are slim, but any help would be appreciated. Principal Nizu rubbed his chin, pondering All Might's request for assistance. Undertaking such a challenge would be quite a hurdle. As you say, finding a quirk that can travel through dimensions seems impossible, but I will be sure to do whatever I can. The symbol of peace closed his eyes and bowed his head in respect. Thank you. Toshinori wanted to address one more thing before he went. Also, if it isn't too much trouble, I would prefer the other staff or anyone else not be informed about this. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on Shigeo or have him be treated differently than the other students. Yes, isolating him and making him feel different will not do him any good, especially with the loss of his family. Very well, All Might. I will accommodate Shigeo and work out his application for you. I'm eternally grateful for your assistance, Principal Nizu. Yes, well, it certainly sounds like quite the situation you have on your hands. So, whatever else you may need of me, call me, and I'll be glad to help. Toshinori Yagi took an internal sigh of relief. At least now, the young Esper would have a guaranteed chance of attending UA High. However, there were still some other pressing matters he needed to listen to, for there was someone else whom he required assistance from, one of the only other people he could trust with this secret. All Might had called to set up a short meeting with him early that morning, and thankfully, they'd managed to set up a time right after his meeting with Principal Nizu. This man was someone All Might had known for a few years now, one of the first to know about his true form and the secret of his quirk. His friend in the police force, Naomasa Tsukachi, was a reliable confidant and the only man who could help him with the problem he was facing with Shigeo. The #1 hero waited near one of the back exits of the police station in his true form to draw as little suspicion as possible from anyone else. Finally, after a few minutes, his friend came out the door in his usual police attire. All Might. The policeman greeted the #1 hero with jubilance, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. It's good to see you. Tsukachi, it's been far too long. How's everything been going for you? Keeping up with your workload? Yeah, nothing too big's been happening in the villain world. The detective's expression grew more serious when the casual conversation starters quickly got old. I was surprised when you called and requested a meeting with me. It was out of the blue. Not that I'm not happy to catch up with a friend, but I've had the nagging suspicion that whatever you wanted to talk to me about must be pretty dire. All Might's face similarly darkened. You've got a keen intuition, Tsukachi. You're right, I called you today because something huge has happened, something truly extraordinary. The detective's head flinched back slightly. The way this sounded, Tsukachi was in for a ride. The other day, I ran into a young boy named Shigeo Kageyama. The hero spilled the entire story to his friend, the world Shigeo came from, his calamitous fight with the boss of Claw, his phenomenal power, and how he arrived in this dimension. After finishing the story, Tsukachi was naturally shocked, leaning his back against the wall while running his hand through his hair. Wow! Unlike Nizu, the policeman had a bit of a more challenging time swallowing this truth, for it seemed too outlandish. I get it that it's a crazy story, Tsukachi, but he didn't make it up. If you search for him in your police database, I guarantee you won't find any legal proof that he exists. And that's the problem. Nobody's going to believe this kid came from another dimension, but people are going to be suspicious if they come asking for any legal papers or identification and come up dry. I don't know how long this kid'll be here, but if he's gonna become a part of this society, then he needs proof of his existence. And that's where you come in. I want you to create his legal registration, give him a social security number, birth certificate, past schools, all of that. I know that's a tall order, but you're the only person I can trust with the resources and the skills to help him. The detective's hand fell to his side, and Tsukachi stared blankly at his friend for a few seconds, still processing this story of a traveler from another dimension. All Might felt his stomach twist in knots, if he still had a stomach, waiting to see what his friend's answer would be. Finally, after what felt like hours, the detective spoke. I'll search for him on the police database, like you said, to be 100% certain that he's not a legal citizen. If the search turns up dry, then I don't have much other choice but to believe that kid's from another world, and then I'll help create the paperwork you're looking for. All Might let out a deep sigh, wiping his forehead in relief. I can't thank you enough, Tsukachi. You're a true friend. The shock was still rather deep, so the most he could give the hero was a shaky smile. No problem. With nothing else to say and wanting to confirm the integrity of the hero's tales, the detective entered the police station while Toshinori stood outside with a relieved smile wide across his face. Now all of the most complex parts were done, And hopefully, it would be enough for Kageyama to live a peaceful life here for now. After the number 1 hero finished his business with Principal Nizu and Tsukachi, Toshinori returned to the apartment, knowing he'd had to miss the day of exercise with his 2 pupils. When he arrived, the hero found Mob sitting on the couch and wanting to get straight to the point. All Might sat beside him and told him everything he'd done that day. So you told the school's principal and your friend, a detective, the truth about me? Yes. I thought it was best they both know about you. That way, the principal wouldn't suspect anything when you tried to apply, and with my friend in the police force, he'll be able to give you a legal identity and let you live a regular life in this world for the moment. I hope that doesn't upset you. No, I don't mind. He trusted All Might's decision-making. After all, the hero had taken responsibility for so many other things for him. It was only thanks to him that he had a roof over his head, 3 meals a day, a comfortable bed, a workout program, and most of all, emotional support. So it was only fair for Shigeo to trust the number 1 hero. Despite this support and his attempts to create an active life for the Esper, a pressing matter still needed to be addressed. After learning he would be attending UA High, Shigeo realized something important that he'd overlooked. Now that he was alone with the hero, he saw it as the appropriate time to mention it. Hey, All Might, am I just going to keep exercising for the next 10 months? Do you think I should be enrolled in another school before I go to UA High? The symbol of peace nearly fell off of the couch. How could he have missed something so vital? Shigeo was a middle schooler, after all. He needed education. And he needed to have some sort of life outside of his training. He couldn't just be a shut-in with no proper sociality for the next 10 months. If he were, then he'd likely be unable to interact with his peers or establish meaningful connections properly. Alas, several complications would still arise if he tried to enroll him in an actual school. So he'd have to go for an alternative. Unfortunately, we can't risk drawing any attention to you and your lack of public records. So what options are left? All Might began working through the alternatives in his mind. The best idea I have is if you're enrolled in an online school. That way, you get the education you need without drawing any attention to yourself from the authorities or the public. Oh. The Esper's reaction to this was very silent and stifled. The lackluster irises continued to be darkened with his lack of emotion, and the corners of his lips curved ever so slightly downward. The frail hero saw this slight change in expression, causing him to feel a sense of uneasiness and regret. Is that all right for you? Yeah, it's okay. Shigeo lifted his lips to form a small smile. The young Esper understood the hurdles preventing him from returning to an everyday life. It was lamentable and reminded him of how foreign he was to this world, but as long as he had All Might and Izuku alongside him to support him and work through the challenges ahead, that was enough company for him. I don't want to add any unnecessary stress to your life. After all, you are the number 1 hero, and you're training 2 teenagers on top of that. The hero's blue irises remained fixed and concerned for a few more moments, but the worry in his eyes eventually disappeared. He appreciated the sentiment Shigeo harbored and how little he had objected throughout this ordeal, even though he had lost so much. Be that as it may, Shigeo Kageyama was still only a middle schooler. He deserved to have some semblance of an everyday life, go out in the world, enjoy regular hobbies, mingle with peers, and share laughs and memories with friends. It wasn't fair to completely take those things away from him. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in Toshinori's mind. He paced to his desk and grabbed 2 decks of playing cards in the cabinet. Shigeo, how about we play a card game called 5 Crowns? The symbol of peace grinned as he removed the cards from the boxes and began shuffling them into one giant pile. I picked it up while I was in the United States. I've never heard of it. The hero's grin widened even further, and his green irises were now sparkling with excitement and joy. Well, I'm here to teach you. Shigeo shifted his body to face All Might in a diagonal direction. The Esper and the hero smiled while All Might explained the game's rules. Although the young child could not interact with others of his age for now, he still had Toshinori at his side to aid him and build memories with, and the symbol of peace was resolved to make those memories last for the rest of his life. And so time passed. Shigeo Kageyama and Izuku Midoria continued wholeheartedly with their training, pushing themselves to their very limits and working through the pain of the exercises. For every muscle fiber broken, it would regrow even stronger. Through that process, the two teenagers could see progress. About 2 more weeks into training, Shigeo overcame his limited stamina and ran long distances without passing out. However, even though Shigeo constantly trained his physical body, he never used his psychic powers. All Might saw no importance in honing the young Esper's abilities, feeling there was no need if he was able to fight a villain as strong as All for One. For the Esper, his internal suffering and agony persisted for the next few weeks after his arrival, constantly reminding him of what he had lost and might never see again. Despite this, the constant praise and support given by All Might and Izuku mitigated this pain enough for the child to begin enjoying himself again. To let Shigeo live a normal life, Toshinori decided to engage in more fun activities after his training. The game of cards was his first attempt, although he later shifted to more exciting activities that required them to go out into the city, such as bowling, eating out, miniature golf, or watching movies. In some instances, All Might offered Izuku to tag along. Although the quirkless teenager was utterly baffled at the idea he would be doing such casual activities with the number 1 hero, that did not stop him from accepting his request, and boy oh boy were those moments memorable. Izuku also took the initiative that All Might had taken and went to the mall several times with Shigeo, where the two of them would browse the stores, get some ice cream, admire the scenery, and even pet the local cats the mall had raised to attract customers and to keep away pests. However, as Shigeo adjusted to this new world and gradually accepted his new life, Izuku and Toshinori noticed how deadpan his expressions typically were. During most of their time together, Shigeo usually remained emotionless, only showing the smallest smiles and only little happiness. Despite this, they accepted this side of him and came to view it as who he was. While Shigeo was adjusting to his place in this new world, Izuku remained diligent in his training and in his schoolwork. The fiery willpower inside continued to fuel him, pushing him to excel and causing him to constantly think of different ways he could improve his strength and adjust his schedule. This caused him to work on his plan even in class, occasionally resulting in the teacher calling him out for distractedness. While Shigeo didn't have a class or a teacher to lecture him, he found the online school All Might had enrolled him in to be rather challenging. Several times, he had to ask All Might for assistance, and even with his aid, he found the subjects to need to be clarified. During his online classes, one of the subjects was history, where he learned more about the history of Japan and of quirks, when quirks first developed, the categories of quirks, their development time, and much more. It was pretty shocking for Shigeo to see how openly this society used their powers and how many people had them. Meanwhile, Toshinori had continued researching the interdimensional portal quirks with which he was seeking to send Shigeo back home, but none of his searches bore fruit. Likewise, Principal Nizu had done his share of investigation but came up short of finding solutions to sending the teenage Esper to his dimension. Several months had passed, sprinting through a park with budding leaves and growing trees. The two teenagers were carrying large safes on their shoulders and sprinting on the pavement while All Might zoomed in front of them on an electric scooter. Both teenagers were panting heavily, feeling the weight of the safes pressing down on their shoulders. For one of them, the pressure of the weight and the strain on his muscles were beginning to be too much for him. Izuku's vision began to warp and blur. The trees started to change into shades of dark purple and light pink. It seemed as though time was starting to slow around him. The number 1 hero stopped his electric scooter when he heard the thud of flesh hitting the ground. He turned around to find Izuku had collapsed on the floor, while Shigeo was barely holding on. All Might's eyes scrunched, mildly disappointed to see Izuku lying on the ground defeated. "Hey, what are you two doing? Pick yourself up and keep moving. You two have only got 3 months until the exam. Are you gonna tell me that you're just giving up now after all of the tireless hours you've put into your dream?" Shigeo remained silent and looked on with concern at how Izuku was lying on the ground. After all the time he'd gotten to know him, Shigeo knew that Izuku wasn't one to give up. The quirkless teenager was mustering all his strength, crawling toward the safe at a glacier pace. The Esper put his safe on the ground and lifted Izuku onto his feet. The quirkless teenager winced, the act of merely moving his muscles being enough to send pain shooting through his body. The plan I created for you was specifically tailored to your body and included rest breaks for recovery, meant to be swift but manageable. So it doesn't make sense that you're in this much pain. Unless... The hero's light green irises expanded when this truth clicked in his mind. You've been ignoring those breaks and working your body more than intended. If you do that, then your body's gonna break, not strengthen. All Might's right, Midoria. The Esper felt internal pain, knowing that his training comrade was pushing himself too hard. Shigeo had also been fighting on, but he had yet to go out of his way like Izuku had and trained on his own during the rest period. You can't inherit one for all if your body is damaged. Izuku's eyes remained glued to the ground. Although neither of them could see his face, Shigeo could feel Midoriya's body shaking, and All Might could also see the faint vibrations around his body. No, muttered Midoriya, the resolve in his voice despite the pain in his body shocking both Shigeo and Toshinori. If I don't do this, if I don't go beyond my limits, then all the other applicants will beat me in the exam. My goal isn't just to get into you. My goal is to excel, to become the best hero I can be. Like you, All Might. The symbol of peace and the phenomenal Esper were startled at his words. Their shock only increased when they saw the fierce, fiery resolve illuminating the teenager's leafy green eyes. I want to become the #1 hero in the world. Midoriya's eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fists with solid force. So I'll keep going beyond until I can reach that goal. Baffling. Shigeo's lips parted slightly. His ordinarily expressionless eyes were now gleaming with a burning sense of awe and admiration. That look in his eyes, that willpower to keep fighting, to become a hero, they all served to amaze the Esper and remind him of the unbelievable resolve Izuku Midoriya had. Once again he was shown what a hero meant to him. In a way, the Esper almost envied him for that. Yet, even now, after all these months of training and the time coming closer to the entrance exam, Shigeo could not reach deep within and find even a 20th of the passion for being a hero Midoriya was displaying now. Like Shigeo, Toshinori was impressed by the fanboy's willpower, reminiscing about their first encounter and the tears shed by Izuku upon being told he would be able to become a true hero. The symbol of peace allowed the power of one for all to course through him, returning him to his muscular state. All Might let out a short laugh and placed his hand on the teenager's shoulder. It pleases me to see that your passion is burning as hot as ever. That will continue to get you far on your path to becoming a hero. But at the same time, it would be a real shame to see all the work you've put in go to waste, so no more ignoring your rest periods and pushing yourself far beyond what you can handle. Midoriya lifted his head to see All Might's face, then he turned to the left to see Shigeo smiling at him with compassion swirling in his gaze. Midoriya couldn't help but catch this infectious happiness, and his lips curved with bliss. Words could never express his gratitude for having these two in his life. The time had come at last. After all this effort and dedication, the UA exam was about to begin today. Even now, when the exam day had begun, and all the training Midoriya had gone through was about to pay off, he didn't stop for 1 second to take a break. Right now, the next inheritor of One for All was continuing to pick trash off of the beach. Continuing to work right beside him was Shigeo. Knowing the day of reckoning had finally come and assuming Midoriya would go to the beach by himself early in the morning, he woke himself up very early as well, wrote a letter to All Might telling him where he would be, and used his psychic powers to fly to the beach. Thankfully, due to it being so early in the morning, nobody noticed the middle schooler flying through the air, and he also made sure to keep a low profile by flying high in the sky. Fight on! Fight on! Fight on! The two teenagers carried a large fridge over their heads with their shirts off. The blood vessels on their muscles were bulging to enormous sizes. The veins in their eyes were crimson red. Their entire bodies felt stiff and ready to crumble under the weight of the broken refrigerator. It was like the weight of reality that once attempted to crush Midoriya's dreams of becoming a hero. But like that weight, the young hero would overcome the weight looming over him and lift it off of his shoulders. And with Shigeo helping him, pushing with him every step of the way like he always had since they first began training together, they would surmount this crushing burden together. "Come on, Kageyama," yelled Midoriya. "We just need to get it up these steps and we'll be done." "I know." When the middle schoolers reached the base of the steps, they took very cautious baby steps. Being at the bottom end, the Esper felt the weight of the fridge shift towards him, so he planted his feet on the ground and focused entirely on stability. After taking 10 of these baby steps, Izuku and Shigeo made it to the top of the stairs. Fight. With the passion of the Body Improvement Club's mantra and the determination in both teenagers serving as the fuel for their strength, they threw the fridge into a large pile with all their might. Grara. The two teenagers still felt the immense, overflowing rush of grit and tenacity coursing through them, and they let out booming primeval screams. Even the expressionless psychic who bottled up his emotions couldn't help but scream. However, for the Esper, the sudden burst of emotions came in the form of more than a scream. A bright, multicolored aura surrounded Shigeo, expanding around him until it was only a few inches from touching Midoria. Several pieces of garbage began to float in the air like they had before when Shigeo first came to this dimension. Whoa, Kageyama! The quirkless fanboy's impassioned war cry and fiery will quickly faded when he saw how the Esper's emotions were beginning to get out of control and fuel his powers. Once Shigeo's senses returned to him, and he realized he had unintentionally activated his psychic abilities through his intense passion, he immediately powered down and let the objects floating in the air fall gently back to the ground. Shigeo felt an instant regret for letting himself get carried away like that, and he bowed his head in shame. Sorry, Midoriya. Come on, Kageyama. It's no big deal. Just try to be a little more cautious is all. The Esper straightened his body back up and returned the gesture of his smile. However, the bowl-haired middle schooler quickly saw the quirkless teenager's gaze droop, and before he knew it, his body fell flat on the ground. The psychic wasn't feeling particularly rejuvenated either and decided to follow his training partner's lead. Both middle schoolers laid on their backs, panting heavily while they looked up at the dark blue sky. The dark sky had become a familiar sight for them, seeing it so many times every day when they would come to this beach, work themselves ragged, and lay exhausted on the ground during their rest breaks. So many times, it seemed as though they wouldn't get up. Their bodies would sink into the sand and forever remain buried underneath the beach because merely moving was too burdensome. Yet both of them trekked on, persevering through the worst. While part of this was due to their determination, Midoriya's passion for becoming a hero, and Kageyama's passion to strengthen his body, there was something else equally important. Whenever one of them would falter during their training, fall to the ground with exhaustion, or let themselves give in to the building pain, the other would be at their side, giving them the words and inspiration they needed to get back up and continue fighting on. Knowing that the other always had their back, knew the torment of the training, and was with them every step was an even greater source of strength for them. It allowed them to enjoy this overwhelming training, the pair's memories serving as excellent sources of fondness to look back upon. Man, we've sure been through a lot together, said Midoriya, breaking the almost mystical silence between them. The Esper nodded. It's hard to believe we've been doing this for 10 months. Shigeo's mind shifted back to the memories of his arrival. Back then, he was alone, in a random world with no one to rely on, destined to live in solitude and sorrow. It also opened up the scar of his lost family, something that would never heal until the day he was reunited with them. The features on his face were becoming bleaker, and his black eyes were turning an even darker charcoal. He was about to reminisce about his master, his family, and his friends, but before he knew it, he felt an arm snake around his shoulder and under his neck. Shigeo's attention moved away from his memories, and he turned his head down to see Izuku's attention face towards him. The inheritor of One for All could instantly recognize Shigeo's sadness and longing for his family. For a few seconds, everything remained silent. Finally, after this prolonged reticence, the teenager calmly spoke. Kageyama, now that we're about to take the exam, I just wanted to say, thank you. For what? Before I met All Might, I was just a loser who nobody looked twice at because I had no quirk. I thought I would spend the rest of my life with the hopeless feeling that I could never accomplish anything, that there'd be no one else to care about me and who I wanted to be. But then you two came along, All Might trusted me with the power of One for All, and you've stuck by me ever since, breaking your body with me and pushing forward. After training with you for a while, I've realized something. You're not just my training partner. You're my friend. My only one. The bright, sparkling joy of light removed the cloudiness in his eyes. His smile reflected joy, and the corners of his mouth rose very high. The Esper's body acted on its own, and he also placed his arm around Izuku's shoulder. You too, Midoria. I'm also glad I could make a friend like you. The bonds of empathy and friendship had taken these two very far, and with everything they'd done together, that bond was a force to be reckoned with. Finally, their attention was brought to the sound of footsteps approaching them. The two middle schoolers craned their heads back and weren't surprised to see an inverted All Might staring at them. The symbol of peace's smile was warm, pleased to see the two of them having this nice heart-to-heart moment. While this moment was pleasant, his attention was also drawn to the crystal-clear waters and the white sand that spread far across the beach. The hero's blue eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open from the shock of such pristine beauty. Oh my God! You two went beyond the area I assigned and cleaned the entire beach. Look at it. All I can see is the bright sand. Not a single piece of trash in sight. This is far beyond what I ever expected of you. The number one hero transformed into his stronger form and took in the scenery with his typical smile. Both teenagers responded with a smile and attempted to get back up, although they were having trouble doing so, forcing All Might to step in and help them up. We did it, All Might, muttered the dog-tired Izuku, his eyes still weary from exhaustion. Does this mean I'm finally ready to inherit One for All? Indeed you are. I knew you had the stuff, but this is something else. The symbol of peace wanted to ensure Shigeo was present in his well-earned praise. And you too, Kageyama. You once told me that you were simply a loser with no other strengths without your powers. All Might pulled out his cell phone and showed the two of them the pictures he'd taken 10 months ago. This is both of you back when you started this training, back when you had no confidence. But look at you now. Look at how much progress you've made. Shigeo looked at the picture of him, frightened and weak, then looked down at his body. The soft, flabby skin that had once adorned his body was now replaced with rock-hard, well-defined muscles. His stomach was now marked with 6 lines, and on every part of his body, the muscle lines were very noticeable, bulging with the strengthened muscle fibers. Both teenagers found this to be a pretty monumental leap, but Shigeo, in particular, felt like he was in a state of euphoria. For so long, he'd wanted to find another way to stand out in the world. He'd desperately searched for any signs or hints of potential he had outside of his psychic powers but unfortunately found none. Now that the time had come for the exam and their goal of training and cleaning the beach had been completed, Shigeo could truly grasp the concept of how much he had changed and how much he had improved in these months. While the Esper was having this sense of joy filling him, All Might continued speaking. Young Midoria, there is still quite the journey ahead of you in your quest to use the full power of One for All. The hero spread his arms out to show him the large pile of garbage and what he had accomplished. But now that I've seen what you can accomplish, I'm confident you'll be able to do it. The quirkless teenager's lips formed a shaky smile, and he looked at his hand with a look bordering on disbelief. He was finally ready. After all this time, the number one hero finally told him that he was prepared to inherit his quirk and start his quest to become the next symbol of peace. His lifelong dream was about to begin. While both teenagers were feeling a rising sense of joy and amazement at what they had done, the source of that joy was distinct. For Midoria, his strengthened body was a sign that he was worthy enough to become a hero. Still, for Kageyama, his new body was a sign that he now had worth beyond his psychic powers, that if he was ever in a situation where he didn't have his powers, he now had something else to rely upon, to nurture. He had formed a new sense of identity. To the Esper, this meant just as much as being a hero meant to Midoria. Regardless of the differences in their joy, the emotions churning within them were strong nevertheless, and these emotions were beginning to leak out in the form of tears. I finally did it, muttered Shigeo while tears stained his face. I've finally gotten a strong body. The words were so soft that neither Izuku nor Toshinori could hear him. All Might, Izuku murmured, am I really worthy of this? The child was equally touched as the Esper as tears welled in his eyes and slid down his face. All your dedication and commitment, All Might. All of your assistance and friendship, Kageyama. The child's smile widened, and he looked at All Might with elation. How did I ever get so lucky? The Esper looked up from the ground and was surprised to see tears running down his friend's face. The fanboy turned to his right and displayed equal surprise at his friend's waterworks. Upon realizing how much this meant for both of them, the irony and similarity caused the two teenagers to smile widely. You aren't the only one who's lucky, Midoria. The powerful Esper's attention was drawn to All Might, and his eyes only shined brighter. I don't know what I did to have either of you helping me through these 10 months. Hearty chuckles came out of the hero's mouth. Neither of them could see that luck didn't have anything to do with what they had accomplished. Toshinori clasped the shoulders of the two teenagers. It was both of you who put in the hard work to get you where you are now, not me. Never forget that. Now. The symbol of peace changed his attention to Midoria, for he was the one who was doing this all in the hopes of obtaining one for all. Here is your reward for your perseverance. The hero plucked a hair off his larger spiked hair, perplexing the teenagers. I once heard this saying, there's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident, the other a reward. Never confuse them. The quirkless teenager drew a short breath, and the psychic teenager slightly widened his eyes. Take this advice to heart, young man. You've earned one for all with your undying willpower and effort. Izuku Midoriya's green irises shined with amazement, and drops of tears were ready to fall down his cheeks. But the teenager resolved to stay strong and refused to let the tears flow again. He clenched his fists and grabbed the future All Might was giving him. Once Midoriya took the strand of hair, Mob was the first to ask the obvious question. What is he supposed to do with it? Eat it. Both teenagers' lips tightened into a straight line, and their eyes became utterly blank. Eat it, the shocked Midoriya exclaimed. The symbol of peace awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, knowing how odd this would be. You see, one for all is encoded in my DNA, meaning you have to ingest my DNA to obtain my quirk. This isn't exactly what I had in mind when I said I'd inherit one for all from you. Stop being a baby and eat the hair. We don't have a lot of time. The quirkless teenager, or almost formerly quirkless teenager, grimaced at the thought, but he shook his head and psyched himself up. The clock was ticking, and Midoriya couldn't wimp out now. Izuku raised the hair over his mouth and dropped it in. The silky hair felt odd as it traveled down his throat, and he gagged as it entered the throat and continued its path down the body. Midoriya's entire body shivered, and he waved his hands in disgust. Once he got over the nauseating sensation, he expected to feel some drastic change occur instantaneously, but he looked down at his hands, feeling nothing out of the ordinary. That's weird. I don't feel like my body underwent some change. The symbol of peace laughed and held his arms out, amused by Midoriya's statement. Well, of course it isn't instantaneous. Your body has to process the hair first and integrate it into your central nervous system. Toshinori looked at his wrist to see what time it was, and the clock read 6. It should take effect in about 2 or 3 hours or so. Akai! The teenager's stomach growled. I haven't eaten breakfast yet and still need to get back home to shower. You've got enough time, Midoriya, said Shigeo. The number 1 hero gazed up at the sky while he prepared to word his next piece of caution. While you have honed your body to withstand one for all, you did it at a speedy rate, so make sure that you don't make any rash moves. The teenager took in a slight gasp, not liking what this implied. Even more problematic is that you haven't even tried out your quirk. We don't have time to discuss specifics, but listen to my words. Both teenagers tuned their ears and eagerly waited for All Might's advice. You must prepare yourself before using one for all, so before you use it, clench your butt cheeks, and from the bottom of your soul, yell, smash. The two teenagers were slightly off-put by these instructions for using the quirk but did not question the hero's advice. From the bottom of my soul. Got it. Now I gotta get going. The fanboy sprinted through the sand that speeded up the stairs. See you in a few hours, Kageyama. The psychic waved his friend off before he disappeared from his sight. Now that they were alone, All Might could direct his attention towards Mob. Are you feeling prepared for this? I trust that your psychic powers haven't dulled. No, I've still got the hang of it. The psychic's power shrouded him, and with his telekinesis, he lifted several pieces of the trash on the cement into the air before gently placing them back down. The symbol of peace was happy with what he saw. It looks like he didn't need to train with his powers after all. Excellent. Now let's go back home so you can get ready for the exam. I still need to tell you a few details before you leave. We can discuss them while we're driving in the truck I brought. The two of them began a quickened pace to the truck. In only a few hours, Shigeo Kageyama and Izuku Midoriya would begin the exam that would define their futures. It was 8:40 in the morning. UA High School was full of students, although the influx of applicants made the school even busier and livelier than usual. Standing at the entrance of the school, Shigeo and Izuku had just arrived and were sprinting to arrive for the exam. It took some time for them to get ready with their belongings. Both were wearing school uniforms. All Might had purchased a school uniform for Shigeo the day before the exam to ensure he'd have something nice to wear. The two teenagers were panting, sweat beads falling down their faces because of the distance they had to run. All right, we made it just in time. Aha! The two reduced their running speed to a regular walking pace. As the two teenagers walked through the entrance, the green-haired student felt his heart throbbing. He was tightly gripping the straps of his backpack, and his lips were trembling. He was finally here. UA was standing right in front of him. On the other hand, Shigeo was as expressionless and neutral as ever. This exam didn't really bring about any fear or amazement for him. Unlike Izuku, Shigeo didn't have the drive to become a hero, nor did he have a good grasp on justice's true meaning. If this exam involved using his powers, he should be able to pass this without a problem. However, man, I got so caught up in making it here I didn't even try to test out my quirk. Don't worry about it too much. The Esper attempted to give his friend a sense of comfort to put his mind at ease. I'm sure it'll come to you as you go along. Shigeo looked down at his hand, his lips curving nominally downward. I hope that the same goes for me. I haven't used my powers at all for these 10 months. I'm feeling kinda rusty. So you're here, Deku? Izuku recognized the deep resentment and gruffness of the voice behind him. The two friends rotated their bodies and saw the blonde-haired teenager with a yellow scarf around his neck and wearing a school uniform like them. The Esper hadn't a clue who this young teenager was and whispered into his friend's ear. Who is that? It's Bakugo, the classmate I told you about before. Upon hearing this, Mob felt a tick in him. So this was the bully who went out of his way to mock Izuku for not having powers and was convinced he was better than everyone else, thanks to his abilities. Shigeo's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes lightly lingered with resentment. Bakugo noticed the slight irritation in Shigeo's eyes and met that irritation with an even greater and more hostile glance. And what the hell are you looking at, bowl cut? The teenage Esper's rage quickly faded. Unlike Bakugo, it wasn't in his nature to hold on to anger, and his face returned to a mostly neutral expression. Nothing, sorry. Bakugo glared for one more second and then scoffed before he resumed his lonely walk. Don't either of you two losers get in my way? These were his last words before he left the two of them alone. While the two friends were looking at Bakugo, their ears picked up on the chatter of two other teenagers who recognized Bakugo. Hey, I know that kid. He's the one who fought off the sludge villain 10 months ago. I heard his name is Bakugo, right? Yeah, he's got an insanely powerful quirk. Hold on. The sludge villain? 10 months ago? The powerful psychic remembered Izuku and All Might talking about a sludge villain when he first arrived in this world. From what he'd heard, All Might had already taken care of that sludge villain and kept him locked up in a bottle. He also recalled how Midoriya had saved Bakugo from a monster attacking him. Could this sludge villain have been the monster that attacked him? But that didn't make sense. All Might had already captured the sludge villain beforehand, so how could it have escaped? Izuku Midoriya saw how his friend's face began to twist in shock, his face becoming as pale as a ghost and his stomach tying itself into knots. He came to his friend's side and put his hand on his back. Kageyama, are you all right? The psychic did not respond to his friend's question. His eyes were fixated on the ground, and his heart began to slow to a standstill. Midoriya, did I? The Esper attempted to formulate all the possibilities of how the sludge creature could have escaped, and one large possibility came to mind. Somehow, All Might had lost the bottle when he unleashed the psychic blast of energy. All Might wasn't one to so carelessly let a villain escape from his grasp, and with his strength, it didn't seem possible that the villain could have gotten out of his confinement. And from what All Might told him, he had leaped into action to save Izuku from colliding with the wall. With the speed he was going, it seemed like a strong possibility the bottle could have flown out of his pocket. That was the only reasonable conclusion he could reach. Mob's face stared up at Izuku, and the nerves in the green-haired teenager's body were jittered when he saw the conflicting and pained emotions on his friend's face. Did I set that sludge villain free when I unleashed my psychic powers? Okay, your 10-minute break has begun. The first training day was proving to be harrowing and bone-breaking for the two teenagers. After performing burdensome exercises such as running with tires around their arms and carrying large appliances, Shigeo and Izuku felt they had just taken showers with their clothes on. So when they heard All Might announce this break, they instantly fell to the ground in exhaustion. The symbol of peace could see how much work needed to be done for these two. After about 20 seconds of lying on the ground, the Esper got himself off the ground, albeit with light difficulty, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Hey Izuku, I'm gonna go get some water bottles All Might brought. I'll bring you one. The number one All Might fan, pushing himself onto his feet, gave Mob a thumbs up and a small smile. Thanks. The young Esper walked off and momentarily disappeared from their line of sight. Now that Shigeo was out of hearing distance, the number one hero approached his successor to tell him something he'd been meaning to bring up with Izuku. Young Midoria, All Might spoke with a whispery voice. I wanted to tell you not to mention the sludge villain that attacked both of you and that blonde-haired child 2 days ago. Huh? The green-eyed middle schooler gazed at the hero with his eyebrows furrowed. Why? I didn't tell him that the sludge villain had escaped when he unleashed his psychic energy blast and was responsible for taking your schoolmate hostage. If he finds out, he'll feel even more guilt and self-loathing over his actions, and I don't want to put a bigger burden on him than he already has. Izuku quickly realized where All Might was coming from. He'd seen how remorseful and ashamed Shigeo had been when he apologized for his actions. Even though he hadn't done it intentionally, the Esper still felt great sorrow over his psychic outburst, and he could only imagine how much worse he would feel if he found out he was responsible for inadvertently releasing the sludge villain and allowing it to wreak more havoc. The boy hardened his green eyes and nodded. Understood. I won't breathe a word. Midoriya remembered that conversation he'd had with All Might all those months ago and never breathed a word about the situation to Shigeo again. But now that the Esper had begun to put the pieces together, he realized this secret could no longer be kept under wraps. If he lied, Shigeo could look up the story online and confirm it himself, and it would create more distrust against Izuku than the distrust already created between them. So with a shaky and solemn voice, the green-haired teenager muttered the answer Shigeo was waiting to hear. Yes. The psychic middle schooler felt his body run cold. How many times had this happened? How many times had his psychic powers caused an accident which led to destruction and ruined lives? Too many that the teenager would not like to remember. Great, muttered Mob. Great to know I was responsible for letting that villain go and nearly getting someone killed in the process. The formerly quirkless teenager understood why All Might wanted this kept under wraps, and he gazed at his saddened friend with equally sad eyes. Shigeo shouldn't be putting such guilt and pressure on himself. It wasn't fair to shame himself for things he couldn't control. What's the matter? Is the exam too nerve-wracking for you? From behind the two teenagers, a young girl with warm brown eyes, a perpetual blush on her cheeks, and bobbed hair was observing this fellow middle schooler, appearing to be in some state of anxiety, and decided to see what was going on. Once Mob realized that this girl was talking to him and comprehending how others would perceive the scene playing out, the middle schooler did his best to hide his guilt. He straightened his posture and gave the girl a false smile. No, it's nothing serious. Just a little nervous like you said. Try not to stress yourself too much. The young girl closed her eyes and beamed at the two friends. While Mob remained relatively neutral at the sight of this new girl, Midoriya's eyes were as wide as saucers. He felt his heartbeat rapidly increase, and the heat began rushing to his cheeks. He'd never had a girl come up and talk to him before. This was such a new and somewhat terrifying experience for the green-haired middle schooler, which was why when she addressed Midoria next, his response wasn't awe-inspiring. "Are you feeling a bit jittery about the exam too?" For a second, all the middle schooler could do was incoherently stutter until his brain caught up enough to give an actual response. "Yeah. A little." The female middle schooler let out a soft and warm laugh. "Guess we're all in the same boat then. Anyway, I'll see you two inside. Bye." Mob was the only one of the two who wasn't shocked enough to stay silent. "See you there." She waved her hand at Shigeo and Izuku before continuing her walk into the school. Midoriya's entire body remained frozen by what had just transpired as she walked away, momentarily superseding the previous sadness that Mob was feeling less than 30 seconds ago. Once the girl had entered the building, the green-haired middle schooler felt a sense of pride and happiness filled his heart. "I talked to a girl," muttered Izuku. Even though Shigeo had just bent to the ground in shame less than a minute ago, the Esper couldn't help but smile at the nervousness and pride Izuku was feeling when talking to a girl for the first time. It brought him back to when he was just as nervous about conversing with girls whenever they addressed him. How much had changed since then? That nervousness will fade in a little while. Midoriya was brought back to his senses by his friend's voice, and when he looked back at his friend, his lips were pursed in a neutral line, although slight guilt still lingered in his gaze. The green-haired teenager instantaneously brought his focus back to the previous matter and put his hand on his friend's shoulder. "Kageyama, stop beating yourself up over what happened before. That was almost a year ago, and besides, nobody got hurt. You didn't do it on purpose." The Esper's eyes met his friend's eyes, which managed to remove some of the clouds of grief fogging his expression. After about 2 seconds of maintaining this gaze, Mob lightly exhaled. "Maybe you've got a point," the Esper said half-heartedly. "Let's go in then." The green-eyed middle schooler maintained his grip on the Esper's shoulder for a few more seconds as they resumed walking, although he eventually slid his hand down and back to his side. Hopefully, this revelation wouldn't significantly affect his performance in the exam. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes for something of this caliber. The air was tingling with anticipation and excitement. All the student applicants had already entered the main auditorium where the exam orientation was taking place, and they were all whispering with one another, wondering how the orientation would go and what kind of challenges they would face during the exam. Shigeo and Izuku were sitting together, and as luck would have it, Bakugo was seated right beside Izuku, creating a tense awkwardness for the 3 applicants. Without warning, the auditorium's lights flickered to life, all shining down at the center stage, where someone was waiting to give his introduction to the applicants. The man was very tall and slim, with long blonde hair spiked upward in a considerable tuft. He wore a pair of orange-tinted shades and looked at all the students with a large and welcoming smile. "Hey, all you UA candidates." The man's voice echoed throughout the large auditorium, further highlighting his energetic and dramatic nature. "Thanks for giving your attention to this school's DJ, present mic. Now let me hear you shout." The DJ cupped his hand to his ear and waited for the applicants to shout back, but the nervousness and gravity of the exam prevented any of the students from speaking out. Present mic seemed to realize the solemnity in the room and acknowledged their quietness. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fair. I guess it's better to get straight to the point and tell you how this practical exam is gonna go down." While everyone remained silent and neutral to present Mick's booming voice, one green-haired applicant felt utterly stunned by the man he saw on stage. His grassy irises gleamed with excitement, and his hands were clasped over his mouth. "I don't believe it. It's present Mike, the voice hero. I tune into his radio show every day of the week, and now I'm getting to hear his voice in person." While Shigeo remained unfazed by his friend's geeky attitude, Bakugo's eyebrows furrowed, and his arms were crossed. "Shut up, that. I can't hear what he's saying." Present Mike continued. "As you all read on your applications, all of you pumped-up boys and girls out there will be duking it out in 10-minute bot battles in super hip urban settings." Upon hearing this, Shigeo's eyes nominally widened, and he leaned closer to the speaker. Truth be told, he hadn't even looked at the application. All Might had taken care of all the paperwork for him, so he had to pay even more attention now. Now, after I drop the mic, all of you will go to your specified battle centers. A large monitor on the stage showed a visual graph of the 8 centers the examinees would be going to, listed in descending letters. Katsuki, Shigeo, and Izuku picked up the cards they had been given upon entering the auditorium to see what center they would be going to. The blonde-haired teenager glanced at Izuku's card and saw where his battle center would be. I get it. They looked at our applications and split us up based on our schools. That way, nobody can work with their friends. Once Izuku saw Bakugo's card, he realized his fellow examinee was right. Even though our examinee numbers are right next to each other, we're assigned different battle centers. Bakugo stared daggers at Midoria, causing the teenager to shift away. Don't glue your eyes to my card. Where are you going to be taking your exam, Kageyama? I'll be in Battle Center C. Guess we won't be taking the exam together after all. And I was really looking forward to grinding you to a pulp in the same battle center. Okay folks, let's check out your targets. The screen changed images to show multiple buildings crammed into a small area, just like an urban city, and adjacent to the buildings, 3 silhouettes of machines appeared, each with different numbers. There are going to be 3 types of robots you'll encounter during your exam. Each robot has a different number of points, and your total score will be based on the number of robots you destroyed combined with the type of robots you destroyed. Your goal is to shred apart these robots with your quirk, but I'm warning you, you're still being tested as a hero, so attacking the other applicants to increase your chances is a big no-no. Excuse me. I have a question. At last, the silence within the crowd was broken by a young middle schooler with glasses and a somewhat bulky build. This middle schooler stood up from his chair and raised his hand to get present mic's attention. The DJ eagerly addressed the middle schooler. Hit me. One of the stage lights shined on the middle schooler, and the audience saw he had a book in his hand with all of the images of the robots, with an additional silhouette not seen on the screen. This did not make sense to the middle schooler, and he made his discontent well known. On the printout, 4 machines have been categorized, not 3 like on the monitor. The student's tone became more domineering, and his words rang with a cutting aggravation. With all due respect, if this misstep resulted from the carelessness of the UA faculty, it is quite shameful. We all are exemplary students, and I believe we deserve the best quality a prestigious school like UA has to offer. The student's following action was even more surprising than the last. He turned around and pointed to Izuku. And you, the boy with the unkempt green hair. The middle schooler took a second to realize this person was addressing him. Me. This student furrowed his eyebrows and gave Midoria an irritated gaze. I can hear you muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If this exam isn't serious enough for you, don't bother staying. The green-haired teenager clasped his mouth with his hands and looked to the ground in shame while some of the people nearby snickered at the humiliation the spectacled middle schooler dealt. Sorry, muttered Izuku under his breath. The Esper sitting beside him felt troubled by how his enthusiasm was being called out and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder to try and ease him as he had done outside the UA exam building. Present Mike saw the rising tension and how the other child was being called out and attempted to defuse the situation. Now, let's take it easy, examinee number 7111. The DJ kept his pleasant expression, giving the standing middle schooler a thumbs up. Good catch there. Let me explain the last robot. The silhouette of the 4th robot appeared on the screen at the bottom left section of the monitor. The 4th robot is worth 0 points. It's just there to try to throw off your game. One of these robots is in every battle center, and it's best if you steer clear of it. Even if you destroy it, there's no point to doing it, so I recommend you keep your focus on the robots topping the charts. Although the middle schooler seemed disrespectful and inconsiderate, he quickly proved this wrong when he bowed in respect to present Mike. Thank you very much. Please continue with the orientation. With that, the student sat back in his seat, and the light shining on him faded out. Well, that's everything I have for you applicants today. Let me say farewell with a little present to show this school's motto. As General Napoleon once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now, Are you ready to go beyond? Suddenly, the monitor changed images to show the words, Plus Ultra, while Present Mike raised his hands in the air. Let's hear a Plus Ultra. Young Midoriya's entire body began to shake with excitement and happiness at where he was and the exam he was about to partake in. His verdant irises were sparkling with light, and his mouth formed a shaky smile. Good luck. Now get out there and show this school what you're made of. The students gradually began to stand and make their way toward the exit. Bakugo stood up and gave one last resentful stare before huffing off and walking with the crowd. Sorry you got called out like that, said Shigeo. It wasn't right of him to target you like that. I'm fine. Besides, I've got way more important things to think about. The green-haired fanboy stood up from his chair. Come on, let's get to our designated sections. The Esper nodded, and the two friends walked opposite Bakugo, waiting for the crowd to thin until they could enter the crowd, where they followed the rest of the applicants into the hallway. Once in the hallway, Shigeo and Izuku continued walking, going with the flow of the crowd. However, the crowd quickly began to splinter as each applicant went to their designated battle centers, indicated by signs hanging from the ceiling. Midoriya, look. The bowl-haired middle schooler directed his friend's attention to the sign with the direction of Battle Center B. There's where you'll be taking your test. Shigeo's finger shifted to the other sign leading a small portion of the students to Battle Center C. Well, I guess this is where we'll part ways for now. Yep. The two comrades exchanged affectionate glances and equally affectionate smiles, although Shigeo's lips were barely curved compared to Izuku's. From then on, they'd have to do things alone for the first time in 10 months. But, before they would leave, Shigeo wanted to give his friend some final assurance and hope, knowing how uncertain he was about this exam and how much passing meant for him. Midoriya, the next time I see you, you're going to be a student at UA High. I know you'll be. The inheritor of One for All's smile only widened, and his compassion for his friend again surged in his heart. Thanks. And don't you hold back either. Show them what you can do with your psychic powers. I'll try. Then, with one final smile, the two teenagers turned their backs to each other and walked through the corridors leading to their battle centers. Less than an hour before the exam would officially begin. At each battle center, the applicants were all huddled around the entrance blocked by large, dark brown steel doors, hiding the dangers and the robots waiting for them on the other side. In Battle Center C, Shigeo Kageyama stood, wearing a plain white t-shirt, black shorts, and charcoal running shoes. The powerful Esper showed only the slightest hints of expression as he prepared himself for what was about to come. This'll be easy for you. You just have to use your powers and crush the robots. It's like exorcising evil spirits. It'll be no problem. The middle schooler clenched his fists and looked at the steel doors with a more hardened face. All Might's counting on me to pass this test, and so is Midoriya, so no pulling punches. As the bowl-haired psychic stood at the front gate, some of the other applicants stared at him with mocking grins on their faces. I saw that kid at the front. It looked like he was about to piss his pants. I know, right? And look at his stupid haircut, his bored face. There's no way this kid'll be any challenge during the exam. While these examinees derided the Esper for the face value information, they would soon come to see how utterly wrong their predictions were and the devastating power this child possessed. Attention, examinees. The students heard the voice of a staff member calling out to them from the top of the gate, carrying a megaphone in their hand to ensure their voice was reaching everyone. The exam will begin in 5 seconds. The examinees bent their knees and readied themselves for a full-on sprint but soon found themselves directing their attention at the bowl-haired boy, whose body emanated a rainbow aura, his hair standing up slightly. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. The doors to the battle center burst open, and with that, Shigeo Kageyama's exam had begun. Shigeo finally did it. He got a strong body. You finally got to see those tender moments with Izuku and Shigeo, and now you're going to see just how things work out for the two teenagers in the exam, so stay tuned for Chapter 7. The UA practical exam has begun. Now you'll get to see how Shigeo does in the practical exam and just what exactly he can do with his psychic powers. So devour Chapter 7 of 100% Hero. The doors to the battle center burst open, and with that, Shigeo Kageyama's exam had begun. The Esper used his psychic abilities to propel himself at amazing speeds, creating a large gust of wind that momentarily threw the other contestants off balance. They were dumbfounded by the power this seemingly regular applicant possessed, and it took them about a second to start their sprint into the arena. Now where to look? Mob didn't even need to ask. At the first street intersection, one of the robots worth 1 point appeared with its weapons primed for attack. Instead of legs, this machine was equipped with a large wheel to move around. Its arms were equipped with large machine guns, and its forearms were protected with large shields that had the number 1 on them to make it easy to recognize its point value. With a forward palm move, the Esper severed the head of the machine and sent it flying through the air. The machine remained motionless for a moment, then, with a slow thud, fell to the ground. That's 1 point. The powerful psychic continued to trek through the streets, waiting for more of the machines to arrive. After sprinting through 2 different intersections, he was greeted with the sight of 2 other robots, one worth 2 and the other worth 3. The machine worth 2 points was more animalistic, walking with 4 legs, a weaponized tail, and a serpentine head. The machine worth 3 points looked like a turtle. Instead of a shell, there were 2 mounted cannons. Its 2 front legs were sharp claws ready to slice whoever entered its field of vision. The 3-point robot fired multiple shells at the Esper, but the shells were effortlessly stopped by Mob's telekinesis. The 2-point robot lunged for the psychic in an attempt to catch him off guard, but Shigeo was too quick. In a split second, the examinee sent half of the shells at the 2-point robot, and the other half was sent to the 3-point machine. The shells exploded in a brilliant orange flash, destroying the central processing units of the machines and rendering them inoperable. Now that's 6 points. In less than 5 seconds, the Esper had already taken out 3 of the obstacles, while most of the other applicants had barely made it to the remains of the first robot destroyed. Now, the examinees who had dared mock Shigeo saw a glimpse of the destructive power this psychic possessed, and were desperately hoping the Esper would leave them enough robots for them to destroy. While the applicants diligently fought in the battle centers, the teachers of UA High were watching how the practical exam was going from their own private monitoring room. The principal observed all of the students with a small smile on his face. None of the applicants are aware of the number of robots there are, their locations, or how many remain. With the limited time frame and large setting, they must meticulously search the city for villains to hunt for every target they can find. On the monitors, several applicants were shown either running through the streets, observing the situation from higher ground, or in the process of destroying villains. While some utilize high speed to take down their targets, others use advanced surveillance to spot their targets and determine the optimal place to strike. At the same time, many other factors must be taken into account, such as power, confidence, combat ability, and experience. The ones who manage to combine all of these tactics will be the ones who enter this school and rack up the highest scores. One of the other teachers, a black-haired female with a revealing outfit, was interested by what she was seeing. Many of the applicants show a lot of potential. Indeed, there's one applicant in particular that's showing astounding skills. One of the judges wore a black mask with the image of a skull adorning the front. Do you notice the one with telekinesis? Yes. His abilities are quite remarkable. The principal had recognized who this young applicant was once he saw his abilities up close. This was him, Shigeo Kageyama. Nizu's smile faded, and he rested his finger on his lips. All Might wasn't kidding when he said this child's abilities were impressive. In about 6 minutes, he had already racked up more than 80 points. It seemed he was able to use his telekinesis to increase his speed and float himself high into the air. With his telekinesis, enhanced speed, and flight, he could easily take care of the villains while he scouted the area from up high and located the villains, all while his face remained blank and emotionless. To Shigeo, this all seemed like child's play. He was quite a force to be reckoned with. Nizu turned his gaze to the most powerful teacher in the room, the symbol of peace. All Might noticed Nizu looking at him and met his gaze. Instead of speaking, the principal widened his eyes, as if to silently display the amazement he had towards the Esper. All Might got the message the principal was trying to send and gave a small nod. Nizu was right. Shigeo was doing unbelievably, far better than he'd ever thought. Toshinori was supremely confident that Shigeo would pass. Izuku, on the other hand, he was beginning to doubt. The symbol of peace grimaced. Unfortunately, young Midoriya hadn't gotten any points yet, and the clock was ticking. If he wanted to pass, he would have to do something incredibly heroic. Let's see what the applicants do when the largest obstacle comes into place. The teenage Esper was doing absolutely swimmingly. He'd been afraid that his powers were rusty, but once he started destroying the robots and soaring through the city, he felt like he was getting his groove back. Scouring the city and fighting off multiple villains at once reminded him of the battle he had with Mogami in the mental mindscape, where all of the evil spirits were attacking him, and he had to constantly be on the lookout for whenever they arrived. Only this was a lot easier. In fact, he'd been taking out so many villains that most of other candidates were barely able to get more than 15 points. As Shigeo put himself back on the ground and looked around to see where more robots would be, he noticed several people were looking at the remains of the robots he'd destroyed with despondency. He took note of the disappointment in their eyes, their hunched shoulders, and their arched backs. No way! I've only found 6 robots. The rest were already destroyed. There's only a few minutes left of the exam. How am I supposed to get enough points now? The Esper could hear all of their dejected comments and hopeless faces. Seeing the looks of sadness and fear on their faces reminded him of the constant uneasiness Izuku faced when taking the hero exam. He'd experienced his friend's internal agony over the possibility of failure firsthand and knew how deep those emotions went. His friend had put everything on the line for this exam. It was the only chance for him to become a hero. It was his dream. That must have been how the rest of these applicants felt. His outstanding ability of empathy for others was showing itself, allowing him to reach out to those he didn't know well and understand what they must have been feeling. They all looked so sad and afraid. Was it really fair for Shigeo to take all of these points? He already had about 106 points based on his math. Did he really need any more? Besides, being a hero probably meant way more for most of these applicants than it did for Shigeo. Target acquired. Shigeo looked to his right and saw 5 robots streaming in from the right, all of them worth more than 1 point. To his left, there were 2 1-pointers, a 2-pointer, and a trio of 3-pointers. The powerful psychic saw these machines and yelled out, "Lucky me! I found some more 3-pointers for me to take out." The other applicants standing over the remains of Shigeo's destroyed villains heard the mention of 3-point robots and immediately sprinted down the street to the Esper's location. Mob flew in the direction of the robots to the left, although if anyone had noticed his movements before, they would have realized this was much slower than he was less than a minute ago. Shigeo's first target was the 1-point villain. The machine spun its wheel toward the Esper with its hands stretched out. When the villain reached Mob, it swung its arm horizontally, but the examinee ducked. It then followed up by using its other arm to swing down at Shigeo. The Esper raised his hand up and kept the villain frozen with his psychic powers. Come on! To the untrained eye, it seemed as though the Esper was having a difficult time keeping the monster's arm at bay, but it couldn't have been more wrong. In reality, Shigeo was biding his time, waiting for the other applicants to see the opportunity in front of them and strike. In 2 seconds, one of the other applicants leaped up and punched the frozen machine through its chest, destroying the villain for good. 2 of the other applicants went for the other robots and used their quirks to utterly decimate the villains. In the surveillance area, all of the teachers noticed Shigeo's expression upon seeing the other applicants, in addition to his sudden change of fighting style. Thanks to their experience and intuition, all of them were able to pick up on the fact that the Esper felt guilt for taking so many points from the other applicants, so he decided to hold back in response. All Might's lips lifted into a small smile, and his heart was filling with pride. That's the way, Kageyama, thought the symbol of peace. Quite an interesting applicant, that one is, remarked one of the teachers. He seems to be able to empathize with the other applicants and held back when he realized how many points he'd already gathered. Back in the arena, Shigeo looked behind him and was pleased to see that the other applicants were in the process of destroying the machines on the other side of the street. Hopefully that'll get them enough points, thought Shigeo. I'm sure there are still some robots for the others. Like clockwork, for more machines appeared, snaking their way through the alleys of the urban area and ready to strike their enemies. Thus, if they keep coming, I might have a shot. The Esper heard these words of hope from one of the applicants and inwardly smiled. As long as there were enough villains and nothing else interrupted them, the other candidates might still have a chance. Out of nowhere, the ground began to rumble. The applicants saw huge dust clouds rising up and heard the sound of wires snapping as well as buildings crumbling. The examinees could feel the ground quaking with increased vigor, none of them understanding why this was. Their questions were quickly answered. Looming over the middle schoolers was a gargantuan machine, dozens of times larger than the regular robots. Is that? That thing's huge. Unlike the rest of the applicants, the bull-headed teenager displayed only mild shock at the sight before him. Even when the machine slammed its fist into the ground, the Esper didn't blink. While the rest of the applicants were panicking and screaming with terror, the Esper remained motionless and expressed almost no fear in the threat facing him. However, he did take note of how panicked the other applicants were. As they ran away, some of the machines that had approached them attempted to attack the applicants. Realizing they weren't in a state to attack, the Esper's aura lit around him, and he sent all of the machines nearby flying into the walls, giving the hero an extra 7 points. This isn't good, muttered Shigeo. Although this wasn't in reference to himself, this'll really mess up the other candidates. Even though there are only a few minutes left, that's still enough time for them to get a few more points. But they can't do that if this giant thing is getting in their way. The Esper's fists tightened, and he began to walk in the direction of the machine, his aura flaring to life. I'll have to take care of it myself. The monstrous machine continued its rampage of destruction, and as it laid waste to the city, it took note of the human approaching with a bright aura shining around him. The machine's eyes glowed bright red, and its fist prepared to collide with the examinee. But before the fist could reach the applicant, its arm was rendered immobile. The arm was covered in a bright blue light, and the Esper's hand was raised just a few meters away from the hulking fist. Guess I'll take out the head. The Esper soared up high, approaching the machine's head with his regular bored expression. Then, focusing his energy on his palm, Mob extended his hand and unleashed his psychic power. In a dazzling display of power, Shigeo's telekinetic blast managed to actually sever the head of the 0-point robot, sending it crashing into the top of a nearby building. As the Esper flew in the sky and watched the machine tumble to the ground, he looked back at the other applicants to see how they'd reacted or what they were doing. Although it was hard to tell, it seemed as though they were watching what had just happened, shocked by Shigeo's psychic powers. But then, once they heard the 1-minute marker, this brought them back to their senses and reminded them of the points they needed to gather. At least this'll give them a little bit more time to search for more robots. The Esper gently floated back to the ground, disappearing in the large clouds of dust. The examinee settled on remaining shrouded in the dust clouds until the time ran out. It was the least he could do for the remaining applicants. As the dust cleared and the applicants had finally stopped their exam, many of them began to make their way towards the ruins of the 0-point robot. All of them were astonished by the level of strength the applicant had by severing its gargantuan head with only a single attack. With that attack, they already knew that this kid was definitely getting into UA high. Furthermore, Shigeo was tallying the numbers in his head, and he'd come up with a grand total of 113 points. When all of the smoke was gone, the bull-headed psychic stood there with a neutral face, staring at all of the approaching applicants and taking note of their shocked expressions directed towards him. "Dude, how did you do that?" one of the examinees remarked. "I just used my psychic powers to propel myself upward and force its head off," Shigeo replied, his face remaining as dull as usual. Some of the applicants noticed how bored he looked, serving to further fuel their shock and create some minor internal rage at the idea someone was so strong that this was little more than a game to him. "You're amazing," shouted another examinee. Oh. When it came to praise regarding his psychic powers, Mob never felt flattered by it, feeling it was undeserved or unremarkable complimentary. "Thanks." Now that the practical exam was over, the Esper couldn't help but wonder how Izuku had done in his test. With hope, he'd gotten more than 24 points, although he'd have to meet up with his friend again to be sure. After the practical exams were over, all of the students were instructed to change back into their original clothes and go to a large auditorium where all of the applicants would take their written exam. While all of the students were making their way to the auditorium, Shigeo Kageyama was keeping his eyes peeled for any sign of his friend. He wanted to know how he did on the exam and ensure that they would both be enrolling together. Sadly, the Esper could not find his friend anywhere. What the powerful psychic did not realize was that Midoriya was purposefully trying to avoid his friend. Midoriya didn't want to see his friend's shocked expression and sadness when he found out the green-eyed teenager would very likely not be attending UA High. For unlike Shigeo, Izuku had failed to get a single point during his practical exam due to his inexperience and the severe drawback of his power. However, he had shown his true worth by sacrificing his chance to get more points by eliminating the 0-point robot in order to save the girl he'd met earlier on. Even so, it didn't change the fact that he failed. While in the practical exam, Shigeo had succeeded while Izuku had failed. The opposite was now the case for the written exam. Thanks to all of his studying and time put into researching quirks and heroes, a lot of the information on the written exam was easy for young Midoriya. For Shigeo, however, he was hopelessly stuck on several of the questions, frantically trying to remember everything he'd learned in the online school he'd attended. By the end of the exam, Shigeo had only barely finished the last question before he was forced to turn it in. The Esper sighed. It seemed all the training he did still didn't make up for all of his large deficiencies in other aspects of his life. Once the written exams were finished, Shigeo continued to search for his friend among the crowd of students. When all of the students filed out and began returning to their homes, Shigeo waited at the entrance of the school for 10 minutes, trying to see if he could spot his friend leaving. Alas, there was no such luck. "Guess that means he already left," muttered Shigeo. "I would have liked to see how he did, but I'll meet up with him soon and ask him myself. In the meantime, I should head back home." With the exam having come to an end, Mob was left to wander through the city streets. The tangerine sunset shined over the city, taking with it the light many people had clung onto in their hopes of attending UA High. While he was walking, Shigeo's thoughts went back to these people. He knew it was part of the exam, that it was fair game for whoever had the power to take out these villains, and yet the Esper still thought he might have taken away the few points an applicant needed to pass. "I need to talk to All Might about this," muttered Shigeo. "He might give me the answer I need." That and Shigeo's thoughts lingered back to earlier this morning when he'd learned he was responsible for letting the sludge villain go. That was another thing to add to Mob's guilt list. Despite all the assurance Izuku gave him and the fact that it was unintentional, that still didn't take away the undeniable truth that he'd let that villain go. So why didn't All Might tell him about it 10 months ago? He needed to know. After about a 30-minute walk, the Esper entered the apartment and took the elevator up to his apartment floor. He opened the door but found the apartment to be empty. All Might must still be doing his hero work. The powerful Esper decided to unwind while he waited for All Might to return, so he turned on the television and tuned into a cop action movie, decompressing with the intense action sequences. After about an hour of enjoying the film, the door flung open and in came All Might, wearing a coat and long pants which hid his hero uniform. "Good evening, Kageyama. How are you feeling after the exam?" The symbol of peace attempted to start out with the basic questions, although the Esper's face remained as dull as usual. More or less. The hero's smile faded, and he walked up to the couch. "What do you mean?" The Esper heaved his chest and leaned his body further back into the sofa, shifting his eyes so that they were looking at the ceiling just above the television. The frightened looks and sorrowful eyes of the applicants who felt they were going to fail were still fresh in his mind. "During the practical exam, I was racking up dozens upon dozens of points. I thought I was doing what I needed to do, but then I saw how scared the other applicants were. They were afraid they wouldn't get enough points to pass because I had destroyed too many of the villains." The Esper weakly let his hands droop down to his sides. How many of those applicants had dreams of becoming heroes that were just as large as Midoriya's? "I might have succeeded, but how many people might have failed because of me?" All Might's lips were pursed into silence. After seeing Shigeo's reaction and sudden change of heart midway through the exam, he'd come to expect this conversation. Like the other teachers, he couldn't help but be surprised by the Esper's consideration of others. He'd underestimated the child's capacity for empathy, and the hero needed to let Mob know how proud he was of his selflessness. Kageyama, listen. The Esper's eyes went to All Might as he seated himself in the sofa chair adjacent to the couch. Becoming a hero isn't something everyone can do, and for UA High, the standards are ridiculously high. A lot of these applicants might try their best, but the sad truth is that for 99% of them, they do not have sufficient power to make it to this high school. That's not something you change during this exam. There will always be people superior to others in some regards, as you know all too well, and this is an area where you are superior to others. Shigeo's facial features began to loosen, digesting the hero's words. Normally, what I'm about to tell you is something you'd find out when you get your results next week, but I'm going to tell you it now. The Esper waited and nodded. I was hired as a teacher at UA High. Mob's eyes widened, and his lips parted from shock. As a teacher, I oversaw all of the performances of the students. I saw what you did, along with the rest of the teachers, was able to see through your change of tactics after you noticed the saddened looks of the other applicants. We also knew you destroyed the giant robot in order to give the other applicants time to search for more villains. The very fact that you showed consideration for the other applicants and stopped focusing on gathering points demonstrated your lack of desire to prove yourself the best and your humility, impressing me and the rest of the teachers. In fact, the symbol of peace raised his finger up to the air, preparing to make another large point. What the applicants didn't realize was that the practical exam was graded on more than the amount of villains you destroyed. I don't really get it. You see, a panel of judges watches over the exam and rewards extra points based on heroic acts. While you may have gotten 113 points, you were also rewarded 39 extra points for your selfless consideration of the other applicants. In total, that gives you 152 points, putting you in the number 1 spot and nearly double the second-place examinee. All Might dramatically raised his finger and pointed it at the Esper, causing him to slightly move back. I've said it once and I'll say it many more times, but you and Midoria have the hearts of true heroes, and your actions today proved it once again. His dull brown eyes sparkled. Not because he'd gotten some measly bonus points, but because he was being valued for himself, not for his psychic powers. But All Might's last statement made him aware of the other big thing that he'd been wondering about. Speaking of Midoria, how did he do? How many points did he get? The symbol of peace let out a few short chuckles, then placed his hands on his lap. It turns out you weren't the only one who destroyed the 0-point obstacle. The Esper's eyebrow furrowed up, and he leaned forward in anticipation. You see, during the exam, a young girl was trapped under some rubble and was in the path of the large machine. Young Midoria saw this and instantly stepped in. Using One for All, he jumped up and destroyed the machine before it could trample over the girl. Toshinori's verdant eyes intensified, and his expression became stern. He did this in spite of the fact that he had accrued no points at all. The Esper gasped. Izuku didn't get a single point? The symbol of peace saw Shigeo's shocked expression and prepared to alleviate that shock. But what he did not and still does not know is that his heroic actions gave him enough bonus points to make it into the top 10. Really? The lump in his throat growing from the fear of Izuku not making it to UA High dissolved, and he took a large sigh of relief. But don't call Midoria to tell him yet. Frankly, you shouldn't even know about this yet. Oh. It seemed somewhat dishonest and rather sad to keep Izuku in the dark like this for the entire week. Mob could only imagine how internally devastated his friend must have felt, thinking that he'd failed the hero exam and wouldn't be joining Shigeo at UA High. Now that he learned about Izuku getting no points, now the child Esper pieced together that his friend could have been deliberately avoiding him so he wouldn't have to tell him the bad news. But still, there were rules, and Shigeo didn't want to break them and risk getting Izuku in trouble. Okay. Besides, the wait will only make the surprise all the more impactful. The hero got up from his seat and went into the kitchen to grab himself a snack. Is there anything else that's on your mind you want to talk about? This was the chance. With the other stuff out of the way, Shigeo could address All Might's deceit about the sludge villain and why he kept such vital information away from him. He opened his mouth and prepared to talk about it, but the words were caught at his throat. The Esper tried to push the words out of his throat and through his mouth, but something was keeping the words trapped in the throat. It wasn't the right time. After the hero had yet again praised Shigeo for his noble nature and heroic actions and had tried to put his mind at ease over how many points he'd taken during the exam, to throw guilt and shame at Toshinori seemed disrespectful. It wasn't fair after all the support he'd given him and continued to give him. While he still wanted to talk about the issue, he would find a more relaxed and appropriate time for the two of them to converse. So the hero buried the words down and switched to a more trivial topic. Are Midoriya and I still going to be training this week? For now, until Midoriya gets his test results, I'd say it's wise to give him some space. The hero grabbed a bag of Chex Mix and sat back down on the sofa chair. But if you want, we can go back to the beach and continue exercising. After all, there are still some areas farther out that haven't been cleaned, and this time, you can use your psychic powers to get rid of the trash. Sounds good to me. Now then. The symbol of peace grabbed the remote lying on the table and turned the television back on. Why don't you and I find something good to watch on TV? The Esper moved his lips upward and shortly nodded his head. The two superpowered humans relaxed in their seats and allowed themselves to indulge in whatever televised program they came across. These was the last 3 weeks of freedom Shigeo Kageyama would have before officially embarking on his journey of becoming a hero and resuming an actual school life. Living within a very fancy house adorned with multiple stained blue windows, a gorgeous front yard with multiple small trees at the front and many larger trees in the backyard, the hot-headed and extremely arrogant Katsuki Bakugo was sitting in his room, playing Call of Duty on his Xbox to pass the time. A week had passed since he'd taken the practical exam. As he already knew before he even took the exam, he performed far beyond what anyone was expecting. From his calculations, he'd managed to rack up a ridiculously high score of 77 points, taking down more than 30 robots. Nobody he saw managed to get rid of more than 7 villains. The explosive teenager was supremely confident he would be ranked first in the practical exam. He also did pretty well on the written exam, although whether or not he got first in that was much more irrelevant to him. He was also confident that nerd Deku wouldn't even make it to the top 1,000 in the practical exam. Hell, anything more than 0 points would be a freaking godsend for him. Deku was a freaking idiot for even considering applying to UA High, and this exam had been a reality check for him. When Bakugo saw him at the exam, he'd been as pathetically nervous and cowardly as ever. Although less important, he still couldn't help but wonder who the hell that bowl-haired kid was or why he was with Deku. Given his stupid haircut and dull expression, the blonde-haired teenager was rather sure he wouldn't make it very far in the exam either. Anyone who bothered to actually be near Deku intentionally was just as big a nerd as that quirkless nobody. "Hey Katsuki!" The explosive middle schooler heard his loud and annoying mom's voice yelling out for him. He paused his game and slowly made his way downstairs, where he saw his mother staring at him with an envelope in his hand. Just one look at the woman, and a person could immediately tell they were related. The mother and son had the same blonde hair, the same facial structure, and the same fiery red eyes that would make people shudder in fear. The mother of Bakugo, Mitsuki Bakugo, knew her son was eagerly waiting to confirm his first-place position and loosened her grip on the envelope as Bakugo snatched it from her hand. "Aren't you gonna share your victory with your family?" Mitsuki said, her hands placed at her sides as she stared at her son with growing annoyance at his impertinent attitude. "No way! I want to have the glory all to myself. I'll be in my room, per usual." The explosive middle schooler sprinted up to his room, leaving behind his very irritated mother in the living room. "I swear, we spoiled that boy rotten." Katsuki slammed the door behind him and eagerly smiled, staring at the envelope in his hands. They should have just saved the wait and let everybody see the obvious winner. The teenager paced to his desk and sat down. He then tore open the envelope like there was no tomorrow, but he was surprised to see that instead of a paper, there was a circular disc. The hell? The disc shined some sort of light, creating a holographic screen, and on that holographic screen was All Might. The blonde middle schooler gasped and pushed back into his seat. "All Might? What is he doing there? And why is he wearing a suit?" "Hello there, young man. You're probably wondering what I am doing here on this screen. Well, the symbol of peace puffed his chest and energetically pointed his thumb at his chest. I have been hired as a teacher at UA High. No way. Bakugo's mouth gaped open. Even he never imagined that the #1 hero would work as a teacher at UA High. As the newest teacher, I'm pleased to announce that not only did you pass the written test, but you did outstanding in the practical exam. Yeah. Bakugo shot up from his seat, his excitement and determination to see his first-place position filling him with passionate energy. His prideful and even somewhat wicked smile showed, and he clenched his fingers into fists. Now show me the scoreboard. However, the teenager's smile faltered, and his eyebrow shot up. What you nor any of the other candidates realized was that you were scored on more than just regular points. Judges were also observing your behavior and actions, and would give you points based on heroic actions. For you, the judges rewarded no extra points. Regardless, the number of villains you defeated more than made up for that. At last, the scoreboard for the practical exam was displayed on the screen, but as soon as Bakugo saw the results, all of his prideful excitement and expectation of seeing his name on the #1 spot disappeared on the spot. I got second place. To the teenager's complete shock, he saw that his name was just below this other applicant, Shigeo Kageyama. When he saw how many villain points he'd gotten, he let out another large gasp. That guy got 113 points? On top of that, the explosive middle schooler realized that he'd also been rewarded 39 extra points, bringing his final score up to 152 points, almost twice as much as Bakugo. This can't be right. Sadly for Bakugo, the results were only going to get worse. He looked down at the rest of the leaderboard and he felt like his head was going to explode. That nerd Deku didn't get a single villain point, but he got 60 extra points? The recording continued, and All Might resumed his speaking after letting the board be shown for a few seconds. Congratulations, Katsuki Bakugo. You've officially become a student at UA High. The image paused on the screen for a few seconds, and then the holographic display faded out. While any normal person would have been ecstatic to know they'd made it into the most rigorous hero school in the country, Katsuki Bakugo was not pleased in the slightest. This isn't right. The teenager's entire body was beginning to tremble with rage. The veins in his eyes constricted, his teeth were clenching against each other with frightening vice, and he was quite literally seething with fury. I should have been #1 on the practical exam. My quirk gives me power nobody else can hope to rival. And to make things even worse, all of the muscles in Bakugo's body tightened, as if he was disgusted by what he was about to say. That loser Deku made it in too. How the hell could he have made it in? What did he do to get those extra 60 points? A powerless loser like him shouldn't have been able to get that high of a score, or any score at all. Unable to keep the rage bottled up inside of him, the blonde teenager let out a primal and ear-piercing scream. Acting only on fury-guided impulses, Bakugo followed up by slamming his fist down onto the circular recording device, destroying it along with part of his desk. That forceful venting of his anger allowed him to slightly simmer down, although anyone who didn't know Bakugo would be wise to steer clear of him. The blonde teenager could not allow this to stand. It was a direct defiance of everything he'd ever understood about himself and his superiority. Demon it, Deku. I'm gonna find out just what the F you did to pass the exam, and I'm gonna expose you as the weak, spineless loser you are. And I don't know who the hell you are, Shigeo Kageyama, muttered Bakugo, but when I find you, I'm gonna show you that you don't hold a candle to me either. Did you like that? You got to see Shigeo empathizing with the other applicants while getting a really high score in the process, and on top of that, you got to see Bakugo's reaction to all of this. For the exam, I thought that there would be multiple different arenas, since there were different battle centers, and therefore there were different areas with their own battle robots and zero-point robots. Wait until next chapter to see how the first day of school at UA High is gonna be for Shigeo and Izuku. Upon revealing to his mother that he'd actually made it into UA High, she burst like a dam. Her tears sprayed all over the carpet floor, staining her son's shirt as she gripped onto his body as tightly as she possibly could. Against all the odds, her son had actually managed to make it into the top hero school in the nation. It was quite literally a dream come true. After celebrating Izuku's amazing achievement and enjoying the thrill of his success, the young teenager couldn't be seen without a smile for the rest of the night. The next day, he was completely taken aback when he saw that All Might had contacted him, informing the young fanboy to meet him at Dagoba Park again. As soon as he saw this, he jolted out the door and sprinted as fast as he could to the park. When young Midoriya reached the park, sure enough, the #1 hero was staring out at the beach, alongside Shigeo. Both superpowered humans heard the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, and turned around to see Izuku standing just a few meters away with tears in his eyes. All Might. The hero spewed out blood and felt his chest tighten. You're too loud. Sure enough, a couple standing on a pier nearby heard someone mention the symbol of peace, and they lit up with excitement. Wait, All Might's really here? Toshinori's whole body shuddered, and he frowned at his successor's reckless actions. You're gonna blow my cover. Say it was a mistake. The formerly quirkless teenager got the message and corrected his mistake. Wait, never mind. My bad. Nothing to see here. The couple mumbled in disappointment and went back to gazing at the dazzling sea, while the trio all took sighs of relief. Shigeo was the first of them to speak, and when he did, his smile was radiant and utterly content. You did it, Midoriya. You made part of your dream come true, and now we both get to be students at UA. Congratulations. The green-eyed teenager lightly gasped and met his friend's smile with an equally pleased smile. I couldn't have done it without all the training we did. And congrats to you too. I can't believe you got in first place with such a high score. You got nearly double Bakugo's score. Yeah, the Esper's smile slightly shortened. It wasn't that big a deal. Speaking of the training, All Might decided to interject in the tender moment these two friends were sharing. I didn't tell anyone at UA that I've been training either of you. Both smiles on the teenagers' faces returned into a neutral position. The symbol of peace gave his own smile and innocently held his hands out. I didn't contribute to your score whatsoever. I wasn't one of the judges, and I didn't use my ties at UA High. All the points you got were from your own work. Wow. When the fanboy found out that All Might was a teacher at UA, he assumed that the hero had been somewhat responsible for the scores he got, giving him the fear that he didn't truly earn the points he got. But now that he was hearing this wasn't the case, it only made him feel more happy and proud of what he did, and the young teenager bowed down in respect. Thank you for telling me. However, All Might's statement made the green-eyed teenager remember something else he had been surprised about. When I saw you give my scores, I was really surprised to see you'd be teaching at UA. It always confused me why you decided to switch cities out of nowhere. Izuku closed his eyes and pointed his finger out as he proudly recited his knowledge about All Might. After all, your agency is in Minato, Tokyo, and Dash. Okay, little too knowledgeable there. The symbol of peace and the Esper were rather off-put by the extensive knowledge Izuku had on All Might. It seemed a bit too obsessive. The fanboy opened his eyes and felt a sweat bead run down his face. Toshinori continued speaking. I was told by the school to keep my new job there a secret until they officially announced it. Even Kageyama didn't know about it until last week. I chose the job in order to find any students there with the potential to become my successor. The two teenagers parted their lips. They both remembered All Might telling them about his quirk and his hunt for the next wielder of One for All. This news was relatively irrelevant for the bowl-haired Esper, but for the formerly quirkless fanboy, it made him feel a new sense of worthlessness. So All Might was originally planning to give One for All to a UA student with an actual quirk and bigger potential. This feeling of worthlessness caused Izuku to speak out about the pressing matter of his performance in the entrance exam. When I used One for All in the exam, it destroyed my body only after jumping and throwing a single punch. Mob grimaced. He'd heard from All Might about his injuries during the entrance exam. It pained him to know that his friend had damaged his body so severely and that he couldn't use his quirk without hurting himself. How do I stop that and make sure I don't break myself whenever I use One for All? It'll take time, but you will eventually learn to harness the power without mangling your body. Besides, trying to master One for All so quickly is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You have to first learn to walk, and then run before you can even try to go to such lengths. The fanboy sighed and lowered his head in shame. I understand. Wait. The green-haired hero discerned something large, and the Esper was starting to get the picture in his mind as well. So you knew that Midoria was gonna get that badly hurt? Exclaimed Shigeo. Well. All Might frowned and rubbed the back of his neck. We were low on time, and he only got my quirk a few hours before, so there wasn't much I could do, unfortunately. This statement seemed to calm both of the teenagers down, allowing All Might to continue speaking. The way you are now, you can only use your quirk at full power or at no power. But after some training, you'll be able to control your power output to ensure you're using the specific amount of power you want. That way, your body will be able to hold the overflowing energy you have right now. The symbol of peace buffed himself up to his hero form, and with a deeper voice, said, Then it will be yours to command. The symbol of peace had made a rather idiotic move, considering the importance of keeping his cover he'd placed before. The couple who was staring at the ocean overheard the commotion and saw the hero standing alongside two young boys. Oh my god, it really is All Might. Let's get an autograph. Toshinori inwardly scolded himself for his stupid mistake, and shifted his body to a running stance. Let's get out of here. The symbol of peace began a relatively slow running pace for his standards, but enough for the two teenagers to keep up and run alongside him. While the three of them were running, the symbol of peace continued to lecture the successor of One for All. The torch I've passed on to you is only a small wisp of the raging inferno of One for All. But in time, that wisp will reach the heats of the raging inferno it's meant to be, and you will be the hero you've always wanted to be. The green irises in Izuku's eyes glowed to a bright grassy texture, and the young Esper couldn't help but smile at his friend's passionate gaze. It was what he'd come to admire about him, after all. With Shigeo by his side, he'd make sure his friend master One for All and give him whatever help he'd need along the way. It was what a friend was meant to do, after all. 21%. Izuku felt like there were red-hot lasers boring into his skull and melting his brains. Standing next to his fellow blonde-haired classmate, Izuku was back at his school. It was the day after he'd gone to talk to All Might at the beach, and today, class had just finished. However, before they had the chance to leave, Izuku and Katsuki were stopped by their teacher. He'd received the news of their successes and wanted to speak to them in person. I just wanted to say how proud you two should be for passing the UA exams. Izuku stiffened his body and felt a mild blush creep up on his cheeks, while Bakugo's eyes were icy and his lips were pursed into a frown. I never thought that this school would have not one, but two students who actually made it to UA High. The teacher turned his eyes to look at Midoria, causing Bakugo to look at him as well, which deepened the explosive teenager's frown. And to imagine that you're one of them, Midoria? I have to say, it's a miracle. Feeling rather awkward with the praise and Bakugo's death stare, the fanboy could only bow his head in respect. Thank you. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Go on home and enjoy your victories. The two teenagers did as he said and began to walk toward the door. But before either of them could make it to the door, Midoria felt a strong hand gripping on his shoulder. He turned his head, and felt his blood run cold when he saw the hateful stare in Bakugo's eyes. You and me outside now? Seeing that his classmate was in no mood for joking or putting this off, the green-eyed teenager silently agreed and trailed behind Bakugo as they walked out of the school. Once the two of them exited the school, they turned into an alley. Midoria gulped, and nervously made his way into the secluded area. As soon as both of them were out of sight, Bakugo, unable to contain his rage anymore, grabbed Izuku by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the wall. The fanboy grunted in pain, and panicked when Bakugo grabbed him by the collar and seethed with fury. How the F did you do it, Deku? Said Bakugo. How did you cheat your way into UA High? The explosive teenager shook his classmate's body to further frighten him. You've completely ruined this for me. I was supposed to be the one who had the glory of being the first student from this stupid school to make it into UA. While he was gripping Izuku's shirt, Bakugo's hateful glare nominally simmered into surprise when he saw his classmate grab his wrist, his hand trembling with his own sense of fury. Kaken, someone I look up to told me that I can become a hero. It's why I applied, and it's the reason I'm going to UA High. The explosive teenager let out a small gasp when he saw Izuku's eyebrows furrow and his expression become more determined. "And no matter what you say, you can't stop me." Midoriya threw his classmate's wrist off of his shirt, and not wanting to drag this out any further than needed, walked out of the alleyway, leaving the shocked and angered Bakugo all by himself. The blonde teenager remained frozen in his place for a few seconds, too shocked by the determination in Midoriya's eyes. Then, all of his anger burst out like a boiling kettle, and the teenager yelled, frantically running his hands through his hair. "Damn it, Deku." Bakugo yelled, talking to himself at the moment. "I'll show you that you don't belong there. Then all of you will know how pathetic you are." The young Esper and the symbol of peace were getting everything ready for the first big day at UA High. Shigeo had already packed all of his notebooks and school supplies in his new backpack, and he was wearing the typical school uniform of UA High for the second time. After so many months of training and homeschool lessons, it felt rather bizarre for the Esper to come back into school life. In fact, it was extremely nerve-wracking for the bowl-haired psychic, imagining how he would react with his other peers. All Might, despite his status as the #1 hero, was somewhat nervous about his first day as a teacher. He'd never had any teaching experience before, and he still felt there were several areas in which he did not know how to lecture this younger generation. Nevertheless, as long as he kept exuding confidence and maintaining his smile, the hero was sure it would all work out in the end. Both superpowered humans were dressed in their formal attire, carrying everything they needed in their bags, and sharing the mild sense of uneasiness. "Are you ready to hit the road, Kageyama?" "Aha." The Esper didn't mind telling his new teacher what he was feeling. "I'm feeling anxious about the first day at an actual school again." The symbol of peace let out a short and dry chuckle. "You and me both. Well, all we can do is keep our chins up and hope for the best." Kageyama curved his lips up slightly and nodded his head in agreement. Whatever was waiting for him at UA High, he would embrace it with a positive attitude. Attempting to quell the anxiety, Shigeo and Toshinori straightened themselves and walked out the apartment with a confident stride. Equally nervous, but more excited than his two associates, Izuku Midoriya was at the front door of his apartment, tying his shoes while his mother stood beside him and waited to watch her son go. "Is that everything you need? Are you sure you didn't forget to pack anything?" "Yeah, Mom, I've gone through everything," replied Midoriya, his voice lingering with annoyance at his mother's nagging attitude. "Now I've gotta go, or else I'll be late." The young teenager picked up his backpack and prepared to walk out the door, but before he could, his mother had one final thing to say. "Izuku." The teenager internally sighed and looked back at her mother with annoyance, but he was somewhat startled to see his mother's shaky smile and sparkling eyes. He had no way of knowing what a monumental achievement this was, not only for himself, but for her mother as well. To her, this was the greatest thing she could have seen happen to her child, fulfilling his dream. And he did it all on his own. The emotional mother stared at her son with misty eyes and a mild blush on her cheeks. "I want you to know that I couldn't be prouder of you." The formerly quirkless fanboy drew a small gasp and felt his own blush creeping up on his cheeks. He could see in her eyes that she was in complete bliss. Izuku smiled in response and lightened up his annoyed expression. "Thanks, Mom. I'll see you this afternoon." Izuku made his way through the city, sprinting to class and hoping that he made it on time. The green-eyed teenager was looking at all of the different doors, trying to find the room where his class would be, Class 1A. While he was running through the school, he was not expecting to see his friend casually walking through the school. "Kageyama." The Esper turned his head and greeted his friend with a smile. "Hey Midoriya. What class are you headed to?" "Class 1A. "Really?" Mob's expression lit up. "That's my class." Izuku's face brightened to match his psychic friend's happiness. "Awesome. Then let's walk in together." Happy to comply, the two teenagers walked side by side, although Shigeo picked up the pace to match Izuku's more hurried walking speed. After about 10 seconds of walking together in silence, they finally found the classroom they were looking for. There it is. The two friends stood at the entrance of the door in silence. Both of them had their own mixed emotions about entering this classroom. On one hand, Izuku was panicking at the thought of seeing Bakugo or the other blue-haired applicant, and he couldn't help but feel inferior to the 19 other students who made it to this school. On the other hand, Shigeo's heart began rapidly beating, still fearful about entering a new classroom environment. "You ready, Midoriya?" The Esper tried to collect himself and give his friend a boost in confidence. Midoriya looked at his friend, and with a sweat bead rolling down his face, gave him a shaky smile. "UA's top students are waiting behind these doors. Let's greet them." Putting on their brave faces, the two students opened the doors to meet their new classmates, but upon entering the room, were greeted with a rather unexpected interaction between students. "What utterly disrespectful behavior! Remove your feet from the desk at once." The blue-haired student, Tenya Ida, was angrily criticizing the actions of Midoriya's childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. The explosive teenager met his classmates' eyes with deadly arrogance and a prideful smile. "This is only the first day of class, and you're already damaging the school's property by lazily resting your feet on top of this desk." Bakugo couldn't believe what this guy was grilling him for. "Are you shitting me right now?" Tenya was momentarily caught off guard by Bakugo's defiant response. "Did you get a stick put up your butt at your old school, or is that just your quirk?" Despite this teenager's defiant attitude, Tenya composed himself and attempted to be the mature student he strived to be. "Let's start over. My name is Tenya Ida from the Somei Private Academy." Tenya extended his hand in respect, but Bakugo wasn't the least bit inclined to reciprocate that respect. "Somei, is that right? Well, if you think that somehow makes you better than me," Bakugo inclined his body forward and squinted his eyes, "then I'll enjoy ripping you apart in this class." Tenya was absolutely shocked by this teenager's words escalating to physical confrontation. "Threatening me with physical violence? Are you sure this is the right place for you?" The explosive teenager scoffed and rolled his eyes. The two arguing teenagers stopped their conversation when they noticed the two teenagers standing at the door. Bakugo's eyes opened when he saw the bowl-haired nerd standing with Deku. "So that loser actually had a decent quirk after all," thought Bakugo. "Well, it's probably jack shit in comparison to mine." "It's them." All of the class, who was looking at the heated scene between Bakugo and Tenya, focused their attention on the two applicants standing at the doorway. Upon seeing 18 pairs of eyes looking at them both, students felt the heat rising in their cheeks. "Oh, hey everyone," Izuku said. "Good morning to you both." Tenya strutted with his arms moving forward and back like a military march. "My name is Tenya Ida." The black-haired teenager decided to match Tenya's respectful attitude, and he extended his hand for his classmate to shake. "My name's Shigeo Kageyama." "What?" Just as Tenya's fingers were about to clasp Shigeo's hand, everyone in the class felt their hearts do a flip when they heard Bakugo's booming voice and saw him rise out of his chair. "So you're the one who got first place?" The Esper casually shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, I guess." Some of the classmates drew faint breaths, and a few of them even whispered to themselves. From what they'd seen and heard, Shigeo had gotten more than 100 points on the practical exam. Such a high score was almost unheard of for the practical exam. Bakugo's blood was boiling like it usually did, although it was beginning to reach molten hot levels. So not only was Deku going to be in this class with him, but it turned out that the bull-headed loser with him was the same Shigeo Kageyama who'd gotten almost twice his score? How could such a weak-looking guy like this get an unbelievably high score? The combined fury and hatred against these two was too much for him to contain. "What the hell did you do?" The explosive teenager got out of his seat and jabbed his finger at Shigeo's chest, causing the Esper to back away with fear. "How did you get so many freaking points?" Hey, the bowl-haired teenager did not want his first day to end up with a physical confrontation. "Just calm down. You don't need to get so worked up about this. Kageyama is correct." Tenya was appalled by the fiery hatred Bakugo was displaying, and in a dramatic fashion, sliced his hand between the two students to separate them. "Your behavior is simply unacceptable for UA standards. Now return to your seat." The heated teenager shot his burning stare at Tenya, causing the blue-haired student to tense his body up. The explosive teenager wanted to continue questioning Shigeo, find out what his quirk was and how he performed on the exam. At the same time, the small rational side of him knew that if he made a scene right now, he'd more than likely get in trouble with the teachers, and the last thing he wanted was to damage his chances at UA High on the first day. So, angrily throwing his hands into the air, Bakugo grunted and marched back to his seat. For a moment, the atmosphere remained tense, all of the students shaken by Bakugo's random outburst, but the timely appearance of a cheery young girl managed to break that tension. "Hey, I recognize those hairstyles." Shigeo and Izuku turned around and saw Achiko Uraraka smiling at them with a passionate energy. Shigeo returned to his regular expressionless face and very small smile, but upon seeing her, Izuku felt rising temperature in his cheeks. As the green-eyed teenager looked at her while she spoke, one of the first thoughts that came to mind was how nice she looked in that uniform. "Oh, hey there," Shigeo said, while the redness on Izuku's cheeks was extending to his entire face. The awkwardness Izuku was feeling was so large that he covered his face with his hand and rubbed the back of his neck. Like before, Shigeo saw Izuku's attitude reflect his own nature and general shyness, and he couldn't help but increase the size of his smile. "Anyway, I should be thanking you for going in and talking to present Mike." "Huh." The energetic girl stopped her enthusiastic body movements and stared at Izuku with curious and confused brown eyes. "How do you know about that?" Not factoring in the ramifications of this thank you and being socially awkward in general, the green-haired teenager's face became as red as a tomato, and he scrambled to find the right words to explain how he knew about Uraraka's generosity. "UA High isn't a place for you to focus on making friends. If that's all you're here to do, then pack up your stuff and leave." Shigeo and Izuku heard the voice of someone behind Uraraka, and gasped when they saw a man with long messy hair and an unkempt beard laying on the ground in a sleeping bag. Likewise, Uraraka's voice was silenced, and when she rotated herself to see who spoke, let out a squeaky gasp when seeing this man lying on the floor. "Welcome to UA's hero course." The man reached his hand from inside the sleeping bag, and undid the zipper on his sleeping bag ever so slightly to take a drink from a pouch of juice. All of the students in his sight were baffled and even slightly unnerved by this man's position on the floor and his bizarre appearance. The man got himself off the floor and completely unzipped his sleeping bag, revealing his clothing, which consisted of a black, long-sleeved shirt and matching pants which were tucked into his black boots. Wrapped around his neck was a very long and thick scarf, perplexing the students as to why he would need such a long article of clothing indoors. "Now listen here. In my class, I expect DSPLN and focus from all of you, so when I come in, you need to be silent within 3 seconds, not this wasteful 8-second PRD you just demonstrated. The time spent in class is precious." A truly rational student would understand this easily. All of the students remained off-put by this man's appearance contrasted with his serious demeanor. If he was here, that meant he must have been some kind of pro-hero, but what kind of hero walked around in a sleeping bag and looked as though he's just gotten out of bed? The unkempt man walked into the room so that all of the students could see him. "Hello students. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year." Everyone in the classroom internally gasped. This ill-dressed man with shaggy hair was their teacher? What was UA High thinking when they hired them was what many of the students were processing. Okay, enough formalities. Aizawa rummaged around his sleeping bag and took out a blue jumpsuit with white patches around the upper arms, legs, and chest, along with red outlines surrounded the white sections. Every student in the class couldn't comprehend what their teacher was asking them to do. "Put these on, and head outside. I expect you to be ready in 10 minutes. The students didn't waste any time and immediately got up from their desks to get their jumpsuits from Mr. Aizawa. Single-filed line. "I'm not going to be handing out these things to a giant pack of animals." Of the young teenagers got out of their seats, the young Esper observed all of the students, perplexed by each of their unique features. For instance, one of the students had 6 arms, while another had the head of a black bird, and there was even one girl who was entirely pink, with small antennae sticking out of her hair. "The mutant quirks I read about really do give a lot of interesting looks," Shigeo thought. "A lot of people here look so." The Esper's thoughts immediately petered out when his eyes got a small glance at one of the girls in the far back. This girl had long black hair which was tied into a spiky ponytail. Her eyes were a brilliant shade of onyx, twin pools of luminous charcoal that bore into the young Esper's soul. Mob's cheeks began to fill with a light red blush, his eyes sparkling with a new sense of astonishment. "So pretty. Hey, Kageyama?" One of the students tapped him on the shoulder, bringing Shigeo back to his senses and causing him to jump up from shock. The teenage Esper, his cheeks still stained with reed, looked back at the student who tapped him and spoke to him with a shaky and panicked voice. "Hey, how are you?" "Good," replied the student. "I just wanted to tell you you're holding up the line." Mob glanced in front of him and realized there were at least 3 people-sized spaces in front of him. "Sorry, I just got distracted for a second." The phenomenally powerful Esper moved up in the line, his mind only fixated on what just happened and the warm feeling he felt in his heart upon seeing that black-haired girl. What was he feeling just now? The psychic couldn't quite place his finger on whether it was what he thought it was. A quirk assessment test? Having already gone to the changing rooms to put on their jumpsuits, the students were all standing outside a large testing area with multiple different areas marked with white lines, designed for physical activities. But many of the students didn't understand why they were doing this instead of the regular schoolwork and ceremonies that were taking place today. Uraraka noted this and voiced her concerns to Mr. Aizawa. "But sir, all of the other classes are going to orientation." The shaggy-haired teacher didn't bat an eye to Uraraka's statement. UA High is meant for people who want to make it to the big leagues. Meaningless ceremonies and orientations aren't gonna help with that objective. This school isn't tethered to traditions like other schools, so that gives me free leverage to run my classes whatever ways I see fit. All of the students were put into silence by their teacher's stern words, so Shota continued. "While you've been taking regular standardized tests your whole lives, the teacher pulled up a tablet device that had multiple physical exercises listed in bullet points. But with physical exams, no school has ever given you the opportunity to use your quirks and test their limits." Aizawa's next statement caused Shigeo's body to slightly tense up. This country and the entire world is still trying to pretend that we're all created equal by preventing people with the most power from excelling. It isn't rational, and my hope is that the Ministry of Education will manage to understand this fact. "No. You're wrong." Aizawa's eyebrows furrowed upward, and all of the other students turned to see that it was Shigeo Kageyama who had spoken up. The powerful Esper had listened to their teacher talk, and he simply couldn't control himself. "That isn't true." "There." The psychic gulped, feeling sweat beads trickling down his spine, but continued to make his point. "There are a lot of other ways for people to excel without powers." Every student there was thrown off balance by their peers' statement. Many of them stood with gaping mouths, some with only slightly widened eyes, and for one hot-headed young man, his eyebrows furrowed as his lips formed a small pout. What the hell was this kid saying? Him, of all people, the one who got first place in the practical exam? Even Izuku couldn't help be mildly shocked, although he had already gotten to know this perspective of his friend a long time ago. Nevertheless, the green-eyed teenager was beginning to worry about the repercussions his friend might face for speaking out, and those fears were well-founded. The teacher's eyes squinted at the bowl-haired teenager, and he began to slowly walk toward the young teenager, the other students immediately getting out of his way to let him through. Mob's entire body began to shake, his lips trembling and his eyes drowning in fear as his teacher hovered over him with his deadly stare. For a moment, nothing happened. No one dared to speak a word, and they all waited for their teacher to give his response. His first reaction was opposite of what everyone was expecting. He curved the corners of his lips up slightly and scoffed. "Is that so?" The Esper couldn't give a proper reply. "A rather peculiar statement from you, considering your remarkable performance on the practical exam." However, the teacher's smile instantly faded, and all of the students felt an intense pressure forming around him. "You came to this school to become a hero. To do that, you need to overcome the obstacles in your way with your powers and skills. Without that, there's no purpose for students to be here. Too many students arrive, thinking they can make it without the necessary abilities to make it far, which is why this school has such a low acceptance rate. Do you understand that?" Overtaken by fear, the only signals his brain could send to his body were to his head, ordering it to slowly nod up and down. The stern teacher could see that he got his message through. He had to admit, this teenager had indeed perplexed him. When he saw his performance in the practical exams, and the actions he took to ensure the other applicants had points, it was quite baffling for the unkempt hero. If he hadn't taken out the giant robot and continued focusing on eliminating the other robots, he could have gotten more than 160 villain points. Something else that intrigued him was his rather neutral expression. Throughout the whole exam, he never looked panicked, excited, or proud of how he was performing. It appeared this child was a serious person like himself. Furthermore, he found it slightly ironic that whenever he activated his powers, his hair would stand up, just like Aizawa. Regardless of his opinions on this child or the similarities he might have found between them, that did not mean he would give Shigeo any special privileges or harsh punishment if the situation called for it. Aizawa was his teacher, after all, and Shigeo needed to learn his place as the student. Since you scored the most points on the entrance exam, Shota twisted his body to the right and pointed at what looked like some sort of throwing station. Let's see how you do with the softball throw. Okay. The Esper walked through the crowd of people with hunched shoulders and his eyes staring at the ground. Once he entered the area lined as a circle, he stood awkwardly and waited for his teacher to give him further instructions. What's the farthest distance you've ever gotten on with a softball throw in junior high? Oh, Mob tapped his finger to his chin and tried to recall his gym classes. I think 21 meters? Upon hearing this, some of the students snickered at the idea of a student getting such a low throw, although most of them knew that this teenager still had an amazing quirk and was not someone who should be mocked. Try it again, but this time use your quirk. The teacher dug in his right pocket and tossed a ball to the Esper. Mob looked at the ball, then back at his teacher. Are you sure? Aizawa's eyebrows furrowed, and his lips formed an annoyed frown. Of course I'm sure. Now stop being so shy and get on with it. You're wasting our time. Anything goes, just make sure you stay in the circle. The Esper obeyed his teacher's instructions and took a throwing stance. From the sidelines, several of the students eagerly waited to see just what their fellow classmate could do. Izuku had to admit, he was also excited to see Shigeo in action. He'd only gotten a brief demonstration of his powers 10 months ago, but even then, it was only at a basic level. Now was the chance to get a better idea of how his friend's powers actually worked. Bakugo, on the other hand, was filled with intent, somewhat deadly curiosity. He had to know what kind of rival he was going up against, what kind of powers this bull-headed loser possessed. For Shigeo Kageyama, this was a first for him. During all of his training exercises in this world and back home, he never once used his psychic powers to assist him. He'd never seen how much his psychic energy amplified his physical attributes. Although he knew that his powers gave him enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes, he never bothered to see how large the boost was. Now, it appeared the Esper could finally have an idea of what he could accomplish with them, although this was practically irrelevant for the psychic teenager. Here goes. The Esper was surrounded by his rainbow-colored aura, lightly astonishing the other students. The teenager craned his arm back, and with a half-hearted throw coupled with his neutral face, the psychic teenager let the ball loose from his fingers.